Chapter 1575. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had arrived in front of a dilapidated building that looked no different from a haunted house. It was unknown how long it had been built. The outer walls were covered with vines and vegetation. The walls were peeling, and some of them had even collapsed. Z7, who was close to the wall, used his finger to dig at it. A large piece of the wall was easily plucked out by him and instantly turned into pieces. Q King, this is the position we need to cover, right? Yes, that's about it. Okay, I need to know the internal structure of the entire building in 5 minutes. Xia Jinyuan looked up at the abandoned building. It was really well hidden. It was actually built at the lowest point of the entire island. It was 3 stories high. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even know it was there at night. He looked down at the time and said, "The countdown starts now. Come back in 5 minutes." He didn't even need to divide the work. Some stayed behind to keep watch, some to ambush, and some to scout. Soon, they started moving. Occasionally, the members' voices could be heard through the earpiece, reporting the situation on their side. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "We found a shelter. It's 3 stories high and dangerous. The 6 of you will guard outside, while the rest of us will guard inside. Whoever is sacrificed, stay aside and think about your life. Also, think about what I'll do to you." The threat was self-evident. Although there were good benefits to following their captain, it was also stressful. That night, there were no stars in the sky. The weather on the sea was always changing. 1 second, the moon might be cold and the stars sparse. The next second, it might be dark clouds, followed by heavy rain accompanied by thunder and lightning. The 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade, who were sent outside, deliberately misled the water ghosts of the storm commandos into thinking that they were all wandering in the forest and didn't dare to show their faces. However, Xia Jinyuan didn't think that this trick would fool Li Jinyan. Then, he immediately contacted by He and Pigeon, who were sent to scout out Yi Qian's location. "How's the situation on your side? Have you found the exact location?" White Crane did not reply. Instead, it was Pigeon who replied in a low voice. "Q King, White Crane has died in battle. Right now, he's holding up his gun as a silent punishment. Sai, Qing Niao's long-range sniping is a little too far. What kind of sniper rifle is she using? I reckon it's over 800 meters away. It's quite fast. Let him squat for 2 hours." Xia Jinyuan's voice was heard almost as soon as the Pigeon's voice fell. His tone was calm, and he did not seem surprised at all, as if he had heard something very normal. Pigeon glanced at her pitiful comrade, who had been sniped, and her expression became even more solemn. "Q King, Qing Niao has also stalled me. I'm afraid that the Demon King already knows about your stalling tactic. I didn't think that I would be able to hide it from him for long. For me, every minute counts." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He was happy for Yi Qian's performance, but also a little disappointed. He also wanted to fight side by side with her. He then ordered Pigeon, "Stay calm before retreating. Be careful that she doesn't have any blind spots. Also, tell White Crane not to be surprised that he was sniped by Qing Niao. Her sniping skills have surpassed mine, so it's normal for her to snipe White Crane. As for you, be careful. Qing Niao is very patient. She can hide in the desert for a day and a night. As long as the sand doesn't cover her body and she doesn't get buried alive, she won't move. She also won't let go of her next target. So do as you see fit. If you're really killed by her, White Crane will have a companion." Chapter 1576. Pigeon was speechless. He was stunned. Her sniping skills were even better than Q King, who was also a sniper. Why didn't he and White Crane ask Q King more about her situation? Xia Jinyuan did not have the time to care about his comrade's complicated thoughts. After cutting off the communication, he glanced in the direction of Yi Qian. There was a hint of gentleness in his cold, handsome face. His unyielding tenderness bloomed only for Yi Qian. He would not be surprised if even Pigeon was killed by the sniper. To him, this was a very normal thing because he understood Qing, Niao, Yi Qian's capabilities. Snipers needed to constantly practice and master new skills. In order to support her superior's unit, she needed to be able to fight in any environment and cooperate with any unit that needed her cooperation. Yi Qian was very talented and had trained with Demon King Li before. It could be said that the two of them had developed a basic level of tacit understanding. Now that her identity had changed to that of a water ghost, she did not need any buffer time and could directly engage in combat. Previously, when she came over from school, he was worried that she would not be able to keep up with the pace of the two teams' training. After only half a day, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. The military required a sniper's physical and mental strength to be extremely high. She needed to be able to use her unique skills in any environment. Once she entered an island on the sea and received sniping instructions, she would be able to quickly enter her best state. Yi Qian had an extremely high level of rapid scanning ability. She could quickly check if there were any signs of enemy activity in the area. If it was daytime, she would be able to know if there were any signs of enemy activity in the sniper's hiding spot in less than 30 seconds. But at night, she would definitely observe carefully as she walked. Once she was well hidden, she would carefully observe her surroundings through her scope. Her super strong memory allowed her to remember every single blade of grass and tree that she saw. The next time she observed something, she would know that there was something wrong. Once she noticed that something was wrong, Yi Qian would not hesitate to take action. Now, whether Pigeon could escape from the sniper's muzzle would depend on her own abilities. In the Storm Commandos, Pran had already reported Yi Qian's situation to Li Jinyan. His tone was full of admiration. Very impressive. Even in the complicated mountainous terrain, she was able to complete an accurate long-range snipe of 800 meters, directly taking out a member of the Snowfield Brigade who tried to approach our territory. There's no need to occupy it. After Li Jinyan heard this, he gave a new order to Yi Qian and Daxia. Q King is trying to mislead the public. Only a few members are active on the island. Seizing the beach is not our focus. If that was the main point, there should have been a firefight when they entered the island, but there was no firefight. There were only sporadic sounds. Yi Qian, who had not taken his eyes off the scope, joined in the conversation. It matches Q King's fighting style. Over. There should be another target. Where was it? After saying that, Yi Qian checked the entire area she was in charge of again. She first scanned the area from left to right, then from right to left, so that her vision could cover the entire area quickly to avoid missing any spots. After finding no problems, she did another full scan. She focused on dividing the area she had completed her previous snipe by the system. Starting from her line of defense, she divided the entire area into 3 sections: left, center, and right. Each section was scanned to a depth of about 55 yards. Chapter 1577. Regardless of whether Yi Qian had seen the Snowfield Brigade's special forces before or not, they were like a towering snowy mountain that was difficult to climb, and so was their strength. To be honest, having a match with them was even more exciting than becoming their comrade in arms and fighting alongside them. Yi Qian gripped the butt of her sniper rifle. Hidden in the dark, her beautiful face was cold and calm. After quickly completing her first sniping, she did not immediately get up and move to the next sniping spot because there was no need for her to leave her position now. The reason was simple. She was the hunter, and her teammates from the Snowfield Brigade were the prey under her gun. Due to the fast reaction of the Snowfield Brigade's special forces, Yi Qian did not pause for long. She only moved her sniper rifle very slightly to complete a full scan. After scanning from close range to medium range and to long range, she finally aimed at the medium range and completed her scan from the left and right of the medium range. She had to be careful and complete her search without missing any details in the area she had locked onto. Finally, she found something strange when she was about 50 meters away from the first sniping target. Yi Qian smiled faintly, like a red plum blossom blooming in the snowy wind. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling, but also so cold that it was frightening. Yi Qian adjusted her scope and held her breath. She did not immediately shoot. She needed to use her off-center vision to achieve accurate sniping. At night, the structure of the eye was different from during the day. During the day, she used the middle part of the pupil, while at night, she used the outer part of the pupil. Only by using the off-center vision could she complete her sniping. She was about 2 inches away from the center of her sight. Yi Qian did not hesitate and pulled the trigger to complete another sniping shot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and the seabirds that had finally returned to their nests were startled once again. The pigeon immediately covered its chest and fell backwards, pretending to be dead. At the same time, it contacted Xia Jinyuan. "Q King, I'm dead. The lonely white crane finally has a companion." Xia Jinyuan did not answer and directly cut off the communication with the pigeon. Faced with the heartless abandonment of the pigeons, he turned off his signal device and walked to White Crane, who had been squatting with his gun raised for almost an hour. When he saw how his comrade was squatting, the corner of his mouth twitched. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Brother, the way you squat is a bit like the way you squat with constipation. It's not very elegant." He, who had died an hour earlier, glanced at his comrade, who didn't even speak elegantly, and said indifferently, "Those who resist will be punished severely, but those who confess will be lenient. Now, it's a little uncomfortable to be squatted down. When Q King sees this, his anger will subside a little." I couldn't tell that he was angry. I didn't contact him before he died. He told me directly that it was normal for the two of us to be attacked by Qing Niao. The pigeon found a flatter spot to squat down and told White Crane everything that Xia Jinyuan had told him. Qing Niao's sniping skills have already surpassed Q King's. It is indeed normal for the two of us to be sniped. Back then, when Q King came to our brigade to challenge us, he used a submachine gun and a sniper rifle to wipe out all 4 of our squads. He even killed 8 of our brothers with the sniper rifle in his hand. Now, he says that Qing Niao is even better than him. White Crane, Qing Niao's skills are really terrifying. Q King killed 8 of our brothers during the day, but Qing Niao killed the 2 of us within an hour at night. Q King said that her sniping skills have surpassed his, and it's true. Most importantly, she's even younger than Q King at that time. Chapter 1578. He was silent for a long time before he said, "Qing Niao is indeed very strong. I've already experienced it. As long as she's willing to join our brigade, there will definitely be a place for her in our brigade." He then said with a smile in his voice, "Now that a female soldier has joined the brigade, a talented and beautiful female soldier, the brigade will be lively in the future. I don't have to look at you old faces after training every day. I can go back and look at my Qing Niao every day and relax my body and mind." Pigeon immediately retorted, "I'm tired of looking at your old faces. I can go back and look at my Qing Niao every day and relax my body and mind." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who was about to contact his 2 dead comrades, happened to hear this, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. The competition had only started for less than 5 hours, and the 2 of them had been sniped and killed. Instead of reflecting on themselves, they were even chatting about things unrelated to training. As veterans, when did their self-awareness become so poor? Qing Niao is very strong, but don't they know how to reflect on themselves and realize that they're not as strong as others? Sounds like you guys are having a good chat. His cold voice came through their earpieces. Pigeon and Bai He, who were chatting happily, were caught red-handed talking to Q King, who was younger than them. Their calves and stomachs began to tremble. Oh no, they wanted to say that they were going to atone for their crimes. Now, they could only hope that their punishment would not be increased. And you wanted to say that the weather is going to change. You two should find a place to hide from the rain. Now, it seems like there's no need to hide from the rain. Continue standing. Xia Jinyuan felt that he shouldn't be too kind. If he was too kind, it would be easy to get into trouble. It's 4:30 in the morning now. Stand until 5:30 in the morning. Is there a problem? Realizing that they had made a mistake, the two of them immediately answered, No. Very good. Raise your guns and stand in the horse stance until 5:30 in the morning. I want you to reflect on your actions. When it came to combat, Xia Jinyuan had always been ruthless. He was not as casual as he usually was. He always knew when to do what. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade and the youngest captain in history. The startled seabirds returned to their nests. Dark clouds seemed to be sweeping across the inky sky. Yi Qian and Daxia quickly descended from the highest point. She turned her head to look at the sea and frowned slightly. The weather has changed. Fighting in bad weather would be even more difficult due to the environment. It all depended on how their comrades dealt with it. Even though it was only a spar and not a competition of victory or defeat, it would still be embarrassing if he lost. It's very common for the weather to change at sea. It also makes it easier for snipers to hide. After continuously sniping two members of the Snowfield Brigade for an hour and 5 minutes, Daxia was impressed by Qing Niao. He jumped down from the rock and supported himself with one hand. He smiled at Yi Qian, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This weather is the best weather for us water ghosts to fight in. The Major General of the army thought. So too. Seeing that two of his generals had been sniped in one go, the Major General's eyes darkened. He asked the technician, "Who was the one who fired just now?" Reporting, "Team B Qing Niao," the technician immediately replied. The technician answered immediately and zoomed in on the location where Yi Jian was hiding at that time, so that the leaders could know more details. After measuring the distance, the first sniper target was 802 meters, and the second sniper target was 852 meters. The sniper rifle she used was accurate and had a range of 600 meters. The maximum range was 3,700 meters. Chapter 1579. The Major General of the Army was stunned for a moment. So, the two Special Forces soldiers under his command were killed by another Special Forces soldier that he had temporarily sent out. Suddenly, the Major General of the Army didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell was this? The younger generation will surpass us in time. Qing Niao's strength is indeed amazing. The Navy commander couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He joked with the Major General of the Army again. "It seems that I have to consider recruiting a group of female frogmen, and then list Qing Niao as the first talent to recruit." The Major General of the Army laughed heartily. Although his face was thin and his hair was weathered by the years, his hale and hearty eyes that were full of majesty made him look particularly young. He looked at the Navy commander who was making fun of him and sighed. "Don't even think about it. It's definitely impossible. This is a soldier that we have been waiting for 4 or 5 years. It was not easy to train her into a talent. How can I let you take advantage of her?" Ha ha ha. I do want to take advantage of her, but Qing Niao's intention is not here. Even if I want to take advantage of her, there is no chance for me to take advantage of her. The atmosphere in the command room had been tense before. The two senior generals joked with each other, and the low pressure made the tense atmosphere a lot less tense. It didn't last long. As the battle went deeper, the two senior generals seriously discussed the advantages and disadvantages of the two teams. The torrential rain hit at 5:05. The heavy rain swept across the entire island with the wind, blowing the trees to the side as if they were about to be uprooted. The stormy waves that were several meters high slammed against the shore, as if there was a dragon under the water that was going to swallow the entire island with the huge waves. The tornado came from the horizon of the sea with the power of nature. It moved from the sea to the shore, and then to the island, bringing about a devastating and terrifying disaster. J5, please answer if you hear me. J5, please answer if you hear me. Xia Jinyuan, with a tense expression, called out to J5, who was closest to the beach. With rainwater dripping down his face, he moved forward quickly and kept calling out to J5. As the storm hit, J5 only said one sentence in the channel: "A tornado is coming. Brothers, be careful." Then it suddenly cut off, leaving only the buzzing sound of the radio waves. No matter how much Xia Jinyuan called, there was no response from J5. He immediately ordered the channel. J5's situation is unclear. Eagle, Sparrow Hawk, support J5. 50% were captured. 50% were knocked out by the waves. Roger. Two robust voices were heard. Then, two shadows of almost the same height and body shape dashed out of nowhere, braving the torrential rain, to rush out for several meters. It was only the first day of the tournament, but it was already extremely difficult. Out of the 6 members of the Storm Commando sent by the Shuiyu Brigade, 3 of them were killed and 1 of them was missing. Standing in the heavy rain, Xia Jinyuan stared at the dark clouds in front of him. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Tornadoes came from the east and west of the island, bringing disaster to the island and breakfast to the water ghosts. They cut open the stomach of a sea fish with a dagger and dug out its innards. They rinsed the innards in the rainwater and put them in their mouths to chew. Yiqian picked up a squid. She ate it gently, cutting it into strips before chewing. Beside her, Big Prawn, who was watching her eat, couldn't help but laugh. Put a few strips in a Ziploc bag. We'll have it for lunch. Chapter 1580. They rested temporarily under a rock to replenish their energy. The 2 of them happened to be outside of the tornado. Once the tornado passed, they would have breakfast. Yi Qian really did grab a few fish and put them in a sealed bag. He then cut them into slices and put them in. After wiping away the traces, he walked with Prawn to the rendezvous point. They needed to meet up with the rest of the team. The sky was already bright, and they could see the dark clouds above the sea clearly, as if they were going to merge with the sea. The rain was so dense that it was like a net, and it never stopped. The leaves were crackling under the rain, which covered the sound of movement very well. At 7:00 in the morning, 2 members of the Storm Commandos were assassinated, and even their guns were taken. In terms of numbers, the 2 sides were once again tied, but from a tactical point of view, the 2 members were obviously killed by a close-range sneak attack. The Snowfield Brigade was good at sneak attacks. Li Jinyan took the fish that Prawn handed over and slowly chewed on it before saying, "Don't worry, we still have their captives." The captive J5 was also eating seafood. He was treated well, and he didn't even need to deal with it himself. "I'm the same as you guys. I don't know anything. If you capture me, based on my understanding of Q King, I'd love for you to get rid of me so that he won't be angry." J5 used to be an instructor. He was so eloquent that he could escape with his mouth. Even if he was captured, He wasn't in a hurry and could even talk to them with a smile. Yi Qian knew that J5 had once used his mouth to escape from danger. His eyes were full of pity. He really didn't understand the Devil King. Now that he had become his captive, it would be difficult for him to escape. Li Jinyan looked at him calmly and said to the water ghost, who was feeding him fish, "Feed him until he's full. Don't let Q King think that we're harsh on our captives." This sentence didn't sound wrong at all, but for some reason, J5 felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being targeted by a vicious beast. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. The wind and rain made visibility quite low, but this was nothing to the water ghosts. They had changed into jungle camouflage combat uniforms upon landing. Even though they knew that there was danger ahead, they were still fearless and continued to advance. The two scouts sent news that there was movement in an abandoned building. They were requesting the Devil King's instructions. This news lifted the spirits of the entire Storm Commandos. Needless to say, this was definitely their target. Give the order. Order the Storm Commandos to take down the occupied building before 12 o'clock. The command center issued the order of the Marine commander. The originally calm eyes of the Storm Commandos who received the order suddenly burst out with wolf-like gazes. They all stared at the Demon King. Seeing this, J5's expression changed. The Water Ghoul team was about to engage in a great battle. This. All of them were pinching him to death. After training together for so long, it wasn't that they didn't know the Demon King's strength, but they only knew how strong the Demon King was after seeing his commanding ability. "Sniper, I don't need you to snipe too many targets. Open up a gap for me." Li Jinyan used a rock as a target building. He held a tree branch in his hand and began to deploy. "The three of you complete the blast. Block their retreat." Chapter 1581. Li Jinyan, codenamed Demon King, was an expert in close and long-range combat. His skills were excellent, and he was especially good at commanding. His goal was to annihilate the enemy. His fighting style was tough, and he did not give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Li Jinyan left a deep impression on Yi Qian once again. Moreover, Demon King Li's strictness was beyond her imagination, because they did not have a battle map. Although the scouts had explored the abandoned building in front of them, they had not investigated the surrounding environment in detail. In order to make the arrangements more detailed, he ordered 2 more scouts to quickly get a general understanding of the terrain around the building. They had to take down the building before 12, and it was already 8:17. Now that they knew the mission, Li Jinyan was not in a hurry. He first went through all the arrangements in his mind, and then gave them one by one. He was the battle commander in the competition. Only by making the battle arrangements in advance could he be clear about everyone's mission. Never fight a battle that you are not confident in. That was Li Jinyan's motto. The water ghosts were not in a hurry. They patiently waited for news from the front. Yi Qian had always been patient. While waiting quietly, she leaned against a rock and closed her eyes to rest. The rain was so heavy, but she was still able to calm down and rest. Li Jinyan could not help but look at her a few more times. There was a faint, inexplicable darkness in his cold eyes. Qing Niao, able to endure hardships, stronger and more resilient than he had imagined. She was a very outstanding female soldier. He did not look at her for too long. After looking at her a few more times, Li Jinyan moved his gaze away and contacted his team members who were also fighting on the periphery. "Demon King, one of our brothers died. 2 people from the Snowfield Brigade died, and 1 was bitten to death. Both sides did not show up easily." The Big Shark reported the situation of their battle on the periphery, like Xia Jinyuan, Li Jinyan would not gather all his team members. He would split a small team to eliminate the smoke bomb team that Xia Jinyuan had released. Both Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan received the report from the Great Mermaid. So far, they had one more casualty than Xia Jinyuan. The strength of the two teams was already quite strong. Now, there was only one difference in the number of deaths. The Major General of the Army and the Commander of the Navy discussed and analyzed. In addition to the analysis of other generals, they estimated that the Storm Commandos had a chance of winning, but they would have to pay a high price. The advantage of the Storm Commandos was that they were familiar with fighting on the island in such strong winds and heavy rain, and they could quickly make advantageous judgments based on their experience. The Snowfield Brigade, on the other hand, was tenacious and had rich combat experience. Although they were fighting on the sea, they were still grounded. To them, it was no different from fighting in the mountains. The only thing that made them inferior to the Storm Commandos was that they were not familiar with the island's environment. In the future, we should have such a competition once a year. Only then can we advance together and encourage each other. Major General Chung Ken reflected on their shortcomings and pointed out their shortcomings. All this time, we've never focused on fighting on the sea and focused on fighting on land. This is a huge mistake. When he returned, he would apply for a sum of military funds for the Snowfield Brigade from the military headquarters to be used for fighting in various regions. The commander of the Navy nodded in agreement and said earnestly, "You're right. This kind of competition should be held once a year. Only then can we not be blinded by what we see. Only then can we constantly discover new problems and improve." Chapter 1582. Why was there a need to carry out normal military preparations, drills, and confrontations between different types of soldiers? Firstly, it was because they were afraid that if the peace lasted too long, the soldiers' bloodlust would fade, and they would think that they were real soldiers after just one round of training. Secondly, there was a need to constantly innovate and improve. They had to constantly discover new problems and improve the soldiers' ability to fight on the battlefield. As the saying went, those who love to fight will die. Those who forget to fight will be in danger. If they did not fight, did not practice, and did not engage in confrontations between different types of soldiers, they would only guard their own fields every day. It was all for show. If the enemy attacked, the entire army would be wiped out. The soldiers were the guardians of a country. If even the guardians became vegetarians, what awaited the country would be destruction. As special forces, they were the sharpest sword of the country. They were the sword that could turn the tide at critical times. If even they were unable to see the big picture, there was no need for the country to attack. They would be digging their own graves. After seeing the shortcomings of each other's teams, the two senior generals understood what kind of targeted training plans they had to arrange in the future. The battle situation changed on the big screen. Team B ambushed a member of Team A, and then Team A directly entered Team B's defensive zone to launch a sneak attack. No one could take advantage of the other, and no one would end up well. The Storm Commandos scouts brought back news at 9:30. Li Jinyan's battle deployment was even more meticulous. Split into 5 sectors. 3 teams will be responsible for clearing out their own sectors. The 7-shaped building had a team in the front, back, and middle sections. One team would be at the back, and the other team would block the retreat. The Demon King's ruthlessness could be seen from his tactical deployment. This was a man who was equally ruthless and steady in battle. He was on par with Captain Xia. Yi Qian listened attentively until Li Jinyan pointed at her. "Qing Niao, the 2 of us will be the first to enter within 1 kilometer of the target. I will scout, and you will complete the breakthrough." "Okay." Yi Qian nodded. This time, she was not the only sniper. There was another sniper who went around the back of the building to intercept them. Demon King Li's plan was very clear. He would press everyone into the urn and fight until there was no one left on both sides, or no bullets left. J5's face was extremely solemn when he heard this. The Demon King's battle was very stable, so stable that no one could find a single flaw. He was a little worried for his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. It was exciting to meet such an opponent. Unfortunately, he had been captured. What awaited him was still unknown. There was no need to wait any longer now that there was a thorough deployment. Escorting the captive, J5 shuttled through the dense rain like a net, advancing towards their destination. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The phantoms on the island started to move closer to the abandoned building. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan were faster than the other members. The two of them covered each other and braved the heavy rain to get within 1 kilometer of the target, using a pair of binoculars disguised as leaves. Li Jinyan carefully observed the building that was less than a kilometer away. After he finished observing, he bent down and gestured for Yi Qian to crouch down. His slender fingers, which were wearing combat gloves, directly divided the ground into various regions. He pointed at one of the regions and said, "This is their escape route. This is a breakthrough point. You are responsible for tearing it open. Come and take a look at their terrain." Yi Qian took the binoculars from him. After she finished observing the terrain, she pointed at the region that she was responsible for breaking through. "I will hide here. This is a turning point in the crossfire between the two sides. I can attack and provide cover." Chapter 1583. The island's environment was complicated, and the rain was heavy, which provided her with a lot of hiding spots. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was also convenient for her to change positions quickly. This was also the spot that Li Jinyan was optimistic about. Seeing that she pointed it out so quickly, there was a hint of appreciation in his cold eyes. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." At 10 o'clock sharp, the members of the Storm Commandos all went into battle. Yi Qian did not approach directly like they did. She fought alone and carried out a sniper operation. Therefore, while maintaining contact with the water ghosts, she reached the spot that Li Jinyan had agreed on with her. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was a sniping spot with a wide field of vision. Sniper Qing Miao in position. Over. After sending her position and coordinates, Yi Qian began to aim her gun at the bottom of the building, waiting for the water ghosts to arrive so that they could finish the battle together. The comrade in charge of reconnaissance noticed the situation and reported that the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos were approaching them. Xia Jinyuan immediately said to Ing Ke and Xiao Ying, "You two work with G3 to attack the periphery." There were originally 6 comrades in arms moving around the periphery, but only G3 was left. With Ing Ke and Xiao Ying, who were good at shooting, providing support, Xia Jinyuan was very calm. The 2 special forces of the country were fully engaged in battle. The water ghosts directly sneaked into the building and started to kill. Yi Qian was even faster, aiming at the entrance on her side to complete the mission that Li Jinyan had given her. The big screen in the command room showed the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. All the data was analyzed by the technical staff so that the senior generals in the command room could understand it in time and send the data to the military headquarters in time. In the military headquarters, General Xia placed his hands on the conference table quietly. His eyes were fixed on the data on the projection screen and the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. There were not many generals in the conference room. Other than the 3 senior generals in military uniforms, the leader that Yi Qian had accompanied before was also present. Beside the leader sat a dignified leader in casual clothes. This was the country's highest leader. He attached great importance to the battle between the 2 forces of the country and arrived at the military headquarters at 7 o'clock in the morning to watch. The combat standards of these two groups are very strong. However, Group B is obviously more suited for naval combat and can accurately find the Ming men. Group A's counterattack is strong. Not bad to be able to remain so calm in someone else's territory. It's clear that their combat skills are above average. China's highest leader gave a very high evaluation of this confrontation. Although he was serious throughout the whole process, his gaze was very gentle. Although the invisible pressure was still there, it could be seen that the highest leader was quite satisfied with this day's confrontation. When the leader saw the last scene, he couldn't help but point at the screen and ask Commander-in-Chief Xia with uncertainty, "Lieutenant General, this soldier is a female soldier, right?" "Yes, she is a military student from the National University of Science and Technology. She is currently in her first year. Her code name is Qing Niao for this operation." Commander-in-Chief Xia replied calmly and said admiringly, "She's a very outstanding female soldier. If there are no accidents, she will also become a soldier who will go abroad to participate in the competition next year. She is also the only female soldier who will participate in this battle." Yi Qian was outstanding, even more outstanding than that rascal of a son of his. Her excellence was not only seen by him, but also by the people in the room. To be fair, Yi Qian was worthy of praise. An orphan, a child without roots, since she was so outstanding, he would give her a good wind and hope that she could soar to the top. Chapter 1584. Yi Qian's vigorous and fearless figure appeared on the projection screen. When the Storm Brigade broke through the Snowfield Brigade's defensive line, Yi Qian switched out his sniper rifle for an assault rifle. In the heavy rain, even though it hurt when the rain fell on her body, and her body was so cold that it felt like her blood had frozen, she was still able to aim and protect her comrades as they attacked. Over there were comrades who had charged forward without a care for their own lives. Over there were people who had died. It was as if they had stepped over their bodies to enter. Over there, she saw the cruelty of war and the sorrow of blood and tears. The rapid sound of bullets could be heard amidst the rain. The signal device that signaled the death of a soldier let out a long and rapid beep. This made Yi Qian's expression turn colder and colder. This was a competition, but it was also a war. Her bullets were fired to protect the lives of her comrades. Her mission was to protect the lives of her comrades. Why did she appear here? Because she was a soldier. She shouldered the mission of a soldier, the sacred mission of fighting to protect her country. Their country had risen, and behind its rise was a strong military force. They had the new weapons that had appeared during the celebration, as well as millions of soldiers who were protecting their country. This was a country that had risen. She was a soldier of this country, a soldier who fought for glory. At this moment, Yi Qian was like a cold, unsheathed sword. Wherever the sword pointed, it would be invincible. In the end, not many members of the Storm Commandos managed to enter the 3-story building. In the end, there were only 8 of them. But the Snowfield Brigade wasn't any better. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were both ruthless soldiers. Even though their combat zone was limited to the 3-story building, the Storm Brigade couldn't advance any further, and the Snowfield Brigade couldn't go up or down either. Above them was the open roof. Outside, there was Yi Qian's suppressive fire. Below, the Storm Commandos' water demons appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Those who couldn't avoid being shot were shot from behind. Qing Yao's firepower is strong. It's all lethal suppression. Take a muzzle and aim it at her. The Snowfield Brigade had been suppressed by Yi Qian twice when they tried to charge up the hill. There was no way for them to charge out. The ability of a sniper was terrifying. They could cause serious and far-reaching damage to a small or large formation, or even an entire military area. They could cause great damage to a unit, and sometimes even destroy an elite unit. This was definitely not an exaggeration, but an indisputable fact. With her superb marksmanship, she could even go up against an armored unit. It seems that the last time I worked with her, she didn't display her full potential. K7 said in a low voice. He had almost been hit as well. If Q King hadn't pulled him back, he would have been one of the casualties. The Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Eagle had his back against the mottled wall. He raised his assault rifle and fired a volley of shots outside. Then, he quickly returned to his original position and crouched down. He said to K7, "If we don't kill the sniper outside, we won't be able to get out." Not to mention an armored unit with her accuracy F*CK. Even large equipment would be turned into a sieve by her. Another Snowfield Brigade member finished suppressing the enemy. He wiped the rainwater off his face and said in a low voice, "It's difficult. We still don't know where she is hiding." A sniper had fired multiple shots. She had fired so many shots that no one knew where she was hiding. This ability was enough to make people fear her. Chapter 1585. As for why they said that even an armored vehicle could be destroyed by a sniper, they weren't just making an analogy to describe how powerful the sniper was. If a sniper were to fight against an armored vehicle, such as a tank, people who didn't know better would think that a sniper wouldn't be able to defeat a tank. If they had such a thought, they would be gravely mistaken. Today's tanks relied on computers and optical equipment, but to a sniper, these were suitable targets. As long as a sniper targeted a tank, the tank would be destroyed by the sniper. The reason why Headmaster Chin was able to become the Soldier King of that era had a lot to do with his superb marksmanship. As for him, before he retired from the army, he had also trained a group of outstanding snipers. It was a pity that he had retired in a hurry, leaving behind too many regrets. Fortunately, his regrets didn't last forever. He trained Yi Qian to be an excellent sniper. Even though Yi Qian was still young, with Principal Chen's guidance and her own hard work, her sniping skills had reached a level where no matter how good the enemy was at hiding, she could still kill with one shot when she was in stealth mode or lying down. This was Yi Qian's ability. It could be said that no one in the entire Snowfield Brigade could surpass her. She could feel the reaction of the bullet when she held the gun, and she could even see the 4D dynamic anatomy of the gun in her mind. This kind of unique talent wasn't something that everyone had. If Yi Qian were to fight against a small or large squad, she wouldn't have any problems. Xia Jinyuan listened to the conversation of his comrades and felt an indescribable sense of pride. "Little Fox, I said that you would definitely become an excellent soldier. Look, you haven't even joined the Snowfield Brigade yet, but my comrades are already praising you." He wiped the rain off his face. His eyes were filled with the wildness of a wild wolf. He looked at the time and said to K7, "There are still 5 minutes until midnight. Don't even think about winning, but it was a good fight." Fighting with Demon King Li again, it was a good fight. It was too good. The joy of meeting a strong opponent and killing them. K7, who was usually expressionless, had a carefree expression on his face. He nodded and said, "There are still 4 days left. The best is yet to come. I'm looking forward to going up against Qing Niao." That's awesome. This time, it was different from the kind of continuous matches where once you died, you couldn't return to the battlefield. This was a match that was split into stages and subjects. The members who died on the first day would return to the team the next day to complete the next match. That was why K7 said the best part was yet to come. The military's highest-ranking leader who had been observing all this time saw this and spoke again. The female soldiers showed the bravery of soldiers earlier than the male soldiers. They have a sense of righteousness and are not afraid of sacrifice. The National University of Science and Technology has always been the cradle for cultivating the new generation of military officers in our country. Such female soldiers did not disgrace the school and have won glory for the school. There was no mention of winning glory for the country. The top leaders did not know that Yi Qian had carried out a mission before. However, they admired Yi Qian's state of mind. She did not treat this match as a competition. Instead, she treated it as a real battlefield filled with smoke and flames of war. Every bullet she fired was to protect her comrades and the country's leaders behind her. A female soldier from the National University of Science and Technology with the code name Qin Niao. Not bad. The Navy's commander personally received Yi Qian's call and told her personally, Qin Niao, the country's highest-ranking leader, has given you extremely high praise for your combat skills. He has also called for all female soldiers to follow your example and learn from you. Chapter 1586. Just as the high-ranking generals had predicted, the Storm team won the match. There were still 41 seconds left before midnight. But just as the generals had predicted, even though they won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The Snowfield Brigade was a pack of wolves from the depths of the snowy region. They had a strong and unbreakable tacit understanding and absolute obedience. They also fought as one and were ruthless enough to not let go of their opponents. Fighting on the sea was their weakness. If they had fought in the mountains, forests, plateaus, plains, or deserts, it would have been very difficult for the Storm Amphibious Assault Team to achieve victory. Of course, this didn't mean that the Storm Amphibious Assault Team couldn't do it. They had been established in June last year, and under the leadership of Demon King Li, they could still fight with the Snowfield Brigade for a few hours and win in the end. This was enough to prove how successful Demon King Li's training and commanding were. If they had been established a few years earlier, then today's competition would have been even more exciting and exciting. When Yi Qian, who was talking to the Navy commander, heard this, Yi Qian, whose clothes were so wet that there wasn't a single spot on his body that was dry, stood up straight, facing praise from the country's highest leader. He was definitely emotional. However, his voice was still steady as he replied calmly, "This is what I should do because I am a soldier." "Very good. You are unfazed by both praise and humiliation." The Navy commander praised, and his admiration for Yi Qian grew even more. When the Navy commander found out that someone was secretly plotting against Yi Qian, he immediately took off his military cap and placed it on the table during a military meeting. He stood up and said coldly, "If she violates any military discipline or military law, I, Dong Lixing, will take off my military uniform." This was how much he trusted Yi Qian. Yi Qian never lost his sense of propriety in the face of praise. Everyone here was so outstanding, so why was she the only one who was praised? There was another reason, because she was the only female soldier in the two brigades. Just this identity alone was enough for the country's highest leader to pay extra attention to her. In addition, she fought a little fiercely in the last half an hour, so naturally, the highest leader paid extra attention to her and praised her. Receiving praise and glory didn't only belong to her, but also to everyone. The tent is set up. Go change your clothes. Behind him, Li Jinyan walked over to remind him. The expression on his handsome face was as cold as ice. Even the way he looked at Yi Qian was the same as before. While Yi Jian was on the phone with the Navy commander, they had already set up the tent. Yi Jian smiled and said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Li Jinyan replied, looking at the approaching female soldier. A faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. When she came closer, he said indifferently, "Today was very exciting. We'll continue tomorrow." Yi Qian, who who had never praised anyone before, was suddenly praised by the Demon King, who had never praised anyone before, but this time she was really surprised. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and replied calmly, "My comrades cooperated very well, which was why I had the firepower in the later stages of the game. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such results." "Yeah, but you're really good at sniping." Li Jinyan, who didn't talk to the female soldier as they walked, suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and tried his best to not let the conversation turn cold. He had no choice. He was now shouldering a very heavy responsibility. The Navy commander had secretly ordered him to make Qin Niao stay and join the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team, no matter what method he used. He had received this order 10 minutes ago. Chapter 1587. Li Jinyan wasn't surprised to receive the commander's secret order. His vice captain, Big Shark, had hinted to him several times and also mentioned it to the commander. As for himself, it would be hypocritical to say that he didn't want Yi Qian to join the team. How could he not be moved when such an outstanding female soldier was standing in front of him? He also wanted Yi Qian to join the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. But some things couldn't be achieved just because you wanted them. Yi Jian was not an ordinary female soldier. She was a female soldier sent by the army to study in the Navy. She was carefully cultivated by the army. The direction of cultivation was to become an Army Special Warfare Special Forces. This was not a goal that could be achieved overnight. It started when she was 14 years old. The commander wanted him to persuade her to join the Navy. Li Jinyan felt that it would be harder than fighting Xia Jinyuan. Thinking back to the conversation between the commander and him 10 minutes ago, Li Jinyan couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his forehead. How should he tell Yi Qian? "Jinyan, I think this female soldier, Yi Jian, is really not bad. She has the ability, the education, and the looks. Do you think her looks are just average? She's a flower in the eyes of the entire army. Tell me, how can we miss out on such a good soldier? We have to do everything we can to win her over." At that time, the commander's voice was very low. It was obvious that he deliberately took a few minutes to contact him behind the backs of the army generals who were watching the battle. So the more he spoke, the lower his voice was, as if he was afraid of being overheard. "I knew she was good before, but I thought that no matter how good she was still a female soldier. It would be the same if we recruited a few more powerful male soldiers. But now, I have to say that I underestimated Yi Qian. How is she good? She's going to heaven." At that time, he said, if she wasn't good, the army wouldn't have sent Q King to personally send her over. If she wasn't good, the army wouldn't have spent so much effort to cultivate her. That's right. So, we have to keep her. The commander's tone at that time made him speechless. Because Yi Qian was good, they wanted to keep her. It didn't sound wrong. It was simple and easy to understand. Before he could speak, the commander lowered his voice again and said, "Talent? We don't have to be afraid of talent in our team. When the Snowfield Brigade made a move, they shocked all of us who were watching the battle. The army did send her, but Yi Qian is still a military school student. We haven't decided which unit she'll be assigned to yet. Therefore, we have to act one step ahead of time. We can't wait for the other army field units to join in the fun. Yi Qian, there will always be people to keep her." Li Jinyan didn't know that when the Navy commander heard him say this, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally understood what he meant. That's right, that's what he meant. If that was all, Li Jinyan wouldn't feel as awkward as he did now. Seeing that they were done talking and could hang up, the commander whispered to him again, "I just mentioned Yi Jian's looks. I think you're not bad either. Why don't you try a honey trap or something?" Your vice captain, Big Shark, mentioned it to me in a very subtle way before. At the time, I thought it was ridiculous. Now that I think about it, it seems like it could work. Both of you are unmarried. It would be a good story to match the two of you together. After Big Shark, this was the second time someone tried to match him with Yi Qian. Chapter 1588. He didn't have any thoughts about it, but people kept mentioning it to him. Could it be that in their eyes, he was so old that he needed help finding friends? Regardless of whether he had to find a girlfriend, it depended on whether the other party was willing to accept him. Furthermore, Li Jinyan glanced at the female soldier who was able to keep up with his pace. Under the influence of the commander, he couldn't help but take another look at the female soldier. Because of that one look, Li Jinyan, who had never been interested in a woman before, suddenly felt that the female soldier was indeed very beautiful. Major Li Jinyan, who had always treated women as if they were a blank piece of paper, finally couldn't go against his true feelings. For the first time, he praised a girl in his heart. Very beautiful. It wasn't the kind of beauty that was full of splendor, but it was definitely not a simple and elegant beauty. Yi Qian's beauty was a combination of both. When she was in battle, she was as beautiful as a peony. When she was in full bloom, she was famous in the capital. When she was quiet, she was like a lotus flower that stood aloof from worldly affairs, but was so beautiful that it made people's eyes linger. When she smiled, she was like a trickling stream hidden in a mountain stream, gentle, virtuous, and even just looking at her smile made people feel comfortable. It was impossible to tell that she was a sniper who could hold back 10,000 men. When she smiled, she didn't look aggressive at all. Only the elegant expression between her brows showed that she was a resilient girl. Yi Qian could tell that Li Jinyan was intentionally trying to find a topic to chat with her. So, no matter what he said, she responded with a slight smile. She didn't say anything more, nor did she say anything less. From beginning to end, she maintained her elegance and politeness. They were still a short distance away from the camp. Seeing that the quiet Devil King was running out of topics to talk about, Yi Qian naturally asked casually, "Devil King, at that time, my code name was Jin Feng. Why did it change to Qing Yao the next day?" She had always wanted to ask, but she hadn't found the opportunity. Other than training, the two teams were still training. When they had time, they would gather together to discuss topics related to training and skills. How could they have the time to talk about things unrelated to the match? This time, if it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to find a topic to talk about and not make the atmosphere awkward, she wouldn't have asked. Li Jinyan did not hide anything and replied, "Q King said that there are a lot of code names like Golden Phoenix in the army. It's extremely vulgar and unpleasant to the ears." Qing Yao was given by him. It does sound better than Jin Feng. Qing Yao was the predecessor of the Phoenix. It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan had high hopes for Yi Qian. As for asking him to sacrifice his manhood with Xia Jinyuan around, who would need his manhood? None of them told the commander that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan seemed to have an unusual relationship. However, this was someone else's private matter. As long as it didn't affect the training, he wouldn't care, nor did he have much interest in caring. No matter how beautiful Yi Qian was, he had to keep his distance. He didn't want others to misunderstand and cause unnecessary trouble. Li Jinyan was a mature and introverted man. He had always analyzed things thoroughly. He was also an excellent soldier with his own set of principles and bottom lines. Since he could vaguely feel that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's relationship was unusual, he definitely wouldn't do anything. Even if he did admire Yi Qian, it had to stay within the framework of admiration between comrades in arms. He couldn't take another step forward. After Yi Qian figured out the origin of her code name, she couldn't help but smile. So it was given by Captain Xia. However, Qing Niao sounded better than Jin Feng. Even though she didn't care about these things, having a more elegant code name wasn't a bad idea. Chapter 1589. Knowing that he was someone who could take a joke, Yi Qian laughed and said, "Qing Niao does sound better than Jin Feng. It's much more elegant. Demon King, did you come up with the team's code names?" So simple. They were all related to the fish. Yes, easy to remember. Thinking of this code name, Li Jinyan's eyes flashed with a smile. Last year, when they formed the team, everyone was required to have a code name. Coincidentally, they caught a lobster during a deep dive, and the team member who caught the lobster said, "Big Lobster." Big Merman replied, "Codename Big Lobster? Then I'll codename Big Merman." That was how the team's code names came about. After Yi Qian listened to the process of coming up with a code name, he laughed so hard that his pearly white teeth could be seen. It's really easy to remember. I just have to shout like a sea creature, and someone will answer me. Li Jinyan could hear the teasing in her laughter, but he did not think much of it. Their team's code names sounded worse than the Snowfield Brigade's code names, but they were easy to remember and could not be shouted wrongly, so it did not matter if they sounded bad. Ahead of them was the mountain camp that they had arrived at tonight. Li Jinyan saw her shoulders shrink and quickened his pace. "Change your clothes and come to my place to discuss the competition tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We don't have much time, so hurry up." It was now 9:43 p.m. They had been sent here by a transport plane from the island at 5 p.m. today. It was the location of the competition the next 2 days. It was a mountain range that was 3 hours away from High Province by flight. The command center calculated the time very precisely because they needed to avoid being seen, so everything could only be done in the dark. Darkness was the best cover. So once the wind stopped, they immediately sent a transport plane to the island. When they arrived at the mountain, it was almost 9 p.m. Even though the competition was only going to last for 5 days, there were 3 locations: the sea, the mountain, and the plateau. The training that followed would focus on the plateau, the plains, the mountain, and the forest. The storm commandos who were participating in the special training would be led by Li Jinyan. This was what the water ghosts were hoping for. They needed this kind of training. You've already received the order? When he heard about the confrontation tomorrow, and the day after, Yi Qian's eyes lit up. Our 2 teams didn't camp together tonight, so we don't know each other's exact location. How are we going to proceed? Li Jinyan was a little embarrassed when he thought of the Marine commander's last words. Now, his heart was clear and calm. He replied in a very light tone, "Our next task is to hunt." Hunting referred to killing the members of both sides within 2 days, without leaving a single one alive. While Yi Qian was talking to the Navy commander, Li Jinyan was receiving orders and instructions from the Army Major General. Along the way, they still had many missions to complete, all of which were obstacle missions. Only by completing these missions and killing the other party's members could it be considered a real hunt. He briefly explained the mission to Yi Qian and then added, "They didn't give us an exact time, so it's possible that we'll start the battle tonight. We need to discuss it before we go to sleep." "All right, I'll come over immediately after I get changed." Without further ado, Yi Qian quickened his pace. It was a little cold. They had been in the wind and rain for the whole day. After 4 hours on the transport plane, they finally managed to dry their combat uniform a little. But when they got off the plane at the mountain, they were met with another cold rain, and the combat uniform was completely soaked again. But this time, it was a little cold. It was autumn in the mountains, and the temperature at night was not even 20 degrees. Even Yi Qian, who had a good physique, felt a little cold. Chapter 1590. Hunting was the longest mission in this competition. When Yi Qian saw the arrangement, he could not help but purse his lips a little. It was even more difficult than today's building invasion. It looked like a mission, but it was not. This competition was divided into 3 small missions, each more difficult than the last. This time, they had to carry 25 kilograms of combat equipment and complete the hostage target, search shooting, support shooting, and shooting with 100 bullets in a 300 time limit. The reason Yi Qian pursed his lips was because of the last mission, which required him to partner up with 100 bullets in a 300 time limit. Everyone has to complete the shooting with 100 bullets in a 300 time limit. You have to pass through 4 large obstacles in the middle. Li Jinyan emphasized the fact that the Storm Commandos and the Shuiyu Brigade had a limited time limit of 100 rounds of accurate shooting. This was the strength that both the Storm Commandos and the Shuiyu Brigade had. The difficulty was that they had to change guns and switch targets midway. Li Jinyan looked at Yi Qian. Who do you want to partner up with? Changing guns in the middle of shooting meant that one of the team members would quickly change the magazine and hand over the gun in his hand to his partner after firing 50 bullets. The partner would then have to finish firing 50 bullets at this time to complete the change of gun and switch their target positions. This training not only required the two to have good teamwork, but they also needed to know how many bullets they had to fire. Furthermore, both parties had to maintain synchronized shooting. Only when the other party was changing magazines would the person holding the gun need to slightly control their shooting speed. Only then would they be able to reload the magazine properly. Yi Qian had just finished firing 50 bullets and managed to switch guns at the same time as the other party. Why did Li Jinyan ask Yi Qian first? It was mainly because she did not have much time to train with them, so she had to choose who had the best teamwork with her. Devil, you and Qing Miao are the best partners. Big Shark, who had a band-aid on her face, suggested. Qing Miao usually trains with you. You two also worked together during the final battle today. This time, it's still the two of you. Yi Qian had no problems, but he did not know if the devil would have any problems. Sure. Li Jinyan nodded. The rest of the team members already had their own partners, so there was no need for him to arrange them one by one. They could just discuss in private. He glanced at Yi Qian indifferently, then continued with the next topic. Search shooting, hostage shooting, and support shooting will be done in 2 groups. I will be in charge of one group, and De Xiao will be in charge of the other group. As for Yi Qian, he was naturally assigned to Li Jinyan's team. Because they needed to march tomorrow and the next 2 days, and because the 4th and 5th days were continuous confrontations, the 2 teams had to finish arranging everything according to the events of these 4 days. It was already late into the night, but none of the members of the 2 teams had fallen asleep. They were all gathered together to discuss the battle tactics for the next 4 days. Xia Jinyuan pointed to the sniper team duel in the last round, and Jun Yin said coldly, "We're using a single cycle method. Every member of our team needs to duel with every member of the Storm Commandos. Our teams have the same number of people, which means that each person will need to duel 21 times. It's the same for Qing Miao. She needs to duel with all of you once. Those of you who have not seen her sniping before, take a good look at how she completes her sniping. It's a very beautiful sniping skill. Even if you can't learn it, just take a look." Chang'ing said, "I want to be the first to experience it." Chapter 1591. "Then I'll be the second," said Pigeon Hawk. "Changing is more cowardly than me. I'll cheer him on from the back so that he won't faint from Qing Miao. No one will come out to drag him back to the team." J5, who was sitting cross-legged, glanced at the 2 who spoke. The twins in the team had a tacit understanding of more than 98%, And they also had the legendary telepathy. The two of them were not to be trifled with. One of them attacked while the other defended. Their coordination was perfect. At the same time, they also liked challenging difficult things. Yesterday, the two brothers did not see Yi Qian's best firepower. They only heard their comrades discussing it, so it was normal for them to be aroused. J5 smiled and said, "Young man, you're brave. We have no problem with the two of you taking the lead." It was also good to let them see Qin Niao's strength. He believed that the two brothers' expressions would be very interesting when the time came. It was just like when he saw Qin Niao's strength back then. He could not believe that she was a student. He could not believe, how could a student be so strong? "Take care, brothers." Pigeon nodded at the two of them and gave them her blessings in advance. By heat T6, V8, and finally the silent G3, and K7 gave them their blessings. Xia Jinyuan had no objections. He clapped his hands on the spot and said, "Okay, it's settled." He was afraid that the two brothers would go back on their word. Apart from their different personalities, their looks, temperament, and height were very similar. The two brothers looked at each other and had a bad feeling. Did they do something they shouldn't have done? Did they take the initiative to do something that Pigeon and the others didn't want to do? Although they had a bad feeling, the decision was already made and could not be changed, so there was no need to think about it. They looked at each other again and then nodded at Xia Jinyuan, indicating that they had no problems. Major Xia also nodded at them seriously. "Good luck, brothers. I have high hopes for you." Their courage was commendable. He just hoped that they wouldn't look too bad when the time came. Next, Xia Jinyuan finished talking about the confrontation projects for tomorrow and the next 2 days, as well as the 4th and 5th day. He also made tight arrangements and didn't dismiss them until 1/4 past midnight. Li Jinyan's side had also been making arrangements. The reason why the battle between kings was so exciting was that they had carefully planned and deployed the entire battle. However, the battlefield was ever-changing. No matter how good your arrangements were, there would always be some things that deviated from your plan. At that time, it would depend on the commanding ability of the entire team. As the battle commanders, Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan had to be in charge of every match. Whether they were capable or not was clearly seen by the senior generals on the big screen. The battle in the mountains is the Snowfield Brigade's territory. This time, we are not looking to see if the Storm Amphibious Frogmen can defeat the Snowfield Brigade. We are mainly looking to see the Demon King's commanding ability and adaptability on the battlefield. Lieutenant General Xia's figure appeared on the big screen. His voice was clear and dignified as he conveyed the orders from the military. A newly formed Marine Special Force that has been established for less than 1.5 years. We can be harsh on their training, but we can't deny their achievements based on their results. The military has seen the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team's efforts and have high hopes for them. This competition focuses on finding problems and solving them, not harsh criticism. Chapter 1592. Commander Dong, who was standing in front of the big screen, saluted and replied with a serious expression, "Yes, sir, we'll follow the military's arrangements." Not only did the military have high hopes for the two special forces in next year's competition, but so did the highest leaders in the Great Hall. Commander-in-Chief Xia conveyed the instructions of the highest leaders. Since there's a beginning, there must be a good ending. Train hard in the country and discover your own shortcomings. Use 120% of your determination to turn your shortcomings into your strengths. Then use 120% of your perseverance to shoulder the responsibilities of a soldier. Train hard and be strict with yourself for next year's competition. Finally, bring glory to the country and return with glory. Yes, sir. All the generals and soldiers in the command center stood at attention and saluted. They replied to the military and the great hall in a loud and confident voice. The two brigades with responsibilities had already set off with 25 kilograms of equipment. At 3 o'clock in the morning, an order came from the command center through the radio. The competition began. The two teams quickly entered the competition area and began the competition. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the water ghosts of the storm commandos who were crouching in the deep, withered grass stared at the pine forest in front of them. 3 minutes later, four figures crouched and quickly approached the forest under the cover of the withered grass. Two of them were scouting while the other two were on guard. After confirming that there were no problems at the edge of the forest, they sent a signal to their team members. The water ghosts crouching in the withered grass quickly advanced in groups of two. Under their feet were thick, withered pine needles that were so soft that they did not make a sound when stepped on. Due to the autumn rain last night, the entire forest was filled with a damp and rotten smell. "Forward," someone said in a low voice. Several figures were on guard while advancing quickly. Everyone's legs were slightly bent, and their backs were slightly forward. They held their guns with both hands and entered the depths of the pine forest in a combat state where they were ready to shoot at any time. When they entered the forest, there was fog. It was not thick, but it was visible to the naked eye. It was like the handkerchief on the arm of a celestial being, ethereal and illusory. Everyone was wearing a forest combat uniform. The color was close to the color of the mountains and forests. It was a very good camouflage function. The way they advanced in groups of two belonged to the thin but not missed tactic. Once the other side was targeted, the other team members could react quickly. The birds on the branches carelessly chirped and flapped their wings. Their small bodies passed through the thick pine leaves and landed on another tree in the blink of an eye. The silent water ghosts suddenly reacted. Some of them quickly went behind the trees, some of them quickly squatted, some of them directly lay down, and some of them propped themselves up with their elbows. All of them quickly found the correct position. Bang, bang, bang. Countless gunshots broke the silence. The bullets shuttled through the air and instantly made the atmosphere in the forest extremely tense. The water ghosts were already in combat mode. When the gunshots rang out, the entire team reacted in unison and began to fight. "Everyone search and shoot." Li Jinyan's cold voice came through the earpiece. He and Yi Qian had finished clearing the first wave of obstacles and were already moving forward quickly. Obstacles cleared. Forward. Following his voice, the hidden water ghosts quickly moved forward. At the same time, they quickly moved the rifles in their hands, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger to complete the search and shoot. Once the obstacles in front of them were cleared, all the team members could not stay any longer. They needed to move forward quickly and finish shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1593. The sound of gunfire continued in the pine forest. Every figure was incomparably vigorous as they advanced forward. The bullets that were shot out all hit their targets. Everyone's heart was very tense. Once the wrong target was hit, the score of this event would be all zero. This was a test of everyone's eyesight, vision, judgment, and reaction time. Only by excelling in all aspects could they pass safely. Devil King, 4 directions, 2 shooting points. Yi Qian was half kneeling on one knee. She had completed 2 shooting points in an instant. The shooting points were prepared by the local troops in advance and were controlled by the computer. When they entered the infrared surveillance zone, the control system sounded an alarm, and everyone immediately went into search shooting mode. This was similar to a hostage target. The difference was that they had to move forward, and the search area was larger. Li Jinyan quickly turned sideways. His gaze was so cold and sharp that it was like an icicle shining under the winter sun. He fired quickly and cooperated with Yi Jian to shoot at 2 points in 4 directions. Clear. Li Jinyan's back was close to Yi Qian. The two of them moved forward quickly, one in front and one behind. The pine forest was 2 kilometers long. Every once in a while, a new target would appear for the water ghosts to complete their search. When it was Yi Qian's turn to move forward, Li Jinyan noticed a problem. Her shooting was fast. What did it mean to be faster than him by 0 seconds? It meant that his first bullet had been fired, and her second bullet had already been fired. It meant that his shooting speed was twice as fast as hers. If this was on the battlefield, it meant that she had twice as much time to complete the battle as the others, and she would be able to clear all the targets before the enemy could react. With this kind of speed, even Li Jinyan, who had always been calm, was shocked. In the command center, the technicians were already analyzing Yi Qian's shooting speed, the number of bullets she had fired, and her hit rate. On the large screen, the female soldier's painted face was as cold as the male soldier's. Her gaze was even more murderous than the male soldier's. When the 3 sets of data came out, the technicians thought that they might have made a mistake. To be safe, they recalculated again. When they saw the results, the technicians who were holding the data sucked in a cold breath. What a terrifying shooting speed. He murmured and passed the data to the clerk beside him. He was responsible for sending it to the commanders in the command center. The members who entered the competition only had victory in their eyes. The Navy commander, who was watching, stared at the screen. Although he looked serious, his eyes were full of trust for his soldiers. Demon King Li's ability made him believe in the entire team's ability. When the clerk passed the data to him, the Navy commander took a rough look. His expression changed, but his face remained serious, unchanging. He leaned forward slightly and whispered to the Major General of the Army, who was watching the Shuiyu team's search and shooting. "Old Yang, look at this data and see who it belongs to." His voice was a little low, but there was a hint of excitement in it. The Navy commander wanted to keep Dong Shiwebbing in suspense, but the Major General took a look at the data and laughed. "Old Dong, I don't need to guess anymore. I know whose data it is." You know, the Marine commander's body moved again, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. The suspected Major General laughed. "Of course I know. Why else do you think I spent so much effort to train her? I've watched this girl grow up." Chapter 1594. Major General's words forced the Navy commander to face reality. Old Yang was right. Yi Qian had indeed grown up under the Army's watch. Last time, in order to allow her to join the Storm Commandos and train with Jin Yan, Old Yang had sent her a set of personal information about Yi Jian. This information was classified as a military secret. As long as she exited after reading it, the system would automatically destroy the information. Yi Qian had been discovered by the Army when she was still a middle school student. She had been carefully trained by the Army. Now, he wanted to keep Yi Qian in the Navy. Ha ha! Old Yang didn't get angry and leave because he had good self-control. Thank you, the Army, for putting so much effort into training her. That's why I've seen such an excellent female soldier. This data, the Navy commander smiled and sighed. I'm really shocked. He smiled at the existence of such a female soldier, but also sighed at the existence of such a female soldier because she wasn't a member of the Navy. When I found out how fast she could shoot, my reaction was similar to yours. I was shocked and a little skeptical. I didn't think it was possible for her to shoot that fast. Major General didn't care that the Navy commander wanted to poach Yi Qian. Everyone who had seen her knew how outstanding she was. It was normal for someone to want to poach her. Xia Jinyuan had discovered how fast she could shoot when she was on a mission in Pakistan. He had reported it to the army as soon as the mission was over. At that time, he was also quite surprised and didn't think it was possible. When he came back from Pakistan, he saw the video sent by the army with his own eyes. Only then did he believe that although the little girl was young, she was very capable. I've seen her results and her improvement. Major General took another set of data and compared it. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. She's improved. Her speed has increased, but her accuracy is still 100%. Very good. School life didn't make her regress. The Navy commander smiled. Old Young, I want to steal her from you even more now. Why don't we give it a try? Let's see if she's willing to stay. You're bringing such a good soldier out for others to see. It's simply tempting. Ha ha ha. Old Dong, you're not being kind. Major General Liu laughed even louder. He handed the data back to the Navy commander and replied with a smile, It's useless even if you try. We'll only know if it works after we try it. I think it's a good idea for Yi Qian to stay in the Navy. She has a bright future. The Marine commander really wants to try this time, so he said with a serious expression, Old Young, I'm not joking with you. I do have such a plan. Major General Liu's smile didn't change. Sure, as long as she's willing to join the Navy, I won't stop her. However, Old Dong, let's make an agreement first. You can only move her with emotions and reason. You can't use your power to force her. As long as he agreed, everything would be fine. Although he had the intention of poaching, it was not his style to let a dignified commander do things secretly. Hearing this, the Navy commander solemnly replied, Then you can rest assured. You should know how I, Old Dong, deal with things. Using force to threaten absolutely does not exist. As long as I know that she has no intention of joining the Navy, I will never use my power to oppress her. Using power to force someone to join the Navy would definitely cause a big problem. Yi Qian, who had completed the search and shoot, took a break with her comrades. They cleaned up their equipment and reloaded their magazines. Chapter 1595. With a click, Li Jinyan reloaded the magazine. When he looked up, he saw Yi Qian disassembling the bomb. Beside her was a male soldier from Fuzhou with the code, named Big Fish. He was telling Yi Qian, the shell jammed. The bullet almost went off course. There are many reasons for a bullet to jam. Some of them are due to the huge reaction force after the bullet is fired, causing it to be unable to pass through the shell ejection port normally. Some of them are due to the fact that the first bullet in the ejection port did not return to its original position, causing the shell to jam. Although these situations are rare, this is the problem with this gun. Fixing the gun, unloading the gun, inspecting the gun shaft, these were all taught to Yi Qian by Uncle Jen, who was a first-class sergeant. Now, what she said to her comrades was also taught by Uncle General from the day she touched the gun. Uncle Jen taught Yi Qian how to recognize a gun, identify it, measure it, and unload it. He waited until she reached a certain level where she could assemble all kinds of guns with her eyes closed before teaching her how to fix a gun. She removed the barrel, unloaded the barrel, loosened the small parts, such as the recoil spring, the front and rear recoil spring guides. Then, she loosened the iron on the automatic mechanism, removed the hammer reducer, and found the key to the problem. Big Fish was dumbfounded. Come, take a look here. There's no way to fix the ejection port. Let's manually return the thimble to its original position. Then the ejection port will automatically return to its original position. Yi Qian used a blank bullet to move the thin, sharp, and extremely short thimble. With a soft clang, the ejection port returned to its original position. Yi Qian smiled at him. Her small face, which was covered in oil paint, was so gentle that it seemed to have a soft glow. It's fixed. You even know how to fix guns. Big Fish stuttered. In the beginning, he really thought she was joking. Who knew She really knew how to fix guns. I know a little. I don't need to use big tools to fix the small problems. Now that the damaged parts had been fixed, it was time to assemble the gun. By the time Yi Qian finished speaking, she had already assembled the 3 parts. Her hand speed was so fast that Big Salmon's eyelids twitched. Li Jinyan had been watching her the entire time. He watched as she took Big Fish's gun and disassembled it skillfully as she spoke. Then, she accurately found the part that had the problem and finished assembling the gun in less than 3 minutes at a dazzling speed. He lowered his head and looked at the time. He had used 6 minutes after returning the repaired rifle. Yi Qian said, "Don't worry about it jamming again. If you have any more problems, you can come and look for me again. You know how to repair guns." Li Jinyan's voice came from the side. By the time Yi Qian turned to look, the tall and slender man was already sitting beside her. The thick paint on his face made it impossible to see his face clearly. Only his sharp and cold eyes gave Yi Qian a sense of familiarity. The Devil King, who had changed into his combat uniform, looked even more imposing than usual. With the thick paint on his face, he seemed to have become a different person. Yi Qian, who had been hugging his assault rifle, smiled and nodded. "I can solve normal problems. As long as I find the problem, I can also solve the more difficult problems. If it's more difficult, it will take more time. The army has indeed put in a lot of effort into training you." Li Jinyan nodded slightly. Then he said something that made Yi Qian a little stunned. "Join the Navy?" Yi Qian couldn't help but be a little surprised. Did the commander say that? Chapter 1596. That's right, Li Jinyan was talking about this. He didn't think that there was anything to be surprised about, nor did he think that it was difficult to answer. Seeing that Yi Qian was a little surprised, he asked, "Are you surprised?" Of course, she was surprised. She was sent by the army to study as a soldier. Didn't the commander of the Navy know that? Why would he still want her to join the Navy? "I'm a little surprised, especially when I heard that you wanted me to join the Navy." Yi Qian laughed. She couldn't guess what the devil was thinking. He seemed to have a deep personality, but sometimes he was very straightforward. For example, shouldn't he be a little more tactful when asking her this question? Li Jinyan seemed to have guessed Yi Qian's thoughts. He looked straight at Yi Qian with cold eyes. He didn't avoid her gaze and simply answered her, "You are very outstanding, so the commander of the Navy wants you to stay. Isn't this a very normal thing?" Yi Qian was speechless. Was this a very normal thing? This was directly trying to poach her. "You can think about it, whether you want to stay or not. You just need to tell me the result." The devil was as concise as ever. He didn't say too much and only wanted to express his meaning clearly. As for why he didn't try to be tactful, the reason was simple. He didn't think that Yi Qian would stay, and she would tell him with certainty that she wouldn't stay. He didn't even need to think about it. Just as he counted to 2 in his heart, he heard Yi Qian reply with a smile, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander of the Navy. I'm really sorry, but I only want to stay in the Army and become a soldier in the Army's Special Forces." As he thought, there was no need to think about it. With a smile on her face, she answered him firmly. She didn't want to join the Navy, and she had never thought of joining the Navy. "Okay, I got it. You still have 2 minutes to rest. Tidy up your equipment." Li Jinyan got up after receiving the reply. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was already tidying up her equipment. "I believe in you. No matter which branch you are in, which position you are in, you will be an outstanding soldier." Yi Qian was like a ball of light wherever she went. She could illuminate and warm others. He had no reason not to believe that she would not become an outstanding soldier. At this moment, the female soldier Yi Qian was an outstanding soldier. A female soldier who could shoot faster than others would definitely have great achievements. She would definitely go further in her career and become a resounding rose that would be revered by everyone on the military road. After a short rest, they resumed their journey. The Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team marched at their fastest speed. They needed to be the first to complete all the tasks and then secretly hunt the members of the Snowfield Brigade. They wanted to bring it forward, and so did Xia Jinyuan. The final meeting point will be around this mountain lake. The Infernal King and the others are good swimmers, so there will definitely be an ambush around the mountain lake. J5, you take a team to surround the rear and trap them around the mountain lake. The rest of you catch one and take care of one. Xia Jinyuan was still munching on the hardtack he had eaten for breakfast. He seized the time to prepare for the next step of the battle. J5 nodded to indicate that he had no problem with it. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll leave the Qing Niao side to you. It would be better if they won, but if they couldn't, then it would be a little awkward." "Idiot!" T6 glanced at him and said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll look for the Qing Niao. Leave the rest to the scouts." Xia Jinyuan did not mind letting Yi Qian use his team members for practice. "All right, I'll leave the Qing Niao side to you, and the Infernal King side to me. None of you are to fight with me." Chapter 1597. No one in the Snowfield Brigade was going to compete with Xia Jinyuan, so they decided to let them handle the duel between two kings. The rest of the team could just watch from the sidelines. The Devil's overall strength was very strong, and only Q King was a match for him in the entire team. The Snowfield Brigade rested for 10 minutes after completing the search shot and knowing the next step of the battle. On the other side, J5 walked up to Xia Jinyuan and asked, "Qing Yao is very fast. Do you think the Navy will try to poach her after this competition?" J5, who used to be an instructor, had always been more far-sighted. Now that he thought about the possibility of Yi Qian being targeted by the Navy, he felt a little uneasy. Xia Jinyuan was sorting out the magazine. When he heard J5's question, he smiled and said, "It's too late for you to worry. She has been training with Devil King Li's water ghost for 10 days, and they even fought together yesterday. The Navy already has a certain understanding of her strength. It's normal for them to want to poach her." His little fox was a ball of light wherever she went, so it was normal for the Navy to target her. J5 became anxious when he heard this. When he thought about the details of the two people switching guns during the search shot, his expression changed. He stared at Xia Jinyuan and asked very slowly, "If that's the case, then we have to ask the Major General to step in. We can't let the Navy commander take her away." Looking at J5, who initially opposed Yi Jian's relationship with him and even talked to him several times, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and deliberately said, "If Cyan Bird really goes to the Navy, you should be the happiest. After all, at that time, you were afraid that something would happen between us. That's because you liked her when she was in junior high school. Of course, I was afraid that something would happen between you two." J5 knew that he was doing it on purpose. He glared at him and said, "The situation is different now. Qing Yao is now a college student. She's already an adult. Why would I be afraid that something would happen between you two, other than the fact that you can't get married? You can have sex with her." J5 was sometimes very tough when he spoke. Xia Jinyuan was shocked by his words. Soon, the thick-skinned major nodded seriously. "You're right." J5 was puzzled. "Q King, which part of what I said was right and which was wrong?" Xia Jinyuan, who had finished loading the magazine, smiled at J5. His handsome face was obviously painted with thick paint, but J5 saw a trace of something he had never seen before: evil. That's right, it was evil. Even if he was wearing a combat suit, it couldn't hide his evil. When J5 blinked his eyes, he still saw the familiar painted face, as if he was only seeing things for a moment. Everything you said was right. Especially the part about you can even do it in bed. It was very true. Major Xia looked at his comrade with sincere eyes and answered seriously, "Don't worry, I won't let the Navy take Qin Niao away. She can only be our comrade, a member of our Snowfield Brigade." J5 was convinced. Q King loved Qin Niao so much. How could he be willing to let other troops take her away? However, he still had to be on his guard. But we still have to be careful, mainly because the other party is very strong. J5 moved closer and looked at Xia Jinyuan's face, stopping at his chest, and then at his crotch. Then he looked up again. Xia Jinyuan held the gun in his arms and said with a faint smile, "I'm a real husband. I'm a real man. Don't be jealous." Chapter 1598. This was a conversation between men, and only men could understand each other. J5 sighed. "The Demon King is a true husband. He's the real deal. Q King, don't be overconfident. Not only do you have to be wary of the Navy commander, but you also have to be wary of the Demon King." He raised his hand and patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. Although his facial expression is a little cold, he's not bad looking. He's very handsome. Compared to your handsomeness, Q King, he's very handsome. He really couldn't scare Xia Jinyuan. He couldn't deny that Demon King Li was indeed charming, but his little fox wasn't someone who was fickle. He had spent 4 years to get her nod. Could it be that she had fallen in love with someone else after spending less than 100 days with Demon King Li? In response to J5's earnest words, Major Xia Jinyuan directly replied with a creepy, gentle smile. "No matter how powerful the Demon King is, he's just an instructor who taught Qin Niao some skills. No matter how handsome and outstanding he is, he's still someone else's man." He had never doubted his little fox's sincerity, and he wouldn't worry about such things. Of course, it was still necessary to be jealous occasionally. No matter what, this young captain was always so confident, even when it came to love. In that case, should he do the same for himself? J5, who was slightly distracted, couldn't help but purse his lips. After a while, he nodded. "You're right. No matter how outstanding the Demon King is, he's destined to be someone else's man." His expression was a little gloomy, and his tone was a little faint and indescribable melancholy. Xia Jinyuan was the same as Yi Qian. They both didn't like to pay attention to other people's private affairs. Although he noticed J5's strange expression, he smiled as usual. "Yes, I believe in Qin Niao, just like how Qin Niao believes in me. A little more trust, a little more sincerity, a little more effort, and a little more effort, and you'll get all of it." It was time to rest. The members of the Snowfield Brigade set off on time. What awaited them ahead was a bloody hunt. Only by killing their opponents could they live. A confrontation was also a war. As long as there was war, there was bound to be slaughter. There would definitely be death and life. As soldiers, they had no choice in the face of war. Since they chose to live, their enemies must die. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sky was still drizzling. The two teams carrying 25 kilograms of equipment set off again after a short rest. At noon, the storm commandos who were carrying 25 kilograms of equipment on their backs walked through a stream in the mountains. They walked past a piece of land that was abandoned and was not very tall. However, it was burnt by the fire and was covered in ash and black. The mountains that were mainly made of fir trees appeared in front of everyone. The voice of the scout in front came through the earpiece. They were in charge of scouting and had extremely sharp judgment. There was a big fire in the mountains. The fir trees are either broken or collapsed, I can already feel the pressure from the visual. Li Jinyan didn't let the team continue forward. They had been walking for 4 hours, and their stamina was obviously low. If they entered the mountains directly, they would definitely be dragged down by their stamina issues. He directly ordered, "Rest here for 20 minutes to replenish your stamina." Hearing this, Yi Qian sighed softly. Carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment, he obviously felt his stamina drop. After all, they had been walking for 4 hours without a minute of rest. Chapter 15:99. Now that she had 20 minutes to rest, it was enough for her to recover some of her strength. But before she could put down her equipment, Li Jinyan's voice came through the earpiece. "Qing Yao, come see me in 10 minutes. Li Jinyan, who had been discussed by the J5, continued to keep in contact with Yi Qian. He would even discuss everything with her. After witnessing Yi Qian's shooting speed, he immediately assigned her to be in the assault and sniper positions. She could adjust between the two positions according to the battle situation. Not only was she able to accurately calculate her shots to the point of 1 second, she was also able to calculate how much time it would take for each bullet to be fired. After that, when he was changing his gun during search shot, the second he took out the magazine, she had already loaded the assault rifle in her hand and handed it to him. Even though this was their first time working together, their coordination was like that of comrades who had fought side by side for many years. There was no pause in between. They exchanged guns, adjusted positions, and completed shooting. Everything was done perfectly. There were almost no mistakes. Demon King Li felt that it was a pleasure to fight side by side with such a female soldier. Yi Qian, who was about to rest, immediately replied, "I'll come over now." Rather than going over in 10 minutes, it was better to go over now. They were less than a meter apart. Yi Qian bent over and saw him open up the battle map. Under the helmet, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "Come over and take a look. Tell me your suggestions." Li Jinyan looked up at her. Based on the feedback from the scouts, he said in a low voice, "There might be a hostage target next. You and I will attack from the front and eliminate a portion of the targets first." His slender finger pointed at the area marked in red on the battle map. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "From here, we will enter the battle zone between the two armies. We will arrive at around 6 p.m. tonight. If we arrive earlier than the Snowfield Brigade, it will be more advantageous for us to fight deeper. There is an inner lake in the battle zone. Swimming is our team's strength, but since King Q knows about it, he will definitely arrange snipers around the inner lake. Once our team members surface, they will be killed immediately. Give up on swimming in the inner lake. Use the time saved on going around the inner lake to achieve an even distribution of time." In the end, it was all about fighting for time and gaining the initiative. Yi Qian nodded. The Snowfield Brigade is good at assassinations. Once they take over the battle zone, we will be forced into a corner. Only by occupying advantageous terrain can we reduce the number of casualties to a certain extent. She didn't say that she could avoid casualties because that was impossible. Your analysis is correct. Therefore, we need to shorten the marching time. Now, there's still 15 minutes left. Take a break. Li Jinyan put away the combat map and asked the scout in front, "How many hidden routes did you find?" "You have 3? There was a buzzing sound coming from the earpiece, and after 2 minutes, the scout's voice came through. "There are only 2 paths. One is near the edge of the fir forest, and the other is from the abandoned farmland. Only these 2 places did not have serious burn marks. There were trees and withered grass to cover them as they entered the pitch-black forest. The burned forest was eerily silent. It probably hadn't been burned for long. After entering, they could still smell the smoke from the fire. Some of the short shrubs were directly burned to ashes, and the shorter trees were burned to the point where only their bare trunks were left. Looking at it made one's heart feel heavier. Chapter 1600. There was a deathly silence in the mountain. The fire had not only burned the trees, but it had also taken away the vitality of this place. Scorched trees were everywhere, and when one stepped on them with combat boots, there was a kachi-kachi sound under one's feet. A burnt pheasant was pressed under a bush, and only its two tail feathers were still bright. Yi Jian and the others were now in a mountain forest in Chuan Province. They were in a low mountain at the junction of two provinces. The forest here was rich in resources. The pheasant that had been charred to the point where only its tail feathers were bright was the nationally protected white-bellied pheasant. Not only were there rare pheasants that were burnt to death, but there were also small animals like wild rabbits. It was enough to show the ferocity of the fire. Yi Qian, who was hiding behind a withered tree, raised his head and looked at a small snake that was burnt to a crisp. His gaze passed through the snake's body and fell on a certain spot. Situation detected. Move forward carefully, she said in a low voice. At the same time, she aimed at a target point and fired the first shot of the hostage target in this competition. Bang! The muffled sound of the gunshot instantly reached the ears of all the team members. The originally deathly silent forest was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. The oppressive atmosphere, the smell of burnt charcoal, the murderous sound of the gunshot, and the figures that were secretly shuttling back and forth behind the scorched trees made the atmosphere in the forest even more tense and depressing. The local soldier who was shot touched his chest, and the expression on his face was a little dazed. He lowered his head and looked at the empty cartridge next to his feet. The soldier gritted his teeth in anger and bent down to pick up the empty cartridge. He was really so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. It wasn't easy for him to be chosen to be the bad guy who pretended to be a hostage target in a competition between two top-notch special forces. In the end, he was shot before he even saw the mysterious special forces soldier. Squad leader, one of our brothers, is dead. I couldn't accept it when I saw him die, so he was the first one to be killed. A soldier squatted under a cedar tree that had blackened bark, but could still continue to grow. He whispered to his squad leader, I was the closest to him, and I didn't even know where the bullet came from. The class leader scolded, then comforted, It's normal that you don't know. They're all special forces. If we knew where they were, then they wouldn't cause trouble. What was there to be upset about? Just wait for them to come and take the hostage. Keep an eye on him. Don't embarrass our unit too much. The hostage takers were disguised as local soldiers, and the hostages were paper targets. Not only did Yi Qian and his men need to shoot at the hostage targets, but they also needed to retrieve the hostage targets. This way, the chances of them being exposed would be much higher, and the soldiers in disguise would be able to discover them and shoot at them. The soldier closest to his dead brother blinked his eyes. He wanted to answer his squad leader, but he couldn't. Don't move, brother. A very soft voice came from behind him. Then he felt something cold and hard pressed against his neck. This was the feeling of a dagger. He was caught from behind by a special agent. The Special Forces soldier turned off the earpiece and cut off the communication. He then heard the Special Forces soldier say with a smile, I won't waste my bullets. I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I shoot you at close range. Anyway, you know that I've already slit your throat. Chapter 1601. This was Yi Qian's voice. After taking care of a hostage target, she locked onto another target and successfully completed the mission. This time, the hostage target didn't have to be shot. As long as you were able to get close to the target and successfully rescue the hostage, you could activate the signal device on the soldier and shoot the hostage target. Hearing her voice, the soldier, who had a dagger pressed against his neck, froze. A female Special Forces soldier. He was killed by a female Special Forces soldier. The soldier wanted to move his body and turn his head to see what the female Special Forces soldier who killed him looked like. Just as his body moved slightly, Yi Qian chuckled again and said, "Don't move, just stay here." After she finished speaking, she took out the assault rifle from the soldier's hand, unloaded the magazine, and put it into her own carrying equipment. At this time, Yi Qian didn't mind loading the equipment full of magazines. On the battlefield, you can never have too many bullets. When the soldier heard the sound of the magazine being unloaded, he became anxious. "Bro, don't take my weapon. I still have to return it to the armory. If you take it, I won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. I saw the serial number of the magazine. Once we're done here, I promise to return it to your unit." Yi Qian smiled. Her reaction was quite fast. She knew she had to return the weapon. "Thank you for your hard work. I have to borrow the empty magazines. I'll definitely return them when I'm done." When the soldier saw that she was determined to take his magazines, his brows furrowed. "My class leader didn't say you could take our things. How am I going to explain it to the class leader later? Bro, you really can't take it. We'll contact your unit. We definitely won't affect you." Yi Qian comforted the young soldier and cut off all communications. "Stay here and don't contact anyone outside. Come out when we're done here." Without waiting for the soldier's reply, Yi Qian picked up the hostage target. As soon as she finished speaking, she nimbly moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She came and left silently. The soldier could only hear her voice the entire time, but didn't see her. When he turned his head, the female Special Forces soldier was nowhere to be seen. He didn't even know where she went. What made the soldier's head hurt even more was that she took all the magazines of his assault rifle. How am I going to explain this to the class leader? Then the soldier touched his neck. He could still feel the cold touch of the dagger on his skin. It was icy cold, as if he moved slightly, the other party could easily slit his throat. The soldier sighed softly. Both of their squads were considered above average in the army. In the end, when they were up against the Special Forces, it felt like they were instantly defeated before they even started. If they didn't compare, they wouldn't know. Now that they did, they knew the gap between them and the Special Forces. It's definitely impossible to contact the class leader. I'm sure the class leader already knows that something happened to him. The squad leader from the local army understood that another of his brothers had been killed. He quickly contacted the other brothers and said softly, "Brothers, we're going to make a move. Remember, we have 7 62mm blanks in our hands. The safe distance is 5 meters. Remember, don't be a fool and shoot whenever you see someone in front of you. If someone dies, no one will be able to bear the consequences." The squad leader repeatedly reminded them. He was afraid that if they fought until their blood boiled, something big would happen. Once you're killed by them, stay where you are and don't move. The Special Forces will come and take away the hostage target. Have some backbone. Don't think that it's embarrassing to be killed. It's better to learn how they killed you. Chapter 1602. This was a squad leader who wanted to become a Special Forces soldier, so he sounded a little excited. His abilities were limited, so he couldn't become a Special Forces soldier. However, it would be good to meet the Special Forces soldiers. They were going to take back the hostage targets. If he wanted to meet the Special Forces soldiers, he just had to find the location of his dead brothers. It seemed like he had to go out and observe which brothers were going to be killed by the Special Forces soldiers. The squad leader really wanted to meet the Special Forces soldiers in training. The platoon leader said that the Special Forces soldiers coming this time weren't ordinary Special Forces soldiers. They were the top Special Forces soldiers in the country. They were the real blades of the country. Normal people wouldn't be able to see them at all, and it was very rare to see them in the country. When he heard that, he was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. Last night, the two squads had an emergency assembly. Then, the brothers from the two squads each carried a hostage target and took a truck overnight to the forest where the fire had been put out not long ago. In the truck, they thought that they were going to do some training. They only knew what they were going to do when they gathered in the mountains. They were going to hide in the forest with the hostage targets and cooperate with the two top Special Forces soldiers to complete the competition. The platoon leader even emphasized what kind of Special Forces they were going to be. Even if they were just cooperating, they should feel honored. As for what kind of Special Forces they were, he still didn't know. Now that he thought about the possibility of going up against them, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. He couldn't say that he was going to spar or learn from them. He could only say that he was going to learn from them. The water ghosts of the Storm Commandos didn't like to make too much noise. Their training policy was to focus on silence and take care of their targets without anyone noticing. Although they weren't very good at fighting in the mountains, they had a lot more freedom to move on land than on water. Moreover, they were just not very good at it. It wasn't like they didn't know anything. With Yi Qian's first shot, the gunshots in the mountains gradually became more frequent. The speed at which they were taking care of their targets also became faster and faster. Yi Qian was moving faster than them. Once the target was locked on, there was no way he would miss. A soldier in woodland camouflage appeared in front of them. He used a hostage target as a cover and jumped out of the forest. He appeared about 10 meters away from the two Storm Commandos with the hostage target in hand. 7 o'clock. With one water ghost providing cover, the other water ghost quickly completed the shooting. The empty shell without a bullet accurately hit the shoulder of the soldier holding the hostage target. This was the effective shooting point. Then, another water ghost, who was covering for the soldier, completed the second fatal shot and successfully heard a long beep from the soldier's body. There were only 2 squads in the forest, and each squad had 10 soldiers. In other words, there were 20 soldiers active in the forest. The Storm Commandos could easily take on 1 hostage each. However, these soldiers had placed the hostage targets in front of them. Just like robbers, they used the hostages as their targets. To a certain extent, this made things more difficult for the Storm Commandos. Rescuing hostages was a common occurrence for the Special Forces. So even if there was a certain level of difficulty, they could still overcome it. The 2 squads of the local troops were suppressed by the water ghosts' firepower to the point that they could not retaliate at all. They were either ambushed or killed before they could even finish shooting. Demon King, our group has dealt with 8 of them. What's the situation on your side? The water ghosts had no idea how many hostages they needed to rescue. The hidden big mermaid contacted Li Jinyan. I estimate that there are 2 to 3 squads of soldiers here. If each of them has a target, then there are at least 20 of them. Chapter 1603. Li Jinyan squatted next to a soldier who had just finished off his task and said calmly, 2 squads, 1 hostage target per person, a total of 20 people. So far, there are still 4 hostage targets left. Don't look at me. I don't know where they are either. The young soldier, who was sitting on the ground, muttered softly. He could not look back at the other party's gaze. Not only was his gaze cold, there was also a murderous aura in it, which made people panic. Li Jinyan did not expect to get anything out of him. Like Yi Qian, he removed the assault rifle's magazine from the soldier's hand and put it aside. He said politely, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's nothing, it's nothing." The soldier quickly shook his head and answered. The squad leader had told them to learn a little, but he really did not learn anything. He did not know where the squad leader had come from, but he was easily defeated and taken care of by him. The special forces were indeed powerful. There were still 4 hostage targets that had not been found. 2 of them were squad leaders, and the other 2 were vice squad leaders. As the team leaders, the overall strength of the 4 people was naturally more outstanding. I'll be the bait later. I'll carry the hostage targets and flash in front of them. Don't worry about whether they see you or not. Just shoot a few shots and scout the way out. The squad leader who wanted to fight the special forces the most said to his vice squad leader, and the other squad leader with the surname Lou, "The 2 of you don't move first. Wait for us to shoot before you move. You must only move when you see a shadow. Otherwise, we'll have done all this for nothing." After he said that, the squad leader sighed. "We have 20 brothers, so we should at least show some results. Don't make us lose face." The 2 squad leaders and the 2 vice squad leaders were hiding in a ravine. This was a trench dug to stop the fire from spreading and igniting another patch of fir trees. It was 1 meter deep and 30 meters long. It was almost dug around the entire mountain. The hiding spot was good, and the water ghosts did not notice them for a while. It was not that they wanted to hide, but it was an order from the higher-ups. "Squad Leader Fu, I think it's a little difficult," Squad Leader Lu said in a low voice. "There are no gunshots in the forest now, which means that all our brothers in the forest have been taken care of. It took 20 minutes. He didn't even need half an hour to take care of 16 of their brothers." Squad Leader Fu cautiously poked his head out and glanced outside. Then he slowly squatted down. "That's right. I originally planned to rush to the side of the brothers who were taken care of and observe the special forces at close range. However, I quickly got rid of the idea. There was no other reason. He was really worried that he would be dealt with as soon as he showed himself. Let's stall for time. The platoon leader ordered us to stall for time. Stalling for time is also our ability." Squad Leader Fu looked at the time and said to Squad Leader Lu, "Let's split up. If they find out, we'll catch all 4 of us at once. Assistant, let's go to the other side." As he spoke, he bent over and led his assistant to the other side of the ravine. In the smoky Shamu Mountain, the water ghosts began a comprehensive search. They were still looking for the missing hostage targets. Only when they had found all the hostage targets could they receive the order to leave. If the higher-ups hadn't given the order, it meant that they still hadn't found a hostage target. Li Jinyan was not anxious because of this. The more it was like this, the calmer he was. He said in a deep voice, "Search the area thoroughly. Complete the search in 5 minutes." Chapter 1604. There was no way the command center would let the 2 teams pass so easily. They would only make the arrangements more complicated so that they could observe the commanders of the 2 teams and see if they could adjust their tactics in time. From there, they could observe everyone's combat ability. After Li Jin finished giving the order, he turned to look at Yi Qian, who was in charge of security. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Qian, who sensed his gaze, turned her head. It was obvious that she had something she wanted to say. Li Jinyan pointed to the front, then pointed to Yi Qian and himself. He did not ask, but looked at Yi Qian questioningly. Yi Qian, who wanted to voice her opinion, instantly understood what he meant, because she thought the same. They both suspected that there were no more hostage targets in this area and that they might be in the periphery. The reason for this was very simple. First, it was to delay them. Second, the general in the command center needed to see if Li Jinyan could detect the abnormality in the situation and immediately make the correct decision. This time, the command center could not see their real-time combat situation. They could only see the changes in the data. Therefore, the command center could roughly estimate the performance of the 2 teams based on the time taken. The Snowfield Brigade was close to the location closest to the 2 remaining hostage targets. Xia Jinyuan, who was as sharp as a leopard, gestured for them to surround the two Snowfield Brigade members. The two members of the Snowfield Brigade were like beasts charging out of the mountains as they pounced directly at the location where the hostage targets were hidden. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. From 7 meters away, the other 2 members of the Snowfield Brigade finished shooting. They hit the effective shooting points of the hostage targets and completed the mission in 22 minutes. The Snowfield Brigade won this round. When they finished the last effective shooting point, the command center immediately knew that the Snowfield Brigade had completed the hostage target shooting and successfully rescued all the hostages. No, hostages were accidentally shot. Team B has completed all hostage target shooting. Every member of the Snowfield Brigade heard the Major General's voice in their headsets. 22 minutes. We completed this round 8 minutes ahead of schedule. The Snowfield Brigade only knew that they had completed it, but they did not know if the Storm Commandos had completed it. They walked up to the local soldiers who had already gathered and cooperated with them. With Xia Jinyuan's salute, all the members of the Snowfield Brigade saluted the soldiers who had unconditionally cooperated with them to express their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Led by Xia Jinyuan, every member of the Snowfield was shaking hands with the local soldiers. Taking off his combat gloves, his thick and calloused hand held the other's calloused hand. A thank you and a smile. There was no sense of unfamiliarity or distance between them because they were both wearing the same military uniform and were soldiers who protected the country together. After shaking their hands, Xia Jinyuan reorganized the team again. The 22 members of the Team Shui strode towards another battle zone. The local soldiers, led by their platoon leaders, stood upright and saluted as they watched the elite special forces leave. The drizzle continued. The 22 figures, who were as straight as poplar trees, walked step by step into the depths of the mountains with a fearlessness that even soldiers respected. The Special Forces soldiers who were wearing forest camouflage uniforms and new combat helmets were indeed different from them. With every step they took, they could faintly feel that their steps could cause the entire mountain to tremble. They were so firm and steady, and every step they took was so solid and solid. Chapter 16:05. They carried 25 kilograms of combat equipment on their backs and carried rifles on their shoulders that were meant to protect the lives of soldiers, defend the country's territory, and protect the safety of citizens. They wore combat boots that were covered in yellow dirt and ash as they walked forward bravely. They looked like they would only keep walking forward. Even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of them, they would not stop. The platoon leader waited until the 22 figures were out of sight before he ordered his soldiers to stop shooting. The platoon leader then led the team away. Meanwhile, Li Jinyan and Yi Qian were approaching 2 of the hostage targets. The 2 of them glanced at the man-made pile of soil and knew that there was a ditch underneath. They then looked at the mountains across the ditch. It was a stark contrast to the burnt fir forest. One was burnt to the point of being lifeless. The other was a charming autumn scene, with red maple leaves swaying gently in the drizzle. Down there, Yi Qian pointed towards the ditch and used hand signals to communicate with Li Jinyan. You take the left, I'll take the right. Let's go down together. Li Jinyan gave her an okay hand signal and moved to the left. When he heard Yi Qian say, "Get ready," the 2 of them reached the ditch at almost the same time. Yi Qian fired and hit a soldier in the back. The signal device was activated and made a long beep. She and Li Jinyan each took care of 1 soldier at almost the same time. Platoon leader Fu's eyes widened. It was not because he was shot in the back, but because the Special Forces soldier who shot his deputy platoon leader's back was too familiar. It was so familiar that his eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Qian. He called out a familiar name in a low voice. Even though his voice was low, it was full of surprise, shock, and disbelief. How was this possible? How could he meet Yi Qian here? When did she become a Special Forces soldier? In the first half of the first year of high school, he enlisted in the army and returned to Fujian town to complete the enlistment procedures. On the street, he met Yi Qian and her mother, Auntie Sunday. She told him that Yi Qian had quit school and left with a hooligan. Some people in town even said that they had seen Yi Qian in the coastal cities. They said that they had seen her working as a shampoo girl in a hair salon. When he heard it, he felt that it was a pity. Not only did her grades improve, she even won a big prize. Why did she degrade herself and become a shampoo girl with a bad reputation? Shampoo girl? Special Forces? After working as a shampoo girl for a period of time, Yi Qian went to join the Special Forces? Was that even possible? He was a soldier himself, so he knew that it was impossible. Li Jinyan was the one who dealt with squad leader Fu. When he heard the local squad leader mention Yi Qian's name, he couldn't help but frown. What a coincidence! She ran into a soldier who knew Qing Niao. Yi Qian was also very shocked to run into her former middle school classmate, Fu Dong. Squad leader Fu's full name was Fu Dong. He came from Fujian town in Anyang City, Nan Province. He was Yi Qian's former middle school classmate, and he was also the only male middle school classmate in Yi Qian's class who joined the army. Running into an old classmate in a competition and going over to say hello, it was not appropriate at all. Besides, even though she and Fu Dong were classmates, they didn't have much of a relationship. Middle school was the toughest period of her training. Other than Zhang Jiasen, Zhang Bin, Zhang Na, and Zhou Liao, she was only acquainted with the rest of her classmates. There wasn't much to talk about. Chapter 1606. Now was not the time to reunite with an old classmate. Yi Qian, who pretended not to hear him, stopped walking over. Instead, he gave Li Jinyan a meaningful look. Then, with one hand on the edge of the ravine, he nimbly leaped out of the ravine. Fu Dong wanted to wait for her to come closer to confirm if he had made a mistake, but the female Special Forces soldier did not even give him a chance to take a closer look before leaving. Was that Yi Qian? He really suspected that she was Yi Qian. Ever since the second year of junior high, Yi Qian had become a completely different person. She had become the most dazzling pearl in the class. Even Yi Ying was suppressed by her. She was no longer the timid and weak Yi Qian of the past. If it really was her, did Yi Qian quit high school to join the military? Then he performed well and became a Special Forces soldier? No, how could it be so easy to become a Special Forces soldier? When he joined the military, he performed exceptionally well in the recruit company. He even naively asked the class leader if he could enter the Special Forces based on his performance as a recruit. The class leader pointed at an instructor who was teaching a recruit a lesson and said, "I don't need to tell you about the class leader's comprehensive ability. You've seen it for yourself." Even the instructor didn't become a Special Forces soldier. Boy, do you think you can do it? But you still have potential. Keep it up. You might even become a Special Forces soldier. Fu Dong had felt that he had no hope of becoming a Special Forces soldier. He had almost hit every target, and every recruit had challenged him. He had won every single time, but he had not been able to become a Special Forces soldier. But he did not give up. He had joined the military as a high school student. He was a bit arrogant and always felt that he could succeed. He had joined the military half a year after his first year of high school. Now, he had worked hard for 2.5 years. At the same time, he also understood how difficult it was to become a Special Forces soldier. To him, There was no hope in this life. But now, he actually saw Yi Qian. A girl actually became a Special Forces soldier. Was this possible? A cold male voice came from behind him. It was like an icicle in winter. It was so cold that he immediately snapped out of his daze. Fu Dong turned around and looked at the Special Forces soldier who had easily taken care of her. She couldn't help but look at his armband. Unfortunately, there was nothing on it. What he said to her just now was, "Thank you for your hard work." Fu Donglien, who was still a little confused, restrained her expression and reached out her hand to shake his. She smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're all brothers. It's my duty." Fu Dong, who had been training in the army for nearly 2.5 years, had learned to remain silent. Even though his heart was filled with questions and shock, he did not think of chasing after the female soldier just now to confirm whether or not she was Yi Qian. When the platoon leader brought them into the mountains, he had warned them, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Keep your eyes open, keep your mouth shut, do your own thing, and be honest." If it was in the past, he would definitely ask. But now, he definitely wouldn't open his mouth. Yi Qian. If that female soldier was really Yi Qian, Fu Dong couldn't help but smile. Then, the rumors in class that Yi Ying's family had been secretly slandering Yi Qian were true. After coming out of the ravine, Fu Dong saw a few Special Forces soldiers carrying heavy combat equipment walking out of the forest. They walked very quickly, as if they were not carrying any weight. They looked so relaxed. His eyes searched in the dark. Even though he didn't walk up to confirm, he still wanted to know if that female soldier was Yi Qian. If it was really her. Fu Dong sighed softly. So what if it was really her? Chapter 1607. Li Jingyan strode over to Yi Qian's side. "He knows you." "Yes, he's my former junior high school classmate." Yi Qian glanced at Fu Dong, who was organizing the troops, and sighed with a smile. "What a surprise. You even ran into an old classmate." So, they were junior high school classmates. That was easier to handle. She was afraid that they would run into acquaintances from the same village. Li Jingyan's eyes darkened slightly. "Qing Niao, your identity and the unit you're serving in are confidential. I understand." Yi Qian nodded. She understood what Li Jingyan was trying to tell her. The Storm Commandos were the same as the Snowfield Brigade. Every member's identity and which unit they were serving in were confidential. They couldn't even tell their family members. But fortunately, Fu Dong wasn't completely sure that it was her. After all, it had been 3.5 years since she graduated from junior high school. "He didn't completely recognize me. He just thought I looked familiar. I won't participate in the handshake later, or I'll come over after he leaves." Yi Qian didn't have the slightest intention of acknowledging her old classmate, nor did she have the slightest intention of showing off. She was Yi Qian, a female soldier who fought for her own goals. What did what they thought have to do with her? Fu Dong had already looked around, but he didn't find any familiar figures. He didn't discover them even when all the Special Forces soldiers shook hands with them. Fu Dong watched as the brave Special Forces soldiers left. He realized that there were originally only 21 Special Forces soldiers shaking hands with him, but when they left, there were 22 figures. The extra figure was wearing the same forest combat uniform as the male soldiers. She carried the same combat equipment and walked in the same footsteps as the male soldiers all the way into the depths of the mountains. Her back was particularly conspicuous in the background of a group of tall and straight male soldiers. She was as slender as a willow tree. In the fine rain, she walked out with a majestic figure that did not lose to any of the male soldiers. "Yi Qian, if you're really Yi Qian, your old classmate congratulates you. Congratulations on becoming an indomitable soldier." "Class rep, what are you looking at?" That Female Special Forces soldier. Sigh, I was killed by her. I don't even know how she found me. How can a woman be so powerful? Asked a soldier softly as he lamented. If she was really Yi Qian, Fu Dong smiled and replied, so what if she's a female soldier? Although she is a female soldier, she is a Special Forces soldier who is more powerful than us male soldiers. She was so good when she was in school, and she was still so good after joining the army. This was the old classmate, Yi Qian, he knew. Now he was a soldier. He wore a military uniform and carried a steel gun. He was a soldier who fought for his country. Fu Dong did not think about it anymore, nor did he deliberately ask about it. Although he was not sure if it was Yi Qian, he believed that the female soldier, who did not even show up to shake his hand, was his old classmate. As a soldier, he naturally had to protect his old classmate, who was also a soldier. Yi Qian did not know what his old junior high classmate was thinking at this moment, but he knew that if Fu Dong recognized him, then as a soldier, he still had the basic sense of confidentiality. Class representative to be able to become the class rep of a class, it showed that Fu Dong's performance in the army was also very good. This way, even if he really recognized him, there was nothing to worry about. The fine rain continued to fall. The burned cedar mountain was already a few kilometers away from the storm commandos. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the two teams completed their support fire and then entered the area where the two armies fought together to complete the 300-meter time-limited accurate shooting with 100 bullets. Chapter 16:08. There were many factors that could affect a bullet's accuracy, and the drizzle and wind were among them. The weather that the Storm and Shuiyu teams encountered was not good. It was raining on the sea, and it was still raining when they were out of the sea. The wind and rain did not stop, and it continued to rain and disturb them. The Special Forces soldiers who were advancing in the drizzle were drenched inside and out. Their clothes were so wet that water could be wrung out. There was not a single spot on their bodies that was dry. Yi Qian, who had always been able to endure, waited until around 5 in the afternoon. Her face was unusually pale, and her originally rosy lips were sickly pale. Li Jinyan was the closest to her, and he could feel her change the most. You can only rest after this. Hold on for another hour. The devil slowed down and looked at her combat equipment that was as heavy as the male soldiers. He pursed his thin lips and said in a low voice, "Give me the bag, but you have to hold the gun yourself." She did not know what would happen next. The gun. Only in her own hands could she ensure her own safety and protect the lives of her comrades. Yi Qian, who felt a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen, secretly adjusted her breathing. She shook her head and smiled at him. "It's okay. I can still hold on. I can still carry it myself. If I can't, I'll report it to you." In the face of her insistence, Li Jinyan's cold gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds. He nodded slightly and said, "Okay, if you have any problems, you can respond at any time." He paused for a moment and added, "I'm still considered reasonable." His last sentence made Yi Qian feel a little awkward. She quickly recalled her interactions with the Devil King. She really did not say or unintentionally express his unreasonable behavior. Only then did she resolve the awkwardness in her heart. "I know. I can still hold on for now. If I can't, I'll respond at any time and ask for help from my comrades." With that said, Yi Qian's pale face broke into a soft smile. "I know that we should help each other." The female soldier's smile appeared so abruptly that it fell from his eyes to his heart. It did not fall lightly, but heavily. It suddenly hit his heart so hard that even his heartbeat seemed to have skipped half a beat. Li Jinyan, whose heart skipped a beat, calmly retracted his gaze and softly replied, He could not help but take large strides and leave the female soldier. Female soldiers were indeed dangerous creatures. It was the right decision not to recruit female soldiers. The commander wanted to keep Qing Yao, but forget it. Li Jinyan's mind was in a mess as he left. After he left, Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed feeling a little unwell, but it was not so serious that he needed the help of the male soldiers. As a girl, there would always be a few days of normal bleeding every month. Her normal bleeding was probably coming soon. Her lower abdomen had been feeling uncomfortable since around 4 in the afternoon, and now there was a dull pain. For the first time, Yi Qian felt the discomfort caused by normal bleeding. In the past, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Li Jinyan didn't believe it. He had already seen that she was uncomfortable. How could she be fine? But if she could hold on, she had to hold on. They needed to arrive at the hunting area in advance and check it out in advance. Then they had to complete the last 2 tasks together. The first was the 300-meter limited time shooting with 100 bullets. The second was the sniper team duel. After these 2 tasks were completed, they would officially enter the hunting operation. Chapter 1609. Before the military made such an arrangement, many of the team members did not quite understand it. Shouldn't they have arranged for the hunt first, followed by a 100-round precision shooting and a sniper team duel? Why did they do it the other way around? Although they did not quite understand the military's arrangement, since it was an order from the military, all the team members had to accept it unconditionally. Even if they did not understand, they had to accept it first, and then come out to understand why it was arranged this way. Reality proved that the military had made such an arrangement on purpose. They would exhaust all the team members' stamina to a certain extent, and then arrange for the most physically and mentally intensive activities. This was to stimulate everyone's potential to the greatest extent and improve their individual abilities. As the commander of the battle, Li Jinyan understood the military's intentions when he received the order. He believed that Xia Jinyuan felt the same way. At the same time, they could also quickly arrange a plan that was beneficial to the final hunt. They could deploy and scout ahead of time to make up for the exhaustion of their stamina and end the hunt quickly. Right now, both teams were making the best use of their time to make arrangements for the follow-up battle. Even though Li Jinyan could see that Yi Qian was not feeling well, he could not stop for her alone. On the battlefield, it was absolutely impossible to delay an opportunity for personal reasons. Yi Qian naturally understood that, so she gritted her teeth and persevered. She did not want to delay the entire team's time. On a battlefield filled with gunpowder, time was life. How could she stop for personal reasons? She understood. As the commander of the battle, Li Jinyan understood it even more. An hour later, the storm commandos arrived at the mountain they were supposed to arrive at. It was already 6 p.m., and they were only 8 kilometers away from the joint combat zone of the 2 teams. 8 kilometers ahead was the joint combat zone of the 2 teams. Heading east was the combat zone of the 2 teams. It was a combat zone surrounded by mountains with a natural lake in the middle. The combat zone had a complex environment. They could rest here. There was not much time left, only 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough for Yi Qian to take care of her personal issues. She had to take care of them. After putting down her equipment, Yi Qian asked for 2 minutes of leave from Li Jinyan. As for the reason, she did not say and went into the forest alone. There's something wrong with Qing Yao. She doesn't look well. De Il drank some cold water and frowned as he looked at Yi Qian's back worriedly. Do you want to go over and take a look? Could it be that he's sick? She wasn't that delicate. When she trained with them, she was soaked in the water every single day. She had never fallen sick before. Narrowing his cold eyes, Li Jinyan glanced at the direction where Yi Qian had left. A trace of worry flashed through his cold eyes. Her condition was indeed not good. He said to the big eel, "Ask Dashua to come over." The water demon with the code name, Dasuwa, was the same as K7 of the Snowfield Brigade. He was also a medic. After listening to Li Jinyan's description, Dasuwa's face was a little gloomy. "We need to prepare some hot water for her. I'll go nearby and see if there's a suitable place to make a fire." As a medical staff, Dasuwa could vaguely guess what was wrong with Qin Yao's body. De Il, who was unmarried, looked at Dasuwa in surprise. "That's amazing. You don't even need to take a look to know. He's a miracle doctor." Li Jinyan also looked at Dasuwa. He used his eyes to ask how his comrade knew. He did not need to take a look to know what was wrong just by listening to him. No matter how much he trusted his comrade, he was still a little worried. Chapter 16:10. Dashua didn't know how to answer his captain's question. This was a woman's private matter. How could he tell the unmarried captain? As for the other unmarried comrade, De Il, it was easy to get rid of him. He said, "De Il, go to the side. Don't cause trouble." "How am I causing trouble? I'm just standing here and listening to you. I'm not disturbing you." "Me too." Before De Il could finish, he received the Demon King's gaze. He quickly turned around and walked away, not daring to stay. After he left, Li Jinyan asked in a tense voice, "What's going on?" Qin Yao's health was so serious that she had to hide it from her comrade. Yi Qian was a female soldier. Her training was no different from that of a male soldier. However, now that she was in trouble, as the captain, Li Jinyan had to be more concerned. After sending away his unmarried comrade, Dashua, who was still hesitating, cleared his throat and said vaguely, "It's not a big deal, Captain. As long as you know it's not a big deal, Yi Qian can solve it herself." "What's with the hot water?" Li Jinyan, the bachelor, still hadn't reacted. It wasn't that he was slow, but that he had never encountered such a situation before. Dashua was married. He was 31 years old, and his child was already 3 years old. Male soldiers who had a wife knew more about women's matters. Seeing that his wise and powerful Demon King still didn't understand, Dashua sighed and said, "Demon King, it's time for you to find a girlfriend. Yi Qian is uncomfortable because of what girls do every month. Junior high school biology. I know." As long as he mentioned that, Li Jinyan immediately understood. His expression was a little stiff as he interrupted Dashua and said in his usual cold tone, "Hot water. How do you want to solve it?" Dashua looked around. It wasn't easy to solve. They needed a fire to have hot water. This place wasn't suitable for a fire. "Let's wait for Yi Qian to bring it up herself. We will pretend we don't know so she won't feel awkward." Pretending not to know was indeed a good way to resolve the awkwardness. When Yi Qian returned, he found that his equipment was already being carried by the Demon King. Seeing her come over, he said calmly, "You don't look too good. We'll take turns carrying the equipment." There were no more superfluous words. His tone sounded like he was telling Yi Qian that the reason they made such arrangements was because they did not want to affect the marching speed of the army. Yi Qian, on the other hand, noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. For example, when the Demon King was talking to her, he was not looking at her. Instead, he looked away as he spoke. This was not the Demon King's style at all. Li Jinyan suddenly felt that he could not withstand Yi Qian's gaze. He lowered his head to look at the time to hide the unnatural expression on his face. "There are still 7 minutes left. Take a break." With that, he turned around and left with Yi Qian's equipment. Yi Qian stared at his back as he left in a hurry. She could not help but narrow her eyes. She did not even get a chance to say a word before he left immediately after he finished speaking. Something was obviously wrong. Her gaze was also very tangible, especially when she was only looking at one spot. Although it was very faint and did not seem to be aggressive, it contained a sharpness that could see through people's hearts. Li Jinyan, who was still carrying a backpack, could not help but quicken his steps. It would have been better if he did not know. Now that he knew, he felt a little awkward. He should take care of her. When it was time to take care of her, he would take care of her. Otherwise, he would appear to be unreasonable. Chapter 16:11. When Big Eel saw that Yi Qian had returned, he was about to go over and ask her if she was feeling unwell, and if she wanted Shua to take a look. However, just as he got up, he was stopped by Shua. If Qing Niao really has any problems, she'll tell us. She's not telling us now because she doesn't want us to know. Do you want to make Qing Niao feel uncomfortable? He managed to persuade Big Eel. However, it could be seen from this that although Yi Qian had only spent a short time with the members of the Storm Commandos, they were like old comrades who had been together for a few years. Yi Qian was already shy when it came to such matters. If Big Eel really went over to ask her, although she could find an excuse to cover it up, she would really feel a little uncomfortable. There was no need to let the whole team know about a normal physiological matter. After the break, the Storm Commandos set off again. This time, they were even faster than before. Originally, they were weaker than the Snowfield Brigade when it came to mountain warfare. If they did not seize the opportunity, they would be hunted down and killed by the wolves of the Snowfield Brigade. The Snowfield Brigade also rushed towards the hunting area as fast as they could. The senior generals in the command center watched as the 44 green and red dots that represented the number of people all rushed towards the final battle area. The green dots represented Group A, and the red dots represented Group B. Surprisingly, the red and green dots were moving at almost the same speed. For a moment, the generals of both the Navy and the Army laughed. Watching the strongest special forces in battle was even more exciting than watching a drill. Although it was not a large-scale confrontation, and they did not even have high-tech equipment, their battle greatly stimulated everyone's most primitive desire to win. It looks like they'll meet in this area. Judging from the time, they can only see their own battle area. As for going to the other party's battle area, there's no way for them to do so. From the time we arranged, they didn't have time to go to the final battle area in advance. Now that they have an extra 2 hours, it can be seen that both sides have already made arrangements. The most basic battle strategy of both sides is the same, which is also very desirable. Ha ha ha! It looks like we've underestimated them. We should add another event to the list. Major General Yang of the Army laughed heartily. Looking at those flashing green dots, Major General Yang was satisfied. In terms of time, the Snowfield Brigade had very good control over time, and from a strategic point of view, it was also desirable. However, he had encountered Li Jinyan, who was on par with him in terms of strength, so the time strategy could only be said to be a draw. Now, it was time to see their true abilities. The two teams met on the other side of the lake. Xia Jinyuan flashed the searchlight at the other side of the lake tentatively. Then, the searchlight flashed back at him. The Demon King is an opponent. We're racing against time, and he's racing against time as well. To think that both sides would meet. J5 smiled and sighed. Now, no one can think of exploring the enemy's combat zone. Everyone head to the 4th combat zone. They were currently in the 5th combat zone. Xia Jinyuan spread out the combat zone map and pointed at an intersection. Meet them here and head to the combat zone together. He wanted to ask about Little Fox's physical condition. Calculating the time, today or tomorrow should be Little Fox's special day as a girl, carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment and being drenched in the rain. He did not know how she was doing. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had no problem with his arrangements. The next two events would need to be completed together. Tonight, they could meet up and talk about what they had learned over the past few days. Chapter 16:12. After this warm-up match was over, they would organize another match on a larger scale next year. It would be a match between the two teams the entire time, and it would be even more exciting than this. At 7:40 p.m., the two teams met at the intersection of the fourth combat zone. The members of the two teams patted each other's shoulders and thumped each other's chests as their laughter echoed in the night. When the two teams met, they did not stop. The two teams advanced side by side, one on the right and one on the left. Impressive. We were thinking of taking the time to explore your territory, but who knew that you were already there? You're different. The Demon King also arranged for us to visit your territory, but someone flashed a light in our direction, and the Demon King told us that we could return to the fourth combat zone tonight. When the members of both teams talked about this, they had helpless expressions on their faces. Li Jinyan, who was walking at the front, said to Xia Jinyuan, "We returned empty-handed." "Same here," Xia Jinyuan said with a smile. He would occasionally turn around and look behind him. "Tonight, the two teams can sit down and have a chat. Let's hear what you've learned over the past 2 days first." Li Jinyan knew he was anxious to find Yi Qian, so he said, "Qing Miao is in the middle of the group. She's not feeling too well." "Thank you. I'll go over and take a look now." When Xia Jinyuan heard that his girlfriend was not feeling well, he got a little anxious. "I'll come over to look for you later." "Sorry." With that, he turned around and strode off. Li Jinyan turned around and looked at his back. There was a hint of darkness in his cold eyes. Once again, he felt that Q King treated Qing Niao differently, but he could not pinpoint the difference. Xia Jinyuan had already walked up to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was talking to T6. When he came over, T6 wanted to make room for him, but he saw his captain holding his girlfriend's hand domineeringly and leaving the group. T6 pursed his lips and chuckled. He gave his captain a thumbs up. Xia Jinyuan only had eyes for his girlfriend. He did not have the time to look at his comrades. He held Yi Qian's hand under the cover of the night. The coldness made his heart sink a little. Other than the warmth in his palm, his fingers were cold. "Are you on your period?" he asked directly. He knew Yi Qian was shy, so he said, "I'm your boyfriend. As a man, I should know this. And as a boyfriend, I should know when my girlfriend's special days. How are you now? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Jian's face stiffened. She really didn't know that he knew about this. "I'm fine." After taking a deep breath, Yi Jian lowered her head and said softly, "Don't make a fuss. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere." He tightened his grip on her hand slightly, his low voice filled with heartache. "You're so stubborn. Even Demon King, Li has noticed that your body isn't in good condition. And your hands are so cold. You should be more careful when you're on your period." Yi Qian felt uncomfortable. Why did he keep bringing up her period? Let's talk about something else. "My hands will be cold after being in the rain. Will our teams be spending the night together tonight? We'll split up again after the two events tomorrow." Yi Qian started to change the topic. "It's a little different from what I imagined. At first, I thought it would be two teams competing every day." She was so shy that she even avoided talking about such a topic with him. Xia Jinyuan sighed softly. There was nothing else he could do but feel sorry for her. "Let me warm your hands for you. I'll come over later to help you warm your feet." Chapter 16:13. Don't doubt that Major Xia was just joking. He was serious about this matter. Sensing that Yi Jian didn't take his words to heart, Major Xia raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't say anything, but he planned to put his words into action tonight, and let her know that he wasn't just joking. Yi Qian did not take his words seriously. The members of both teams would be together tonight. No matter how bold he was, he would not come to her place in the middle of the night. It was already past 10 p.m. when they arrived at the 4th combat zone. The members of both teams who had not slept in bed for a few days were already used to sleeping at night. They found a large rock that could shelter them from the wind. The two teams spread the waterproof cloth on the ground, then divided into groups to quickly set up the waterproof cloth. A simple shelter that could temporarily shelter them from the wind and rain was presented perfectly to them. Setting up a temporary tent to shelter them from the wind and rain did not take much time. It took less than 20 minutes for the 40-odd people to work together. Yi Qian was arranged to sleep in a position slightly further in. She was a female soldier, so she could train like a male soldier. However, in terms of daily life, there were still differences between men and women. The sleeping bag was a multi-purpose sleeping bag that was the same color as the forest combat uniform. It was windproof, rainproof, and coldproof. If there was an enemy situation, she could quickly stand up and hide. It would not affect her flexibility. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were still talking. Both of them lowered their voices as they talked about the battle that had taken place over the past few days. Yi Qian, who had spread out the sleeping bags, glanced at them. Then she silently spread out the sleeping bags that the two of them did not have time to spread out. Following that, she went to settle her own personal matters. She felt much more comfortable now. There was no longer that faint feeling of falling. Her body also felt much lighter. She believed that she would be able to completely recover after a good night's sleep. She didn't think that normal bloodshed would occur during the mission. How diligent! You even spread out sleeping bags for the two of us. Xia Jinyuan watched as Yi Qian left the team alone. He originally wanted to chase after her, but he held himself back. If he followed her at a time like this, his little fox would blush again. Also, she could have just spread out a sleeping bag for her boyfriend. Why would she spread it out for Demon King Li? Wasn't she tired? He would tell her about it later. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said, thoughtfully, "You have a good relationship with Qing Miao." "Not bad. After all, I watched her grow up." Xia Jinyuan answered calmly. It was obvious that he understood the meaning behind the Devil King's words, but he didn't want to answer directly for the time being. She's a very unique female soldier. I've only seen her in my life. In his entire life, he had only met her. Even though he didn't give a direct answer, he did explain a little to Li Jinyan. This explanation caused the darkness in Li Jinyan's cold eyes to waver a little. He had only seen her in his life. He wanted to say, was she the only one in his eyes? His heart suddenly felt a little stuffy. Xia Jinyuan did not give him time to think further. Instead, he went straight to the point. I've been training with you guys at the beach every day, so I really thought you guys weren't familiar with mountain warfare. Your commander is too humble. He's so humble that I really thought you guys weren't familiar with land warfare. During these 2 days of mountain warfare, I realized that you guys were definitely humble. I really admire you. You managed to lead the Storm Commandos in a little more than a year. You're proficient in all kinds of martial arts. You've made a newly formed team from nothing into an elite force. Demon King, you've contributed a lot. Chapter 16:14. With a cold expression, Li Jinyan stretched his long legs and changed into a more comfortable sitting position. He suppressed the irritation in his heart for some reason, and after a while he said calmly, I've given a military order to train this team into a sharp knife within 2 years. It's been exactly 1.5 years now, so I only have half a year left. Back then, when we were named the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Commandos, the Army hoped that we would be a team that could enter the sea and level the land instead of just fighting on the sea. If I slack off even a little, Commander Dong won't be able to answer to the army. After all, it was Commander Dong who made him the captain of the commandos despite all the difficulties in the first place. When it came to training, Li Jinyan was obviously more talkative than usual. In February this year, I took them to the junction of Guangdong and Guangxi, as well as Ulaanbaatar and the desert for a 2-month wilderness survival training. The results were still very good. There are 6 scouts in our team, 3 from the Army and 3 from the Navy. Through systematic training, the 6 of them exchange their experiences from time to time. Now, there's no difference between the sea and the land for the 6 of them. There's a very big characteristic of the Storm Commandos, which is that not all of the members are from the Navy. They're formed from the sea, the Army, and the Air Force. Therefore, although our daily training revolves around the sea, we've never slacked off on land training. Otherwise, we wouldn't be qualified to be amphibious. His words made Xia Jinyuan nod repeatedly. He could already tell that although the Storm Commandos focused on the sea, they were not like stranded whales on land that could not move. Once they took off the rubber diving suits and put on the land combat uniform, the 2 of them were as fierce as tigers released from their cages. It's true that the Army doesn't only limit you to fighting on the sea. Being able to enter the sea and level the land is the Army's hope for you, and Xia Jinyuan's voice lowered a lot, and there was a hint of a smile in his voice. I have a guess. This unusual competition is very likely to be the Army's observation of us. He and Li Jinyan had known each other for many years. With their mutual understanding, the Demon King must have had his suspicions long ago. It was just that he was a man of few words and did not like to say it out loud. Li Jinyan, who was taking off his helmet, was surprised when he heard this. He held the helmet in his hand and rubbed the edge of the helmet with his fingers. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that I'm not the only one who thinks so. I feel that the military headquarters is selecting the best of the best." After saying that, the 2 people in the dark instantly fell silent. The night was too dark, and even though they were sitting so close to each other, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. They could only feel that each other's expressions were a little tense. Selecting the best of the best. It seems that not all of the members will go to war, but the quota is limited, Xia Jinyuan said softly. Now that you think about it, everything makes sense. This explained why they didn't fight together in this competition. Instead, they split up at the beginning, met up in the middle, and split up again at the end. Exhausting their abilities and stimulating their potential was one of the goals, but the most important goal was to select people. Even in a group of outstanding soldiers, there were superior, intermediate, and inferior ones. What the Army wanted was the most superior soldiers. They wanted the best of the best, the best of the best. When Yi Qian, who had just returned, heard the phrase selecting the best of the best, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. When she heard Xia Jinyuan's last words, there was undisguised surprise in her eyes. Chapter 16:15. What's going on? Could it be that not everyone can go abroad to fight? She paused. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to her movements, saw that she hadn't moved. He apologized to Li Jinyan and hurriedly got up and walked over. His lowered voice couldn't hide his worry. "Are you not feeling well? Do you need some hot water?" "No, I don't need it." Yi Qian didn't expect him to come over directly. She quickly explained, "I'm fine. I was just a little surprised when I heard what you said." Previously, the Major General said that she was going to train with the 2 teams to represent the country to fight abroad. If there was a selection, then she only had a 50% chance of being selected. Thinking of this, Yi Qian's expression became serious. There was a hint of stubbornness between her eyebrows. If there was a selection, she definitely wouldn't run away. She would work harder to fight for the opportunity. That way, she wouldn't disappoint the Major General. The searchlight on the helmet was turned on. Xia Jinyuan looked at her face worriedly. Yes, her complexion was indeed much better than before. Her delicate lips also had a faint pink luster. Come and sit down. Let's talk about something. If there was a selection, of course, he wanted her to go. If not for anything else, he wanted her to fight for his pride. In the command center, the Major General and the Navy commander looked at the red and green dots representing the two team captains. They had been in close contact for 10 minutes. The Major General raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He said to the Navy commander helplessly, "Old Dong, why do I feel like something is wrong? It's like they'll make a move tonight." There were certain loopholes in the arrangement of this competition. It wasn't surprising that they found out about the military's specific intentions. The Navy commander sighed and said, "Paper can't wrap fire." The competition has been going on for 3 days. The two team captains must have a lot of questions in their hearts. Now that they've met and asked each other a little, our ultimate goal can't be hidden. Or maybe they found out. Now they've guessed. Before he could finish his sentence, the Navy commander saw the small dot representing Qin Niao approaching. This is great. The 3 Zhuge are together. Tonight, they'll definitely know what we're trying to do. The Major General heard this and immediately looked back at the big screen. He laughed and said, "I'm sure they've already guessed part of it. Now that the 3 of them are together, they're probably discussing this topic." Participating in the competition next year was no small matter. It was a matter of national glory. Although there were 44 elite special forces training together this time, there was a limit to the number of people who could represent the country in battle. Yi Qianjian had taken up one of the spots, so there were only 19 spots left. If the 3 of them know now, the Navy commander smiled and said, "Basically, the 3 of them are taking up the spots, so it doesn't matter if they know. As a battle commander, my analytical ability is naturally better than my team members. If they know, then let them know." Chapter 16:16. In that case, for the sake of fairness, let's announce it to all the team members. The Major General of the Army stopped smiling and looked at the big screen with a serious expression. Let them do their best for themselves. The Navy commander agreed and nodded. Only with competition can there be improvement. Only with motivation can there be hope. Let's see who will rise and fall. Just as the 2 senior generals had guessed, the 3 of them were indeed discussing this matter. Yi Jian said, "If that's the case, then She looked at the 2 black figures that couldn't be ignored even in the darkness around her. "I will do my best to become a female soldier who can stay. Then I can't lose." Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved up slightly, revealing a faint, evil and confident smile. "The female soldiers have all stayed. As the leader, I can't lose." Li Jinyan's answer was concise as usual. "Same here." "Then there's a very important question. Do we need to tell our comrades? The military didn't give us any clear instructions. It's obvious that they don't want us to know." After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, his handsome face darkened. "We need to contact the command center. Otherwise, it will not be fair to them. Unless all 3 of US don't participate. However, this was impossible. This kind of thing was the captain's business. Although she didn't have the right to speak, she could still say something. Yi Qian pursed his lips and said, "I'm also one of the team members. Now that I know, the others don't know. Just as Q King said, it won't be fair to them." This was because everyone wanted to represent their country and fight for their country's glory. Contact the military. Contact the military. Two voices sounded at the same time. Xia Jinyuan looked at Li Jinyan and said, "Now let's go together and contact each other." Yi Qian got up. "Then I won't disturb the two of you. I'll go back and rest first. Good night." The two young majors who still had work to do nodded and watched her leave. Soon, the Navy commander and Major General of the Army in the command center received a call from their proud subordinate. Just as they had guessed, they really called to ask for confirmation. 5 minutes later, the members of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team and the Snow Region Special Forces were informed. The sudden news made them, who had always been calm, stunned for a few seconds. That's how it is. We guessed it 10 minutes before you guys did. After confirming with the military, we immediately gathered and informed our comrades. So, we're not just comrades, but also rivals. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to announce the news. For this kind of thing, the sooner it was announced, the better. The quota is limited. The military didn't tell you exactly how many quotas there are. You just need to remember that all of you have the opportunity to bring glory to our country. Whether you can represent our country or not depends on your own ability. Yi Jian, who was standing upright, suddenly recalled Uncle Zhen's words. If you're strong enough, you'll definitely stand at the highest peak for the world to look up to. Suddenly, her heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Her pair of clear eyes seemed to be burning with a ball of fire, burning until her eyes were black and bright. For a moment, they were even more dazzling than diamonds. She didn't need the world to look up to her. She just needed to live up to this new life. Chapter 16-17. After the temporary assembly, Yi Qian could clearly feel that the atmosphere had changed. It was like a loaded arrow filled with killing intent. Go for it, brother. Okay, don't cry when you lose. Looks like I can't go easy on you anymore. Let's see who's better. Qin Niao, from now on, I can't treat you as a female soldier. If I offend you in any way, please forgive me, because I'm a soldier and I have my mission. It tells me that I have to keep moving forward. Big Eel stood in front of Yi Qian. The water ghost looked at Yi Qian seriously. From now on, we are comrades and also opponents. Yes, Big Eel. From now on, we are comrades and also opponents. So please don't treat me as a female soldier, because a female soldier will not admit defeat just because she is a female soldier, because a female soldier is also a soldier and has a fearless military spirit. Yi Qian looked at him with a smile and answered him seriously. She was a female soldier, but she had her own beliefs and pursuits. She was ready to go and fight for glory. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing behind her, smiled. His handsome and elegant face had a deep smile. As he looked at his girlfriend, the gentleness in his eyes rippled like water. After Big Eel left, he took a few steps forward and stood a certain distance away. The tall man stood quietly and looked at her deeply. Qin Niao, I'm the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed Q King. From tonight onwards, you are my comrade and also my opponent. I won't be modest just because you are a female soldier, and I won't give you special treatment because of our relationship. I am a soldier. I have my principles, and I have my mission. As for you, as a soldier, you don't need others to be modest, nor do you need special treatment. I will always believe in you. I believe that as a female soldier, you will overcome all obstacles and become an outstanding Special Forces soldier. As her boyfriend, Major Xia also said the same thing to his girlfriend. Look, this was the love between them. It was a unique love, a love that was even more dazzling than those romantic relationships. They were lovers, comrades in arms, and rivals. Their love in this life would be more exciting than anyone else's love. Yi Qian turned around and looked at the young major, who had always spurred him on. His bright eyes were like crescent moons as he smiled. "Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you, Q King. Thank you, my boyfriend. You used your unique way to protect her growth and made her so happy." Not far away, Li Jinyan smiled as he watched. He finally understood why he had a subtle feeling every time he saw the two of them. As long as the two of them were together, their smiles, their words, even if they were just standing together and not doing anything, there was a kind of intimacy that no one could get close to. Turning around, Li Jinyan returned to his seat without hesitation. At the same time, he moved his sleeping bag a little further away, leaving more space for the two of them who couldn't be intruded. They were comrades in arms, rivals, and lovers. It was already very late at night. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in his sleeping bag, turned slightly to his side. He used his hands to tightly hug Yi Qian's cold feet, using his body temperature to warm them up. He wouldn't give in to her during the competition, but in life, he would definitely do his best to take care of her and make her happy. Yi Qian struggled for a while and stopped moving. He had already experienced his stubbornness. He was a man of his words. When he said that he would cover her feet, he definitely wasn't joking. Chapter 16:18. That night, Yi Jian slept very soundly. Her cold feet seemed to be warmed by a ball of fire. The warmth spread from the soles of her feet to her limbs and bones. It was so warm that when she opened her eyes and woke up, she found that her forehead was slightly sweaty. Realizing that her legs were still in his arms, Yi Jian's face, which was full of vitality, blushed even more. She kicked her legs lightly, trying to get out of his arms. As soon as she moved, the man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His handsome eyes were like the cold moon breaking through the clouds. His gaze was so cold that it was suffused with a little bit of cold light. His hand was already holding the rifle. The moment he opened his eyes, Xia Jinyuan entered combat mode. This was a man who, as long as he was wearing his military uniform, combat uniform, or training uniform, was always in combat mode or in preparation for combat, no matter what he was doing at the time. At this moment, Yi Qian quickly pulled her feet back and sat up quickly, looking like she was about to get out of bed and get ready to get up. It was still early. The assembly time was 5:30 in the morning. Right now, Yi Qian looked at the time. It was still 15 minutes to 5 o'clock. She remembered that Xia Jinyuan didn't agree to it. He hugged her feet again and didn't get up. He lazily said, "You can still sleep for a while. Don't worry. None of our comrades are up now. If you stand like this, the sentinels will notice you. If they notice you, they will notice me. Little fox, do you think the sentinels will see me hugging your feet?" Major Xia, who had his eyes closed, said softly. Because he had just woken up, his deep and slightly cold voice had a hint of sexy hoarseness. "If you want the sentinels to see you, just sit. I won't mind." Yi Qian didn't think too much about it. After being reminded, she raised her eyes like a deer and looked around vigilantly. Her comrades hadn't gotten up yet. The sentinels were 5 meters away from them. Fortunately, they didn't notice her little action. The major, who had his eyes closed, seemed to know what she was doing. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep, dark eyes were filled with smiles. "The sentries are the scouts of the water ghouls. Little fox, do you want to continue sitting there?" She didn't dare to continue being a role model. Yi Qian, whose heart was racing, was afraid that she would wake her comrades up if she spoke. She could only lie down again. She helplessly said to the major who was hugging her feet, "Hurry up and let go. It's going to be dawn soon. It won't be good if they see us. There's still some time before dawn. Don't worry. Why don't you sleep beside me for a while longer?" The major had his eyes closed, and he wasn't worried about being discovered in the slightest. He said in a calm and collected manner, With me here, do you still need to worry about being discovered? If they see us, they'll see their comrades taking care of their comrades. Major Xia was the best at arguing irrationally. He wasn't worried, but she was. Yi Jian, who did not dare to move too much, did not directly argue with the unreasonable man in order to successfully withdraw her feet. Instead, she negotiated with him. Then you have to let go of me so that I can go over. When he let go, she immediately got up. Xia Jinyuan knew his girlfriend very well. If he let go, she would run away immediately. He was even worried that his comrades would see him covering her feet. If the two of them slept side by side, TSK, 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 would Little Fox be willing? Don't even think about it. The shy little fox would never agree to it. Chapter 16:19. How about I hug your feet and warm you up a little more? Are you satisfied with being treated like a human furnace? Major Xia, who had seen through her little plan, remained unmoved and only hugged her feet tightly. The military multipurpose sleeping bag was different from normal sleeping bags. Normal sleeping bags were designed according to the human body, with wide shoulders and narrow feet. The multi-purpose sleeping bags they were using now had sleeves that resembled clothes. It was designed to make it easier for soldiers to quickly grab their guns when they noticed something unusual while sleeping. The sleeping bag had a double-ended zipper. In order to allow Yi Qian's legs to be close to his body, Xia Jinyuan pulled the zipper up to his chest and hugged Yi Qian's legs. Therefore, as long as Yi Qian moved slightly, he could feel the wind in the mountains rushing towards his chest. Therefore, he sighed softly and said, "Don't move. My chest is cold. You don't want me to catch a cold, right?" She could still rest for a while. She was in a special situation right now, so she had to rest well. Even though Yi Qian knew that he was deliberately acting pitiful, he couldn't bear it and could only whisper, "I'm much better now. I wasn't in good condition yesterday, mainly because I've been soaking in the water every day. Now, I'm really fine after sleeping for a night. If you don't believe me, I'll come over and let you take a look." Xia Jinyuan believed him. When he heard this, he let go of his hands and sat up. He reached his right hand out of the sleeves of the sleeping bag and gently stroked Yi Qian's cheek. It was very warm. His body temperature was indeed much more normal than last night. As for whether his qi and blood were good, there was no way to tell at the moment. He could only wait until dawn to find out. Finally, he could pull his legs back. Yi Qian instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and even his expression became lighter. He didn't stop Xia Jinyuan from stroking his face. "Do you feel that my body is much warmer?" She felt the gentle touch of his fingers on her face. It was very light and very soft, like a flower gently falling into her heart, filled with a sweet floral fragrance that made her feel sweet. Yi Qian smiled at the man, who only had a rough outline. The corners of his mouth were a little deep. "I couldn't take care of my body during training, but I won't push myself when I'm resting." During training and missions, no matter how bad her body was, she had to hold on. This was the tenacious willpower that a soldier must have. When she was resting, she would adjust her body so that her body wouldn't be unable to get the rest it needed when she was resting. She needed to be strong, but she wouldn't push herself just for a moment of strength. Xia Jinyuan then looked at his girlfriend sitting in front of him and laughed softly. "Indeed, it seems like I was a human furnace last night. You sound like you're energetic, so there shouldn't be any big problems. I can't bear this kind of thing for you, so I'll have to trouble you." Yi Qian. It was better to change the topic. She didn't want to talk about her physical problems at all. However, it was indeed because of him that she was able to sleep so soundly last night. She thanked him graciously. "Yes, thanks to Q King for taking care of me last night. I'm so energetic now." "How are you going to thank me?" Xia Jinyuan didn't give Yi Qian any time to catch her breath. He quickly said, "I'll be happier if you thank me sincerely. Of course, we can only record it now. We'll talk about it after training." After bringing his girlfriend to his unit, Major Xia suddenly realized that he could occasionally seize the time to talk about love and romance. It had to be said that this was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 16:20. Some of his comrades had already woken up. Hearing the rustling sounds, Yi Qian's heart tightened. He quickly scanned his surroundings, afraid that someone had clearly heard their conversation. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. In the light of the morning sun, Yi Qian realized that Demon King Li, who should have been the closest to them, was now at least 2 meters away. In other words, this area was occupied by her and Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan followed her line of sight. His gaze swept over Li Jinyan once before he retracted it. It was easy to deal with smart people. Although he didn't directly mention his relationship with Yi Qian, the Demon King had already guessed it. He even intentionally distanced himself, leaving enough space for him and Yi Qian. "Demon King, you're really something." At the same time, he believed that this man wouldn't tell anyone about his relationship with Yi Qian. As for why he wanted to leak some information to Demon King Li, it was very simple. He realized that Demon King Li's gaze had been lingering on his girlfriend for a long time. This wasn't a good sign. He had to stop it. Such an outstanding little fox wouldn't lack people who had designs on her. He also couldn't defeat all the men who had designs on her, but that didn't stop him from declaring his authority as her boyfriend. Since he knew, he had to attack and not give the other party a chance. The love letter incident. He had to learn from it. Yi Qian didn't know that the man beside him had already quietly declared his authority as her boyfriend. Seeing that Demon King Li had distanced himself from them, he sighed in relief. Seeing that a few of his comrades had already gotten up, he immediately said, "I can't thank you enough. If you really want to thank me, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll record it first. Also, don't collect interest." Major Xia, who had originally planned to collect some small interest such as a kiss, a gift, and so on, decided against it. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to collect his capital when the time came. He also heard the commotion of his comrades getting up. He knew that the short time between the two of them had to come to an end. Besides, he also didn't want everyone to know about his relationship with Yi Qian. Even if he wanted to announce it, he had to wait until Yi Qian had entered the Snowfield Brigade and achieved a certain level of success. Only then would he be able to shut everyone's mouths. The members of both teams did not have the habit of sleeping in. In addition, they all knew that this competition was also a qualifier. Everyone was doing their best to fight for a spot. The competition had already begun. If they did not want to be eliminated, they had to give it their all. Although they had also done their best before, they would fight even harder now, so she had to do her best too. Yi Qian had already packed the sleeping bags. When he turned around, he saw that Xia Jinyuan had finished packing all her equipment. He said to her, "Go ahead and walk around. Come back and meet us at 5:30. There was a small stream in front of them, so they could simply wash up. There were still 23 minutes left. Yi Qian saw that Demon King Li was also packing up and had yet to assemble his team. She nodded and followed him into the forest. Before she left, she quickly felt around in her bag and calmly placed one hand in the pocket of her combat uniform. Only then did she catch up with Xia Jinyuan. His girlfriend's little movements were seen by his boyfriend, but he didn't point it out. Instead, his thin lips curved into a sexy arc. She was really cute. So cute that he couldn't help but want to tease her again. No, if he teased her again, his little fox would reveal her hidden claws. She would fly into a rage out of humiliation and scratch his face with her claws. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 16:21. In the morning, Yi Qian naturally had to deal with her personal matters again. Fortunately, she only had 3 days. After 3 days, she would have 4 days of small tasks, so she didn't have to go through so much trouble. After entering the forest, Yi Qian took advantage of Xia Jinyuan's time to wash up. She immediately dealt with her own matters and cleaned up any traces she left behind. The forest was very quiet, and there was even a faint mist surrounding it. The early birds were already chirping happily on the branches, playing Ode to Joy for the couple who could take a walk together for the time being. Xia Jinyuan didn't mention anything about personal matters again. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Today and tomorrow will be the most tiring 2 days. Do you remember the captive plan that I told you about? From this afternoon onwards, Qing Yao, you have to be careful. Be careful that you don't get kidnapped by us." The captive plan could be said to be the highlight of the competition. It was also the competition that tested the individual combat ability of a soldier the most. Especially last night, all of her comrades knew that this would be a selection competition, so individual combat would only be more rigorous and fierce. Xia Jinyuan's reminder made Yi Qian feel a chill in her heart. He was right. She really had to be careful. If she was captured, she would very likely miss the opportunity to go overseas to fight. That was definitely not what she wanted. Don't be too stressed. You are a soldier personally trained by Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen was the strongest soldier of his generation. Qing Miao, do you know that it is a blessing to learn from the best soldier of his generation? Oh, Yi Qian's gaze moved slightly. Uncle Chen once told her that he went on a big mission more than 7 years ago. There were a total of 10 soldier elites, but only 4 of them returned alive. But from Captain Xia's tone, it seemed that Uncle Chen belonged to the glory of that era and was not an ordinary soldier elite at all. Besides, Uncle Chen rarely mentioned his past to her. Except for the day when they started the purgatory training, Uncle Chen never mentioned anything about their military experiences more than 7 years ago. Most importantly, Uncle Chen was obviously hiding something from her at that time. Uncle Chen was discharged from the army in 1987, but he claimed that he had been exposed after completing a mission 7 years ago because he was given the identity of the world sniper. In order to ensure his safety, the military spent 3 months preparing to erase Uncle Chen's identity. He became an international sacrifice, but was actually still alive. However, Uncle Chen only left the army in 1987. There was a long time between 1987 and 1987. However, after that, Uncle Chen never mentioned his past in the army, nor did he mention his glorious past. She even asked him about it later, but Uncle Chen just smiled and said to her casually, "Let bygones be bygones. Some things are only suitable for one person to remember, and they can only belong to one person." At that time, she felt that Uncle Chen had something to say. The sadness in his eyes was so deep that she felt a little sour in her nose. She could not ask him any further. Until now, Uncle Chen was still the most mysterious family member in her heart. Xia Jinyuan sensed that something was wrong and could not help but ask, "You don't know about Uncle Chen?" "I know a little, but not much. Uncle Chen only mentioned him to me once," Yi Qian said in a low voice. Although he did not mention much, she knew that Uncle Chen must have been very powerful in the past. Uncle Chen could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, hit 3 targets with 1 shot, and other legendary sniping skills that Uncle Chen could perform. Should she ask around in front of Captain Xia? Since Uncle Chen did not want to tell her, there must be a reason why he could not tell her. Was she being disrespectful to Uncle Chen if she insisted on asking? Chapter 16:22. But when she thought about how Uncle Chen had deliberately avoided it, she felt a little uneasy. His identity had been exposed. It had been so many years, so it should be fine. After a slight change in her gaze, Yi Jian asked, Captain Xia, I'd like to ask you something. Is Uncle Qin a unique soldier king, or a soldier king in an army? The one and only soldier king, the legend of the sniper world. To this day, Uncle Qin still holds the throne of the sniper world. No one can replace him. Xia Jinyuan's expression turned solemn when he mentioned his predecessor's achievements. His voice was filled with respect. Uncle Qin can be said to be a legend that many people do not believe. Yi Qian was shocked. The one and only soldier king, a legend that many people do not believe. Uncle Qin didn't tell him about this at all. Xia Jinyuan was also a little surprised. He thought that Yi Qian knew everything about Uncle Qin, but her expression told him that she did not know about Uncle Qin's past achievements. Uncle Qin never mentioned that he was a soldier king to you? Xia Jinyuan frowned. Uncle Qin had never mentioned it to her? Why? When he trained Yi Qian, did Uncle Qin not mention anything about his past? Yi Qian shook her head gently. I only know that Uncle Qin had 10 soldier kings go on a mission together with him in the 70s. In the end, only 4 soldier kings came back alive. Other than that, Uncle Qin never mentioned anything about him. Among the 10 soldier kings, Uncle Qin was the real soldier king. Xia Jinyuan added, in that era, Uncle Qin's sniping skills and individual combat ability made him the soldier king in the army. The soldier kings who went on missions with him were all defeated by Uncle Qin. That was why Uncle Qin was said to be the one and only soldier king. Yi Qian, who had never heard of Uncle Qin's personal history, was shocked beyond words. To this day, the god of sniping still belongs to Uncle Qin. No one can replace him. From 1987 until 1999, when Uncle Qin retired, no one had been able to defeat Uncle Qin's battle record for the past 12 years. So that was how the world-class sniper came to be. However, when Uncle Qin mentioned this, he casually told her that it was just for fame. From his tone, it sounded as if everything was fake and could not be taken seriously. Xia Jinyuan's eyes gradually darkened. Yi Qian was Uncle Qin's only successor, and his sniping skills were all personally trained by Uncle Qin. Why didn't Uncle Qin mention him to him? Could it be, Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian in a deep voice, do you know why Uncle Qin retired? Yes, I do. Yi Qian saw that Xia Jinyuan's face was a little gloomy, so he couldn't help but lower his voice. His personal identity was exposed. In order to avoid some trouble, after 3 months of military deployment, Uncle Qin retired as a sacrifice. In other words, Uncle Qin's identity was still a secret and could not be revealed to anyone. Xia Jinyuan's expression softened a little. If that was the case, Uncle Qin did tell Yi Qian a thing or two, but he didn't say too much. He then said, Uncle Qin is a legend, and even more so, a legend in the sniping world. Even after he retired, there were still countless people searching for him. Uncle Qin's situation is a little complicated. Since he didn't tell you too much, he must have his reasons. And you just need to remember that you are a sniper personally trained by Uncle Qin. Don't embarrass Uncle Qin. Understand? Xia Jinyuan reminded him, then calmly changed the topic and stopped mentioning Uncle Qin. Chapter 16:23. Uncle Qin didn't tell Yi Qian because he didn't want Yi Qian to worry. More importantly, he wanted to protect Yi Qian, so he definitely couldn't mention Uncle Qin's past to Yi Qian. Today, he almost made a big mistake. He thought that since Uncle Qin and Yi Qian were relatives, Yi Qian should know everything about him. Yi Qian pursed her lips. Uncle Qin didn't want to tell her. Captain Xia didn't want to tell her either. Why did they have to hide it from her? Could it be that Uncle Chen was still in danger? What other secrets did Uncle Chen have? Was it a dangerous secret? Yi Jian, who was sensitive, lowered her eyes. The complicated emotions in her eyes were covered by her long and thick eyelashes. She was a little worried. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he knew that his words had disturbed Yi Qian's emotions. After the training, he had to give Uncle Chen a call immediately and apologize to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, who was far away in Shuku village, opened the wooden door. When he saw who was knocking on the door with the help of the light, his resolute face suddenly changed. "Hello, is this the home of martyr Sun Xueqing?" At the door, Chief Kai of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau asked politely, "I'm looking for her daughter, Yi Qian." Uncle Chen sighed softly and said politely, "Yes, please come in." After Chief Kai entered the room and sat down, he looked at the middle-aged man who wasn't much older than him. He lowered his head to hide the confusion in his eyes as he drank tea. This man, why did he look so familiar? He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. After getting dressed and washing up, Uncle Chen also looked at the middle-aged man who was drinking tea. His eyes were also filled with confusion. He knew who he was. He was Yi Qian's mother's former comrade. He had seen him in photos before. "My apologies for intruding." Chief Kai did not try to figure out who this familiar middle-aged man was. Instead, he took the initiative to state his intentions. "I'm here to look for my comrade's daughter, Yi Qian. May I know who you are?" Uncle Chen sat down and took a sip of hot tea before answering. "I'm Yi Qian's uncle. My surname is Chun. What business do you have with Yi Qian? She's not at home now." Before coming here, Chief Kai had already asked around and found out that Yi Qian had been taken care of by an old revolutionary and her junior high school's principal Chun. It could be said that if it weren't for the two of them, Yi Qian might have been spoiled by her uncle's family. "So, you're Principal Chun." "Hello, Principal Chun. My surname is Kai. I was martyr Sun Xueqing's comrade." Seeing that he had found the right person, the smile on his face couldn't help but become more genuine. He opened his briefcase and took out a yellow diary. "This is Sun Xueqing's legacy. Principal Chun, can you pass this to Yi Qian for me? Last time, I met her in a hurry in Tongzhou. We parted ways after a few words. Seeing her is like seeing the glory of martyr Sun Xueqing, a daughter inheriting her mother's will. This is an amazing child." He had actually met Yi Qian before. Uncle Chun, whose expression had eased a little, suddenly darkened again. He did not take the diary. Instead, he looked at the old friend who had suddenly come to visit with a sharp gaze. "I wonder if Mr. Kai has mentioned anything about her mother to little Yi? Principal Chun, don't worry. I know what's important. I haven't said a word about martyr Sun Xueqing yet." Seeing Principal Chen's sharp gaze, Chief Kai straightened his body slightly and said with a serious expression, "It seems that Principal Chen also knows about martyr Sun Xueqing. I haven't mentioned this to Yi Qian yet because I have many questions myself." Chapter 16:24. The morning breeze blew in through the open door, bringing with it the chill of winter. Principal Chen looked solemnly at the open door of the central room and said to Chief Kai, "If you don't mind, let's sit in the kitchen. We can talk while warming ourselves up. How about that?" He didn't know if anyone in the village had seen this Mr. Kai before. There were a few famous gossipy women in the village. If they saw him, they would probably gossip about him. The village was small, so if a stranger came in, it was inevitable that everyone would ask a few questions. This was the typical village life. No one had bad intentions, so when they gathered together, they would gossip about each other. There were almost no secrets to speak of. "I don't mind. Please lead the way." Chief Kai smiled and stood up first. He had a good impression of Principal Chen. He saw a familiar aura in him, the mighty aura of a soldier. As retired soldiers, he felt that the distance between them was much closer. Yi Qian's house was an old house from the 1980s, unlike the small red brick houses that were being built in the village. They were all made of mud bricks and painted with white lime powder. Although they were old, they were clean and clean. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The kitchen was used to heat the fire. Principal Chen usually ate here as well. He would burn the chopped firewood and set up an old-fashioned kettle. Chief Kai smiled when he saw this. I haven't seen this kettle in a long time. I used to see it in the army. When they talked about the army, Principal Chen, who was also a retired soldier, also smiled. Our village still uses this kettle. It's convenient and durable. The water it heats is also delicious. The conversation became more relaxed, and there was no coldness like before when they met. Unknowingly, the water in the fire boiled, and white steam rose from the kettle. Principal Chen put on a pair of gloves and picked up the handle of the kettle, which was blackened by the smoke from the firewood, to brew a new cup of tea. He handed it to Chief Kai and sighed. Old Kai, tell me about Yi Qian's mother. Half an hour later, one called him Old Kai, while the other called him Old Brother. Yi Qian looks like her mother, but she looks calmer than her mother. She also has the aura of a soldier. Chief Kai took a sip of the hot tea that had just been brewed. The tea leaves were also self-made, and the fragrance of the tea filled his mouth. The firewood crackled as it burned, and the light from the fire illuminated Chief Kai's face, revealing a hint of melancholy. Although I've only met Yi Qian once, I can tell that this child is very opinionated. He's exceptionally calm when something happens, and he has the courage to make prompt decisions. Yes, this child is more opinionated and stronger than her mother. Principal Chen nodded. After talking for more than half an hour, he could tell that he used to have a good relationship with Yi Qian's mother. They had a very deep friendship. Therefore, when he mentioned Yi Qian, it was as if he was talking about his own child. He had the tolerance and love of an elder. Chief Kai recalled how he had interacted with his former comrade, and there was both joy and sadness in his eyes. With such an outstanding child, Hongmei can rest assured in the underworld. Yi Qian was only 3 years old when she sacrificed herself. At such a young age, she was already an orphan. Fortunately, you and the old senior who passed away supported her and took care of her. Otherwise, this girl would have been spoiled by her uncle. Chief Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility when he said the last sentence. Yi Qian is a sensible person. She knows clearly in her heart who treats her badly and who treats her well. Her uncle doesn't do things the right way, but Yi Qian is a domineering child who knows what's important. Chapter 16:25. She knows what's most important to her, what she can give up on, and what she can put aside for the time being. We took care of her because she's worthy of being taken care of. She's talented, responsible, and a child who can achieve great things. If she's really useless, we wouldn't have nurtured her like this. Principal Chen didn't have any intention of claiming credit. Instead, he spoke very calmly and wasn't afraid that Chief Kai would misunderstand. That was the case. Why did the first-rank sergeant major's uncle want to nurture Yi Qian? Firstly, it was because of Yi Qian's mother. Secondly, it was because Yi Qian had matured and was no longer as weak and incompetent as before. Thirdly, it was because of her ability and talent. It was the same for him. If it wasn't for Yi Qian's ability and talent, he wouldn't have risked his identity being exposed to nurture her. At the time, that was indeed what he thought. However, the more he interacted with Yi Qian, the more he felt that she had a rare and precious quality. She had a clear distinction between good and evil, and she had a righteous heart. She never complained about being tired during training. Even if her body hurt, she would grit her teeth and persevere. As long as one interacted with Yi Qian for a long time, they would know that she was a good girl who deserved to be doted on. After all, Chief Kai didn't know Yi Qian very well. However, her courage to solve the problem last time had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when Principal Chen mentioned Yi Qian, he felt that Yi Qian was the real Yi Qian. He didn't know why, but he believed in her so much. It was probably the so-called love the crow, love the crow. The pupil will surpass the master. She's better than her mother. This is also Hongmei's wish. Chief Kai laughed softly. There was a hint of gentleness in the corners of his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, leaving only a hint of sharpness. It's a pity that Hongmei didn't see it. If she was still alive, she would be so happy to see her child so successful. From the sudden change in his expression, Principal Chen could tell that something was amiss. He had never met Yi Qian's mother, but he had heard from his uncle that none of the girls in the surrounding villages could compare to her. After he joined the army, he joined an all-male unit. Outstanding girls would always be admired by the male soldiers. Just like Yi Qian, a few days ago, Lu Tuan even joked that one of the Shanghai veterans, who had been ruthlessly beaten up by Yi Qian, had been admitted to a university. He had specially asked Lu Tuan about Yi Qian's personal information, and had even said that he wanted to pursue Yi Qian. What was even more laughable was that this Shanghai soldier's family actually supported him. They even called the military instructor, hoping that the military would help their son get a girlfriend. It was also a burden to keep the past in one's heart after so many years. Headmaster Chen couldn't help but pat Chief Kai's shoulder. Little Yi often goes to the martyrs' cemetery to visit her mother. She's very filial and stronger than we imagined. But she still has a lot of things to do, such as finding out the real culprit behind Hongmei's death. The sad conversation was suddenly filled with sharpness because of Chief Kai's sudden words. The middle-aged veteran, who was now the director of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau, looked at Principal Chen calmly. "Brother, I'm here to tell Yi Qian that her mother's sacrifice is true, but if it weren't for someone leaking her identity, Hongmei would never have been sacrificed. The firewood was still burning brightly, and the heat it emitted made people feel warm and comfortable. Occasionally, sparks would splash, and bits of stardust would flash across the sky. The red light would disappear after a short while." Chapter 16:26. Just like the fire in Chief Kai's eyes, because Principal Chen did not answer for a long time, it went from bright to dark and eventually turned into ashes. There was not a trace of light left. "Brother, you don't believe me, right?" Chief Kai sighed heavily, the corners of his mouth full of bitterness. "Yes, it's been almost 20 years. Who would believe me? If I don't believe it myself, who will believe what I say?" Chief Kai, who had retired from the military and relied on his own abilities to get to where he was today, sighed heavily again, as if he wanted to spit out all the pent-up sorrow in his heart. "It's been almost 20 years. If it wasn't for Yi Qian's appearance, perhaps I would have been so muddle-headed for the rest of my life." Before Hongmei left, she said that if she sacrificed herself, she asked our comrades in the military to take good care of her daughter. "Brother, we didn't agree, and even said that she was overthinking things. Who knew that she already had a premonition that she would sacrifice herself? The fire burned too brightly. Principal Chen used a pair of tongs to take out a piece of firewood and then used the ashes to extinguish the flames. Principal Chen's voice came through the subtle movements. When she left the village, she actually left with the thought that she would die, because at that time, Yi Qian's mother already had a vague idea that she might not be able to return. Principal Chen's expression did not change much when he said such a big thing, because he already knew a thing or two from Uncle General Chief Kai's face was full of shock. He thought that even Yi Qian did not know, but now that he heard that she actually had a vague idea, the extinguished fire in Chief Kai's eyes burned brighter and brighter than before. Principal Chen looked at him quietly and said softly, "Don't worry, the Yi girl will investigate thoroughly. But we hope that at least 2 years after she graduates from the military academy and has a firm foothold in the military before investigating her mother's matter. We didn't tell the Yi girl because this child has her suspicions, and she already has a suspect, but she can't get away to investigate at the moment." Principal Chen's face darkened slightly as he spoke slowly. His calm tone was laced with a hint of coldness. "We will investigate it thoroughly, but not now." Chief Kai couldn't accept it. "Since you already know, why not now? It's been so many years. If we don't investigate further, it's very likely that we'll never find out who the real culprit is. If Yi Qian is being targeted right now, and if she makes a move, she will be hurt. Are you willing to see that happen?" Principal Chen's words made the sharpness in Chief Kai's eyes suddenly sink, forcing him to suppress all of his anger. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "It seems that the real culprit is already in a very high position. In the 3rd year after Hong Mei's death, a group of our comrades retired. In September, we wrote a letter to the town, and in early October, we received a reply saying that Yi Qian had died young after falling into the water. At the end of December, we sent a retired comrade to Fujian town to investigate personally. He also received news that Yi Qian had died young. After that, we didn't inquire further, and we all believed that the news was true. When I met Yi Qian in Tongzhou, she told me personally that she thought it was a miracle that she was able to survive safely. From that, I knew that someone had been secretly preventing us from inquiring about Yi Qian. They even bribed the comrades we sent to confirm the news, so that we would completely believe that the daughter of Hong Mei had died young after falling into the water. Then, brother, you said that Yi Qian is being targeted right now, and if she makes a move, she will be hurt. This is the thing that our old comrades don't want to see the most. The real culprit is preventing us from meeting Yi Qian because they're afraid that we'll tell Yi Qian about Hong Mei's death back then." Chapter 16:27. The more he spoke, the colder Chief Kai's expression became. Principal Chen frowned as he listened. He didn't expect Yi Qian's mother's comrades to have come to Fujian town. He also didn't expect to receive news of Yi Qian's premature death. 3 years after her death. Wasn't that when Yi Zhifan was transferred to Fujian town's government office? Principal Chen couldn't help but say, "The situation is more complicated than you think. Someone tried their best to stop you from meeting Yi Qian, and at the same time ordered Yi Zhifan's family to raise Yi Qian so that the truth behind Yi Qian's mother's death would never be revealed. If even the biological daughter didn't investigate the truth behind her mother's death, then who would? No one would pay attention to something that happened more than 10 years ago, and no one would deliberately investigate it. Even if it was Lao Kai, he probably wouldn't have investigated Yi Jian if he hadn't met her. After all, it had happened so long ago. Who would remember? Even Uncle Jen didn't want Yi Qian to investigate further. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it a secret for so long. But if Yi Qian insisted on investigating, he wouldn't stop him. Chief Kai's brows furrowed, even tighter. He fumbled around in his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. Holding the cigarettes, he bent over and lit them up by the firewood. He took a few deep puffs and exhaled a string of smoke. He kept thinking in his heart and mind. No, he couldn't let Yi Qian take the risk. He couldn't let Hong Mei's only daughter take the risk. If something happened to Yi Qian, he wouldn't be able to answer to Hong Mei. Principal Chen didn't say anything. to investigate or not to investigate. He and Uncle Jen had the same idea. As long as Yi Qian went far and stood high, they didn't want her to lose her happiness because of hatred. Old Chen, let me investigate Hong Mei's matter. I'll let you know if there's any news. I waited so long to find out that Hong Mei's daughter is still alive. As long as Yi Qian wants to investigate, I will definitely help him. After finishing his cigarette, Chief Kai didn't have any expression on his face. This high-ranking police chief said word by word, "My life was saved by Hong Mei. Now, it's time for me to repay her with my life. Brother, tell Yi Qian not to touch her for the time being. Let me do it." Principal Chen did not say anything else. He only asked, "Why must we investigate?" "Brother, let me tell you about Hong Mei. You'll know why I'm doing this after you hear it." When he mentioned his comrades who had sacrificed themselves, a gentle look appeared in Chief Kai's eyes again as he reminisced about those days when he was young. That year, China began to form a female special forces unit to carry out special and dangerous missions that male soldiers could not complete. Hong Mei stood out from more than 6,000 female soldiers and appeared in their unit in a clean military uniform, becoming the flower of the unit. She risked her life even more than the male soldiers. One of her comrades mistakenly used a grenade. Seeing that a serious accident was about to happen, it was Hong Mei who kicked the grenade away. The male soldier was bitten by a poisonous snake. Without saying anything, Hong Mei possessed his body to take the poison and saved his life. When they encountered an avalanche, Hong Mei ignored the risk of her own life and relied on her own strength to drag 2 male soldiers whose legs were broken. When they entered the desert and encountered a sandstorm, the entire unit got lost. It was Hong Mei's bottle of water that saved the lives of 20 people in the unit. His life was supposed to be sacrificed at some border, but Hong Mei braved the hail of bullets to save him. Her calf and shoulder were pierced by shrapnel. Chapter 1628. Although Hong Mei was only a female soldier, the bravery and fearlessness she displayed made all the male soldiers respect her. Brother, Hong Mei is just that good. She is just that worthy of respect. Back then, the Prime Minister personally put the red flag on her because he knew about Hong Mei's heroic deeds and called on the entire military to learn from her. Whenever Sun Xueqing was mentioned, Chief Kai's sitting posture would be the standard one he used to hold meetings in the army. His back was straight, his legs were slightly pressed together, and the hand holding the cigarette was placed respectfully on his knees. Needless to say, the expression on his face was solemn, dignified, and full of respect. Principal Chen did not know much about Yi Qian's mother. After he heard everything, this world-class sniper was full of respect for this martyr who had sacrificed herself. In that case, Yi Qian really resembles her mother. She was brave and fearless, completely unafraid of sacrifice. But this child is much stronger than Hong Mei. She will not be swayed by emotions. Chief Kai pointed out the biggest difference between the mother and daughter. Hong Mei's fatal flaw is that she is soft-hearted. She is very soft-hearted and easily trusts others. She always thinks that people are kind, but she ignores the complexity of human nature. Yi Qian is different. Although I've only met Yi Qian once, the way she handles things is not something Hong Mei can compare to. If Hong Mei had made a prompt decision back then, perhaps none of the subsequent events would have happened. Although he did not find Yi Qian, Chief Kai felt that his trip was not in vain. As long as Hong Mei's daughter also suspected her mother's death and was interested in investigating it, then he could rest assured. Although I suspected that Hong Mei's sacrifice was suspicious, I really did not think of going back to investigate it. After all, 17 years have passed. In addition, because of Hong Mei's sacrifice, a few things happened in the unit. After sending Hong Mei away, All the comrades in the unit devoted themselves to new missions, and so did I. By the time we came back, more than half a year had passed. Even if I thought that Hong Mei's sacrifice was suspicious, I did not think too much about it because of the time constraints. This time, when I saw Yi Qian, this child did not know much about her mother. This made me very sad. Her mother is so outstanding and dedicated her life to the country, but her child doesn't even know what kind of soldier she is. This shouldn't be. In order to let Yi Qian understand her mother better, I went back to my old unit, but I found that there was no more information about Hong Mei in my old unit. I asked the young soldiers. None of them knew that there used to be such a respected martyr who was their senior. Chief Kai, whose eyes were filled with sparks, seemed to have turned red as well. The fist on his knee suddenly clenched, and even the still-burning cigarette but was clenched in his palm. He was so angry that he didn't even feel the cigarette burning his palm. This is a deliberate attempt to cover it up. This is intentional. He wanted to completely erase Hong Mei's existence. A soldier had sacrificed himself for the country, leaving behind only a daughter who was crying piteously for food. Not only did someone want to erase her existence, but they also wanted to raise her daughter to be useless. He deserves death. At the end of his speech, the dignified director of the Public Security Bureau had tears in his eyes. Even Principal Chen gritted his teeth when he heard this. He really deserved to be punished. What on earth was going on that even traces of a person's existence would be erased? To make a soldier who had sacrificed herself for the country and had outstanding military achievements become an unknown ordinary person. How dare they do this? Chapter 16:29. Chief Kai's voice grew colder and colder. It was like the north wind in the polar regions, bringing a chill to people's hearts. If I didn't step forward, I would have let Hong Mei down. I would have let my conscience down. Old Kai, I thank you on behalf of Yi Qian. Principal Chen's face was solemn. He wouldn't stop Yi Qian from investigating the cause of her mother's death. This was no longer a personal matter. This concerned the glory of a soldier. Chief Kai sighed and shook his head. I don't deserve Yi Qian's thanks. I was too careless. I've thought about it countless times, but I always thought I was overthinking things. Back then, if I had persevered a little longer, perhaps everything would have been different. He took out a small phone book from his briefcase that never left his hand and handed it to Principal Chen. This is the contact information of the comrades who had been through life and death situations with Hong Mei. They were all comrades that Hong Mei risked her life to save. I've contacted 4 comrades who are now of a certain status. I'll lead the investigation into Hong Mei's death in secret. When I contacted them, I found out that they also suspected that Hong Mei's death wasn't simple. This is their contact information. If there's an accident, old brother, you must let Yi Qian continue the investigation. We can't stop until we find out the truth. Principal Chen took the phone book. Yi Qian once wanted to investigate from her uncle, Yi Shifan. Later, someone warned him that there was someone secretly supporting him. Old Kai, if you want to investigate, you can start with Yi Shifan. There's also old Madame Yi and her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. You can investigate them. I think you'll find something. However, you have to be careful. We haven't done anything to these people yet because we're worried about them. We don't want to alert the enemy and ruin the girl's future. Chief Kai narrowed his eyes with a serious expression. Not only was his expression cold, but there was also a hint of murderous intent. This person's status is definitely not ordinary. His family background is definitely not simple either. He's either from the military or his family is in the military. Old brother, don't worry. We'll be careful. We won't let anyone find out. And I'm not afraid of any accidents. I just want to give Hong Mei justice. Give me the justice that a soldier deserves. Even her life's deeds had been secretly erased. How could she not be angry? Going too far was not enough, but it also exposed that there was indeed a problem with Hongmei's sacrifice. The heavens were beginning to change. The dusty past, the delayed truth, would one day receive the best ending. Justice won't be late. It's all about perseverance. Winter was a cold season. It was a season where all living things slept and waited to wake up. After Principal Chen sent away Director Kai, who had come for justice, he stood under the eaves for a long time and didn't return to his room. He stared at the horizon until it was slightly pale. Only then did he let out a long sigh. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I have to go back on my words. She will no longer stop Yi Qian from finding out the truth behind her mother's sacrifice, and she will no longer hide the past from you. Yi Qian, she must know the truth, and she must help martyr son Xueqing regain the glory that a soldier deserves." It finally snowed in the mountains in December, ushering in the first snowfall of the year. It started to flutter around 5:30 a.m., and by 6 o'clock a.m., it had turned into a heavy snowfall. Yi Qian and the others finally put on the winter clothes and winter pants in their luggage. Originally, they had planned to travel with ease, but now they looked extra bloated and seemed to affect their agility. "Everyone, check your equipment, count your bullets, and confirm your shooting positions." Following the orders of the two team leaders, the bloated team members moved nimbly and quickly checked each other's equipment. Chapter 16:30. Next up was the 300-meter time limit of 100 shots. Everyone only had 3 minutes to check, count the bullets, equip their equipment, and confirm the shooting target. They had to complete this quickly. No one spoke. The north wind that blew over even contained a murderous aura that made people feel fearful. The forest was filled with the sound of click, click, click as they checked the guns. Yi Qian listened to the familiar sound that made her blood boil. Her lips curled into a faint smile. She liked this kind of sound. It was so bright and lively. She liked the moment when the bullet was shot out of the barrel. She felt as if the sound of her bullet was running around her heart. Listening to it made her feel as if her whole body was filled with power. Check complete. Check complete. Check complete. In less than 3 minutes, the divided team members reported one by one. Li Jinyan, who was leaning against Yi Qian, lowered his head slightly. His cold voice melted the north wind and sounded even colder. "Synchronized with the front. Behind me, you have to finish firing 10 bullets before me, according to the calculation of 0. 15 seconds per bullet. You need to finish changing the magazine within 15 seconds. At the same time, you need to exchange rifles with me. Yes, I will calculate the time and the number of bullets fired." Yi Qian nodded. Her calm voice was filled with confidence. "I will control the time. Don't worry." Yi Qian was no stranger to working with the Devil King again. With the gun in her hand, in her heart, and in her eyes, there was only the gun in her hand. When she aimed at the target and pulled the trigger, she could feel the gun violently colliding with the back of the bullet case. The gunpowder gas expanded within the bullet case at that moment. The burning gunpowder produced gas, and with a deadly force propelled the bullet. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet case flew out of the magazine. The first bullet was fired. Yes, just like that. The crosshair and the notch were placed parallel to each other. The bottom line of the target formed a 3-point line. Without any hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the center of the target. The bullet case flew out in a perfect trajectory and landed on a rock. With a ding sound, the first bullet was fired, shooting at a distance of 300 meters. Some people said that it was a blind shot within the range of a light machine gun. It was a form of suppressive fire. But for a sniper, Even if she was holding a rifle, she only had one goal: to shoot accurately. This was what Uncle Chun had taught her. A sniper's bullet should not be wasted. She had to ensure that every bullet was accurate. She had to complete the shooting mission with a 100% success rate. She remembered every single word that Headmaster Chun had said to her. She would never forget it, and she would carry it out one by one. And the second bullet has been fired. Li Jinyan knew that he would be stunned for a second. There was a time limit of 100 shots within 300 meters. He could complete the shooting while walking. Everyone knew that the further the shooting distance, the harder it was to achieve accuracy. She had only aimed at the target when she was checking the gun. Then she directly fired the first shot. Chapter 16:31. Everyone was still pushing forward and aiming. She didn't even move a step and finished her first shot at 300 meters. The 5.8mm rifle they were carrying was developed by China. The first time it appeared was when Hong Kong returned. The initial velocity of the bullet was 930 meters per second. The combat firing rate was 40 rounds per minute, and the continuous firing rate was 100 rounds per minute. The direct firing distance was 375 meters, and the effective firing range was 400 meters. The maximum firing range was 600 meters. A rifle with a combat firing rate of 40 rounds per minute would have amazing firepower if it was shot blindly. However, at a distance of 300 meters and without a scope, one would have to rely on one's own vision to complete accurate shooting. At the very least, one would have to have a preliminary aiming action. It wasn't like her, who directly lifted the gun and fired 2 shots. Did she have any aiming action? Just now? Not at all. She didn't even have any aiming action. Not only did she complete the shooting, she also completed the shooting accurately. Li Jinyan quickly caught up with her speed. The two of them pushed forward and completed the shooting quickly. This was a limited time shot. The rifle in his hand was an air-conductive automatic type with a rotating lock. It could fire in single and continuous bursts. The theoretical rate of fire was 650 points per minute, and the firing rate was 100 rounds per minute. The single firing rate was 40 rounds per minute. They had a single firing rate, and the ammunition was a 70-round magazine. Because they still had to exchange their rifles, they had to complete a 300-meter shooting within 4 minutes. Accurate shooting required fast hands and sharp eyes. The 70-round magazine had to be changed twice, and the rule was that they had to complete the change when they had 50 rounds. It had to be said that such a rule was extremely harsh. However, the training of the Special Forces was harsh. If you couldn't complete the mission, you couldn't be considered a Special Forces soldier. If you wanted to become an excellent Special Forces soldier, you had no other choice. Yi Qian never chose. She would only face it, facing the harsh training that could allow you to escape unscathed on the battlefield in the future, facing all kinds of seemingly impossible missions. She had no other choice. 40 rounds completed. Devil, it's your turn. Yi Qian reminded Li Jinyan, who was beside him, as he advanced 20 meters within a minute. Next, Yi Qian finished firing 50 shots. Yi Qian quickly changed the magazine and loaded it with a click. Li Jinyan finished firing 50 shots and took the rifle from Yi Qian's hands on time. There wasn't the slightest pause during the entire process. The two of them worked together as if they had been comrades for many years. Their cooperation was flawless. Yi Qian took the automatic rifle from his hands and changed the magazine again, completing the recoil resistance and correcting actions. Then He caught up to Li Jinyan's shooting speed and the number of bullets he fired. In the command center, the technicians handed over the data of the two men's reload to the senior generals of the two armies. The major general of the army took the data and looked at it. His furrowed brows relaxed a little. He turned to the Navy commander and said, "Not bad. There is only a 0. 5-second interval, complete control, and complete shooting within 10 seconds. I didn't expect the two of them to cooperate so well. They can even calculate the number of bullets fired by each other to achieve consistency in their shooting." The smile on the Navy commander's face was not just a little deep, it was very deep, and he was also very satisfied. Looking at the combined data of the two men, the Navy commander laughed and joked, "They are so perfect that they are like lovers. They have reached the point where their hearts are in sync." 0. 5-second interval. This is even faster than changing the magazine myself. Unfortunately, the devil had to adjust the first bullet after changing the gun, so there was a deviation. Otherwise, it would really be perfect. Chapter 1632. Major General Liu ignored the first half of the Navy commander's words and only listened to the second half. He nodded and said, "It's normal to deviate when changing guns, but it's already pretty good that he can continue to maintain his shooting speed and accuracy." Even so, the Navy commander still felt a little regretful. After thinking about it, he smiled and sighed. But compared to Qing Niao, he's still a little lacking. In the future, I'll have to let Qing Niao teach him. It's good for young people to interact with each other more and improve their relationship. Both of them are so outstanding, and they're both soldiers. They'll definitely have a lot of common topics to talk about. There won't be awkward silence when they're together, and they can help each other out. If they can get together, it'll really be a joyous occasion. After seeing how outstanding Yi Qian was, the Navy commander really couldn't bear to let him go. Last time, he asked Jinyan to ask if she had any intention of staying in the Navy, but up until now, he hadn't received a reply. He might as well ask her himself after this. Major General Liu saw that the Navy commander was constantly trying to matchmake the two of them. Every sentence he said had such intentions, and this made him feel that there was no way to continue the conversation. He directly reminded him, "Old Dong, haste makes waste. These two young people don't even have horoscopes. You're too enthusiastic. Don't be hot-headed and end up embarrassing the two young people." This old Dong really knew how to climb up the ladder. There were many bachelors in the Snowfield Brigade who hadn't settled their personal issues. Xia Jinyuan was one of them. If he really wanted to matchmake Yi Qian with someone, Xia Jinyuan would have to be first, and Li Jinyan would have to be behind him. The Navy commander smiled, but didn't say anything. This kind of thing had to be pointed out. If he didn't, with Jinyan's cold personality, would he take the initiative to pursue Yi Qian? That was absolutely impossible. As long as he was put on the fire and forced into a corner, he would take the initiative to make a move. Besides, he wasn't really hot-headed. He could tell that Jinyan admired Yi Qian, so he was moved. Of course, this kind of thing had to be consensual. If Yi Qian didn't have the slightest bit of interest, he definitely wouldn't force Yi Qian to accept Jinyan. Seeing this, the Major General could only shake his head with a smile. However, old Dong did remind him that Yi Qian was indeed a likable child. If anyone in the team was interested in her, or if she was interested in someone else, he would definitely not interfere. Let's not talk about personal relationships today. If there's a chance later, we'll ask the parties involved for their opinions. As for me, I definitely won't mention it in front of Qing Niao. I'll only mention it in secret. After the Navy commander finished speaking, he spread the data in his hands on the table and carefully studied the series of data from Yi Qian's shooting. The Major General didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was the one who brought up the issue of personal relationships first, and now he was telling him not to discuss it. This kind of thing is really not worth discussing. If you have feelings and I am willing, then we will hit it off. If you have no feelings and I have no intentions, then it will be useless no matter how I try to matchmake you. Yi Qian had known Xia Jinyuan for so many years. When it came to personal feelings, he felt that the two of them were more compatible. As for Li Jinyan, although he was outstanding, he wasn't suitable for Yi Qian. There was no reason, but his intuition told him otherwise. The Navy commander looked at the data and pondered for a while. With a thoughtful expression, he raised his head and asked the Major General, "Old Yang, Qing Niao changes magazines very quickly. This speed is a little unbelievable. Have you seen how she changes magazines?" Chapter 1633. The Major General tried to recall, and then shook his head. "Now that I think about it, I realize that I really didn't pay close attention to how Yi Qian changed magazines. Her data is indeed a little unbelievable. Did you notice a problem?" Picking up a pencil from the table, the Major General underlined Yi Qian's data from when she finished firing the 49th round to when she started firing the 50th round. The 49th round to the 50th round is when she was ready to change magazines. That's when she unloaded the empty magazines and installed the new ones. If she didn't switch guns with the Demon King, then the 51st round and the 50th round are connected. It's as if she didn't change magazines halfway through, and she completed the 50th round to the 51st round in one go. Soldiers who are very skilled in handling firearms will change magazines with one hand when there are only 3 to 4 bullets left in the previous magazine. This way, they don't even need to pull the bolt and load the gun with their left hand, and they can continue firing. But Qing Yao isn't like that. She started preparing at the 49th round, and when she finished firing the 50th round, the magazine was already loaded. That's the most special thing about her. It's obvious that she's very proficient with firearms. If she finishes firing 100 bullets in the 300-meter time limit, and she doesn't miss a single bullet, I think she can set a new shooting record in the army. Yi Jian could indeed set a new record. She hadn't finished shooting in the allotted time yet, so she gave Li Jinyan an okay sign and carried the automatic assault rifle to the side to rest. After firing all 100 bullets, her shoulders were a little sore from the recoil. She waved her hand and walked to the designated area. She lightly shrugged her shoulders to loosen up her tense muscles. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire was endless in the forest. The 44 soldiers needed to finish firing 4,400 bullets. It was no less than a large-scale battle. If the civilians heard the sound, they would definitely faint from fright. In order to not disturb the civilians, the military chose the 4th combat zone to be closer to the center. Moreover, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles was no man's land. Over 4,000 bullets were fired. Even if she didn't see it with her own eyes, just thinking about it in her mind was enough to make her feel that it was a spectacular scene. As for her, as she listened to the continuous gunshots, her blood was still boiling. Xia Jinyuan, who had finished shooting, walked over with his gun on his back. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw that his girlfriend was still staring ahead after shooting. The little fox was definitely a hot-blooded soldier, even more ferocious than the male soldiers. When they heard the sound of bullets and cannons, not only were they not afraid, they were even eager to fight. This could be seen from the Pakistani side's battle. "You're still looking? 100 bullets aren't enough for you?" Hearing the sound of the bullets, Yi Jian, who felt that she was still in the midst of shooting, immediately turned her head. She saw Xia Jinyuan walking towards her with steady steps and a faint smile on his handsome face. Yi Jian smiled and replied, "It was addictive. I'm still savoring the aftertaste. When he got closer, Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and said softly, but I still think that the 75-round quick reload drum is more satisfying. It's more enlightening than the single-shot one. This was his girlfriend, a bold girl who wasn't afraid of bullets or cannons. Major Xia raised his head and tapped on her helmet with his slender fingers. He said with a half-smile, if you were a little more daring, you would be in heaven. You still want to reload the drum? Hold it in. I'll take you to practice later. Chapter 1634. Just a second ago, he was lecturing her, but the next second, he was spoiling her to the heavens. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were bright and sparkling as she looked at him. It was as if she had scooped water from a magical spring into her eyes, making her look exceptionally lively. Okay, I'll be waiting. Sometimes, Major Xia felt that his girlfriend was really worry-free. Every time he went back to the capital to have fun with his old playboys, the women he brought out either wanted bags or money. As for his own girlfriend, bullets could make her happy. No wonder Old Man Xia said that he was so lucky to have won Yi Qian's heart. If he didn't grab hold of such a good girl, he might as well not return to the family Xia or enter the house. Old Man Xia was very perceptive and could tell that little fox was a good girl with one look. As for himself, he was even wiser than Old Man Xia. He had to act early to avoid any more complications. Now he could fight alongside her and discuss topics that they both liked. Who said that the love of a Special Forces soldier wasn't romantic? Could the love of a Special Forces soldier be as romantic as a normal person? No, they would never be able to experience the romantic love of a Special Forces soldier. It was a love that was intertwined with blood, a love that was filled with trust and heartfelt, and a love that involved life and death. Even the topics they discussed were not topics that normal people could join in on. As Yi Qian was talking about her shooting, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved upwards. You finished shooting 31 seconds earlier. Looks like you've learned Uncle Chen's trick. This trick is very helpful in maintaining the firepower on the battlefield. It can reduce the time between bullets. As he spoke, he seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he said to Yi Qian, next time, you'll be in charge of giving us a lesson. Once we've mastered the essentials of shooting, we'll figure out how to increase our speed together. Essentials? Yi Qian thought for a while, then shook her head. There's no essentials. The main thing is that you have to know how long it takes for each bullet to hit the target. Then, you have to calculate how long it takes for you to change the magazine. You can directly change the magazine with one hand to achieve the continuity between bullets and maintain the firepower. It was easier said than done. Xia Jinyuan had already started experimenting with 2 empty magazines. The first step of changing magazines with one hand was to hit the clip against the tenon to complete the magazine change. This was something that all his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade knew. The whole process took about 2 to 3 seconds. The difficult part was that he had to immediately calculate the distance between the bullet and the target and how long it would take to hit the target. At the same time, he had to pinpoint the point where he would immediately change the magazine after firing the last bullet, and this point directly affected the continuity of bullets. After Yi Qian watched his movements, he said seriously, "Yes, that's how I do it. I change the magazine with one hand, and my speed is about the same as yours. I control it within 2 seconds, and then I know when the bullet will be fired. I just have to keep the whole process going. When we get back, demonstrate it to us. We'll use a distance of 300 meters as the standard." Xia Jinyuan tried twice in a row and knew that he couldn't fix the point properly. He couldn't connect the bullets from the previous magazine to the next one in one go. This wasn't a problem, so Yi Qian gladly accepted it. The time was up. The gunshots in the forest instantly disappeared. A second ago, the deafening sound of gunfire was heard, but in the next second, there was only smoke in the air. There was no sound of gunfire at all. It was so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 16:35. It was snowing heavily, and the north wind blew through the forest, dispersing the thick smell of gunpowder. About 2 kilometers away from where the two teams were shooting, the local troops heard the dense gunfire and knew it was their turn to enter the battlefield. This was a nature reserve. Although it was included in the temporary battle zone for the two teams, they still had to pay attention to the necessary things. The local troops needed to help collect all the bullets. 44 comrades meant that there were 4,400 rounds of ammunition. These were all the missions of the local troops. Gather! Following the platoon commander's whistle, the two squad leaders quickly gathered their comrades. Attention! Turn back! They led their comrades to their destination. It took some time to collect all the bullets, but with the help of the local troops, it saved the two teams a lot of time. The results were out. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian missed the target twice out of 200 bullets and were ranked first. Xia Jinyuan and K7 missed the target 3 times and could only be ranked second. K7's thin face was a little tense, and his murderous aura was somewhat exposed. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "It's my fault. I'm sorry, Captain. Qin Yao's shooting skills are above all of us. We're not too bad of a team to be ranked second." Xia Jinyuan patted his comrade's shoulder and smiled. "Next time, continue to work hard and win back what you lost." The 2 bullets missed the target because Li Jinyan and Yi Qian were affected by the wind and snow when they were changing guns. His situation was the same as K7's. They were both affected by the wind and snow when they were changing guns. These were all uncontrollable factors, and mistakes were understandable. However, understanding was one thing, and the main thing was that their shooting skills were not at their best. Take Qin Yao, for example. She was holding the same gun as everyone else, and they were all shooting at the same time. Why was she able to hit the target every time? It was because her shooting skills were so good that she was not affected by the weather. Qin Yao is talented. Do you still remember the mission in Pakistan? Normal people aim first before shooting, but she's different. She can directly aim and shoot when she pulls the trigger. That's the biggest difference. It's a talent blessed by the heavens. It's difficult for us to have her talent. Xia Jinyuan bent down and picked up the 2 bullets from the snow. His handsome eyes were slightly sharp. We don't have her talent, but we need to learn shooting skills from her. We can't be complacent, and we can't find excuses for our losses. We admit that we lost, but we can't keep losing like this. The snow was unusually heavy. The feather-like snow fluttered and decorated the mountain into a world of white. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding 2 bullets in his hand, looked at his comrades. His sharp eyes were like the cold light on a blade, revealing a frightening sharpness. So, K7 we can admit defeat, but we can't keep losing. Even if the person who surpassed them was Yi Qian, his girlfriend, he would not admit defeat, nor would he find excuses for himself. Winning had always been their goal, and it would not change because of anyone. Yi Jian knew that her 100 bullets hadn't gone to waste. She stepped on a bullet with her military boot. When she bent down to pick it up, she saw Li Jinyan standing in front of the target with a hostile aura. He was looking at her results. He was the one who caused the 2 misses, so he needed to reflect deeply. Chapter 16:36. Li Jinyan was not only reflecting on himself, he was also studying Yi Qian's shooting skills. He was completely convinced by Yi Qian's godlike shooting skills. He had no idea how she could shoot so fluidly without any adjustments. Demon King, let Qin Yao teach us another day. I'm afraid no one in our 2 teams can compete with her shooting skills. The big mermaid walked over and said in a low voice, "Since we can't keep her here, it's enough if we can learn her shooting skills." After Li Jinyan got the reply from Yi Qian that night, although he did not contact the Navy commander, he still told the big mermaid. As for the Navy commander, he would talk to him after the hunting operation tomorrow. Li Jinyan's somewhat dark gaze shifted away from the target. He said to the Great Mermaid, "Tell me, is there anyone who can accurately shoot without aiming at the target?" "How is that possible?" The big mermaid laughed. Why did the Demon King suddenly ask this? "It's completely impossible. Until now, our army doesn't have such a sharpshooter. Everyone knew that one had to aim before shooting. Without aiming and preparation, how could one shoot accurately? It was not like they were blindly suppressing fire. As long as it was an accurate shot, one had to aim first. This was the law." Li Jinyan also thought that it was impossible. He was probably overthinking it. However, when he thought about Yi Qian's shooting movements, he really felt that she was shooting directly with a gun. She did not aim at all. He was deep in thought, as if he was thinking about a big problem. The big mermaid looked at him. "What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind. Did you encounter something difficult to solve? About the competition? About the 300-meter shooting?" Other than these two things, he could not think of anything that the Demon King was troubled by. "Qing Niao, if I said that she did not aim at all, do you think it's impossible?" As if feeling someone's gaze on him, Li Jinyan's feet moved slightly. His military boots squeaked as they crushed the snow. He turned around, and his gaze met Yi Jian's from afar. Yi Qian, wearing combat equipment and a helmet, stood in the snow. She smiled at the man who turned around and looked at him calmly. She continued to bend down and pick up the bullets. The snow blurred her beautiful face, but Li Jinyan felt that he could see the smile on her face clearly. It was like a red plum blossom in the snow, facing the wind, standing on a branch with a cold fragrance. He calmly looked away and looked at the big mermaid, who was shocked by his words. "I'm also shocked, but it's possible. After the training, I'll verify my guess." The command center was so quiet because of the Major General's words that you could hear a pin drop. The technicians felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. They could not help but use less strength when pressing the buttons to avoid alarming the senior generals. The Navy commander looked at the Major General, who said something shocking. After taking a deep breath, he once again looked at the data of Yi Qian's shooting. He took out a pencil and wrote for a while. He then said to the clerk beside him, "Reanalyze the data in detail. I need to know how long each bullet took to shoot." "Yes." The clerk took the data and immediately handed it to the technician for another detailed analysis. Chapter 1637. After the Navy commander finished giving his instructions, he tapped his fingers on the table. His face, which was slightly tanned by the sun, looked very tense. Just like Li Jinyan, he seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. After knocking, the Navy commander looked up at the Major General, who was also staring at the data. "Old Young, if this is true, then it's really a big surprise. One soldier can fight against a few hundred soldiers." In fact, the Major General was also shocked by his own speculation. However, it was undeniable that Yi Qian was indeed very capable. In addition, she was also a sniper, so she could definitely fight against a few hundred soldiers. Then he said, "She's a sniper, and we spent a lot of effort to train her. Being able to fight against a platoon of soldiers is also our hope for her. In order to make her sniping skills reach a certain level, the person who trained her put all his efforts into training Qing Niao. That's how she became the Qing Niao she is today. If we add on her extraordinary talent, it's indeed possible for her to fight against a few hundred soldiers. However, This is just our speculation for now. I still need to verify it. During the battle on the Pakistani side, Xia Jinyuan had mentioned to him that Yi Qian's marksmanship was different from others, but he did not explain in detail what made it different. When he later found out that the person who trained Yi Qian was the Sniper King, who was known as the world sniper in the 1970s, he naturally assumed that Yi Qian's marksmanship was definitely different from the rest. After all, the title of world sniper was still held by that person, and he was still a legend that no one could dethrone. The Navy commander knew that the Major General would not say such an impossible speculation for no reason. There had to be some basis for it, but he still needed to confirm it for now. Then confirm it now, so I don't have to think about it with you. The Navy commander made the decision and immediately contacted Li Jinyan, who was preparing to leave. Li Jinyan had already finished organizing his team. The local troops were waiting for them to leave before they started collecting all the warheads. It was getting late, so they needed to head to the 5th combat zone immediately. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan handed over more than 100 warheads collected by the 2 squads to the platoon leaders of the local troops. Due to Yi Qian, the Storm Commandos did not appear again, and the Snowfield Brigade and the local troops took care of the rest. The 10-meter distance in the heavy snow also blurred everyone's vision. Fu Dong looked forward again and vaguely saw a figure that was slimmer than a male soldier standing straight in front of him. He observed that there was only one female soldier in the 2 special forces teams. Class Monitor Fu, your class is in charge of the west to the north. Class Monitor Lu, your class is in charge of the east to the south. For 1,400 bullets, for 1,400 warheads must be collected for me. Not a single warhead can be left out. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Fu Dong retracted his gaze. Until now, he still felt that he had not recognized the wrong person. That female soldier was Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Fu Dong's face without leaving a trace. He was indeed Little Fox's junior high school classmate. He had an impression of her, but he did not expect to meet her here. It was really fate. This male soldier must still have some doubts. Otherwise, he would not have kept looking forward. They had not seen each other for more than 3 years, and even though her face was covered in thick paint, this male soldier could still vaguely feel that the female soldier was Yi Qian. It had to be said that Little Fox had a great influence in the class back then, and she had left a deep impression on everyone. Chapter 1638. At this time, the command center had already contacted Yi Qian. The commanding officer's voice came through the earpiece. "Qing Niao, we already have the data analysis of your shooting. Now the command center has a big question to ask you, and we need you to answer it. According to the analysis, we found that the speed of each bullet was almost the same, and there was no pause in between." "Qing Niao, how did you do it?" So it was about that. Yi Qian thought about it and answered seriously, "It's not easy to explain directly. I can demonstrate it again. This way it'll be clearer." It was really not easy to explain. She couldn't tell the commanding officer that she was relying on her intuition like last time. In fact, she was relying on her intuition. However, a live demonstration would be more direct and would not leave too many doubts in people's hearts. When Uncle Chen found out that she could shoot like this, he was quite surprised. He thought it was an impossible but real miracle. Yes, Uncle Chen said it was a miracle that came from talent. She didn't know if it was a miracle, but every time she finished shooting, she had a very strong feeling. It was as if the gun was one with her, and the bullet was like an obedient child. She looked at the target, raised her hand, and aimed at the target, and the bullet could hit the target accurately. There was no way to explain it, only a live demonstration. The commanding officer was looking forward to it. The cold wind blew on his face like a knife cutting into his skin. Yi Qian, who had entered the 5th combat zone, gently exhaled a breath of hot air to warm his fingers. Beside her, Li Jinyan looked back at her. If you're cold, rub your hands. As a male soldier, he also felt the cold. His hands and feet were stiff from the cold. His joints felt like they were poured with rust, and there wasn't much flexibility. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the hunting operation was in full swing. Yi Qian raised his hands and rubbed his ears. He even gritted his teeth and put his hands under his collar to warm his hands with his body temperature. The temperature in the mountains was negative. If it wasn't negative 15 degrees Celsius, it would be negative 10 degrees Celsius. It couldn't be helped that the weather wasn't perfect. The members of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team, who were used to training by the sea, gritted their teeth and endured the cold wind head-on. The snow had stopped falling, but the north wind was still howling and blowing snow everywhere. Their line of sight was still a vast expanse of whiteness, which made it extremely difficult for reconnaissance work. After Li Jinyan finished his reconnaissance, he gestured to Yi Qian, and the two of them continued forward. On the other side, J5 said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll leave Demon King Li to you, and I'll leave Qing Niao to you. Why did you assign 2 powerful characters to me? You think too highly of me. Your brother." J5, who had already been captured once, felt that the pressure wasn't ordinary. Demon King, Li was comparable to Q King, and Qing Niao's assassination skills weren't bad either. He really felt that he was the weakest of the 4. Xia Jinyuan, who was bent over, used his binoculars to observe the lake. His thin lips curved into a cold smile. "The more you're afraid, the more I want you to go. If you're captured, won't you get back at them?" A black shadow swept across the lake. Xia Jinyuan immediately put down his binoculars and contacted his brothers. "Team D, pay attention. The sentry is here. Be careful. Whoever becomes the first captive will run 20 kilometers with weights. Even if you have to die, you have to finish it." Chapter 1639. All the members of the Snowfield Brigade shuddered. Q King could be so ruthless that he could peel off a layer of skin. 20 kilometers was nothing. What mattered was how much weight they had to carry to complete the 20 kilometers. "Pigeon, White Crane, you two go lure the enemy." Xia Jinyuan lowered his voice and arranged for the battle. The two of them were good at fighting in the snow. As long as they were in a place with snow, they would be no different from fish in water. Only they would be able to discover the enemy. By arranging the two of them to lure the enemy, Xia Jinyuan wanted to start the captive plan. After the two of them left, Xia Jinyuan spread the battle map on the snow and looked at it. He frowned slightly. The 5th combat zone covered a huge area. Why did he feel that the command center was going to do something else? Only 2 teams were allowed to complete the hunt. Wasn't this a little too easy? I'm afraid the command center will do something else. We can't spread our forces out for the time being. After Xia Jinyuan made his judgment, he immediately switched to the public channel and whispered to all the members of the Snowfield Brigade, "Stay in a triangular formation and keep our forces concentrated. Don't rush to the other side of the lake." Then he said, "The Major General won't act until he sees the hare. The commander of the Navy is the same. The 5th combat zone is so big that it's impossible for them to only arrange a simple hunt for both sides. Brothers, gather your forces together just in case." Just like the Storm Commandos, they also completed the hunt in groups of 2. No one stood still and waited for the enemy to come to them. Everyone was moving and completing the hunt in their own way. Li Jinyan was also spreading the battle map on the ground. His fingers, wearing combat gloves, moved across the entire 5th combat zone. Finally, he asked Yi Qian, "Do you feel that this hunt is too simple?" It was so simple that it didn't seem like the commander's style. Yi Qian didn't know how to answer this question. This was her first time participating in a competition like this. She shook her head and answered truthfully, "Sorry, this is my first time participating in a competition like this. I'm not too familiar with the combat styles of the two leaders of the command center, so I can't give you any advice. It's a little too simple. The commander's style is to be more aggressive towards the end. Now, it's a bit like boiling a frog in warm water." After Li Jinyan finished speaking, he contacted the whole team. "Gather the troops. Big Eel, stop luring the enemy." Fighting in the snow was the weakness of the Storm Commandos. They were much more cautious than the Snowfield Brigade. Looking at the red and green dots representing the two armies suddenly slowing down, the Marine commander sighed a few times. "These two guys are really a bit difficult to deal with. It's done, old Dong. It's about time. Just tell them the battle requirements." Major General Liu saw the look of pity on his face and could not help but shake his head and laugh. A simple hunting operation is too simple. According to our training style in the past, they will definitely figure it out. Just as the members of the two teams were guessing that the command center might have further instructions, the latest instructions came from the command center. There was a final position in the 5th combat zone. Whoever could enter the final position first and finish off the 2 platoons would be considered the end of the competition. After receiving this order, the commanders of the 2 teams were not surprised at all. Instead, they let out a long sigh of relief. The final position was not in this area at all. There would be an intersection point when they were heading towards the final position. This intersection point was where the 2 teams would first exchange fire. Chapter 1640. Without further ado, the commanders of the 2 teams quickly adjusted their battle strategy. Xia Jinyuan immediately called back the White Crane and Pigeon, while Li Jinyan immediately stopped the baiting tactic and led his team to the final location. The final location was surrounded by barbed wire, and the wire was connected with high-voltage electricity, other than the members of the Storm Assault Team and the Snowfield Brigade. No one else could enter. There were a few wooden huts inside. These wooden huts were used by the forest police to rest at night when they were patrolling the mountains. Now, they had been taken over as a base that needed to be taken down by the Snowfield Brigade and the Storm Assault Team. There were 2 platoons of soldiers inside the base and 2 platoons outside. Each platoon had 30 soldiers, so there were 4 platoons inside and outside the base. A total of 120 targets needed to be taken care of. The 2 teams needed to take care of the soldiers guarding the base before they faced each other. At this time, both teams were tired and hungry. At the same time, their physical strength was severely depleted. The command center did not give them much time to rest in order to better understand each team's combat ability. The 5-day competition had to end by 6 p.m. the next day. If both teams failed to take down the base, both teams would lose. The temperature inside the wooden hut was slightly better than outside, but the north wind still came in through the gaps in the wooden hut. A sentry pushed open the wooden door and walked over. He patted the snow off his body and walked to his platoon leader. "Platoon leader, let's just keep watch for tonight." They had been on guard for 3 days, but they still had not seen the so-called special forces. "Tonight is about right. Stay alert tonight. Don't let anyone sneak up behind you and slit your throat." The platoon leader had been keeping a close eye on his soldiers for the past few days. It was fine during the day, but he was afraid that someone would sneak up on them at night. This time, he brought his soldiers here to broaden their horizons and see how the special forces killed the other special forces. It was really lucky for their platoon to have such an opportunity. Outside the wooden hut, the snowy wind had not stopped blowing. The wind blew into the hut, and made the raincoat flap noisily. The platoon leader could not help but stand up and look outside. With such a strong wind, the snow should stop at night. When the snowy wind blew on his face, it was like someone had slapped him. It was painful and itchy. In the end, even his nose was so stiff that he could no longer feel it. Other than Li Jinyan, who was slightly paler, the rest of the water ghosts were all dark. Even if their noses were frozen like carrots, it was not very obvious. Yi Qian was different. When she stood among the water ghosts, she was like a white swan mixed among black swans. Right now, her nose was the most obvious red. Li Jinyan couldn't help but want to laugh a few times when he talked to her, but he restrained himself very well. Yi Qian, who didn't feel cold even after walking for so long, couldn't help but cover his nose. His gloved fingers lightly touched the tip of his nose. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He seemed to have lost his senses. He was so cold that he felt like he was touching someone else's nose. Don't touch it, don't rub it. Go back and take a scalded radish. It'll be fine. Li Jinyan couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. He reached out his hand. They were climbing up the mountain path. The snow was too thick, so they had to help each other. Yi Qian reached out and grabbed it tightly. He pulled his feet out of the snow and walked up with shallow and deep steps. The female soldiers' hands were very small. They were obviously different from the hands of the male soldiers. Sometimes Li Jinyan even wondered if he would break the bones in her hand if he used a little more strength. She was the only female soldier in the two teams. Facing such a harsh environment, she didn't complain at all. She didn't complain at all. This was indeed admirable. Chapter 1641. After climbing up the slope, Li Jinyan immediately let go of his hand. Then he gestured to Yi Qian to crawl while he pushed aside a shrub covered in snow and slowly crouched down. According to the analysis of the battle map, the first exchange of fire between the two teams was less than 300 meters away from them. Li Jinyan used the snow and shrubs as cover and carefully used his binoculars to observe the situation in front of them. The mountain was quiet and everything was silent. Occasionally, snow would fall from the trees, making a dull thud. In the blink of an eye, everything would return to normal. Yi Qian, who had crouched down beside him, said softly, "Qiu King will not let go of the opportunity to kill our forces. If he arrived before us, he would have already set up an ambush and waited for us to fall into his trap." The binoculars only saw a white world. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, the more there was nothing out of the ordinary, the more it meant that something was wrong. Li Jinyan lowered his head and slowly moved his body so that he was completely hidden behind the shrubs. He crawled side by side with Yi Qian. That's normal. If it were me, I would not let go of the opportunity to destroy the enemy's forces as soon as I occupy them. Turning on the communicator, Li Jinyan contacted the team members behind him. Move forward in a dragnet formation. Each team will maintain a distance of 10 meters from each other. Deshao, 5 of your teams will head to the final stronghold. 5 of our teams will stay behind. 2 scouts will stay put. Then he said to Yi Qian, "You go with the scouts. Stay 1 step behind Deshao and the others." At this time, Qin Niao was the focus of the entire team. How could Qiu King allow a Qin Niao, who was familiar with their team, to stay behind? Their first target was definitely Qin Niao. Yi Qian also knew why this was the arrangement, but she also had her own thoughts. Since they had already been targeted, avoiding them was not a solution. Moreover, she did not have the habit of avoiding them. On the battlefield, offense was always the best defense. Yi Qian sighed softly and expressed his opinion. "Since it's a hunting operation, Demon King, I don't intend to avoid it. Let's face it directly. She rarely expressed her opinion when he was carrying out orders. Now that she had spoken, it was enough to show that she had thought it through carefully. Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips slightly. After a few seconds of pause, he said, "If you are not worried about being captured, you can continue to follow me." Previously, they had captured a member of the Snowfield Brigade. In this hunting operation, the other party would definitely want to get back at them. Qin Miao was undoubtedly their target. Yi Qian did not hesitate. He chose to take action. On the snow, a few sparrows were jumping around happily. Their light bodies became the only vivid scenery in the snow, leaving a string of small paw prints. Xia Jinyuan used a tree branch to pick out the snow stuck to the bottom of his boots so that it would be easier for him to take action later. "Q King, there's a situation." Baihe's voice came through the earpiece. It was low and contained a hint of excitement. "There's movement. We didn't wait for half an hour in vain." The Snowfield Brigade had arrived at the first crossfire half an hour ago and had set up an ambush. "J5, I'll leave Qing Yao to you." Xia Jinyuan threw the tree branch lightly into the bushes. The military target swept through the bushes, and the snow fell quietly to cover up his tracks. A few camouflaged figures flitted through the pure, white world. They were as light as birds flying in the snow and disappeared silently. Yi Qian, who was leaning against the tree trunk behind her, panted lightly. He turned on the communicator to contact his team members. "It's about 5 minutes. It's about time to start." Baihe and Dove were scouts. Xia Jinyuan had told her that as long as they were in the snow, they would be like fish in water. It would not be easy for her to slip past under their noses. Chapter 1642. The Snowfield Brigade's target was her, and her goal was to finish off either White Crane or Pigeon. She did not have that much confidence in finishing off both of them at once. Li Jinyan was about 5 meters away from Yi Qian. He had already readied his combat dagger and was just waiting for the Snowfield Brigade members to arrive before he could make his move. The wind carried snow with it and blew against his goggles, blocking his vision. White Crane, who was wearing a white camouflage suit, moved carefully. His military boots did not make any sound when he stepped into the snow. He was mainly responsible for scouting and reporting everything he saw to his comrades so that they could carry out their mission. There are no abnormalities ahead. Brothers, be careful of traps. White Crane carefully passed through the crossfire and hid behind a tree. From afar, his figure seemed to blend into the white world. Push left and avoid the point of abnormalities. As a scout, White Crane had entered the range of the Storm Commandos. His main mission was to infiltrate the enemy's rear and scout their military movements. He also had to capture enemy captives to obtain information that would be beneficial to their side. White Crane and Pigeon did not directly hunt their targets. They only needed to provide useful information to their comrades and scout the enemy's movements. Therefore, they did not have any offensive missions. On the contrary, they had to avoid running into the Storm Commandos. Therefore, White Crane and Pigeon had to be more careful and cautious than any other member to avoid being discovered by the Storm Commandos. Li Jinyan agreed to let Yi Qian directly participate in the hunting operation. At the same time, he assigned Yi Qian the mission to kill or capture a scout from the Snowfield Brigade. After some observation, he realized that Yi Qian's anti-reconnaissance ability was quite good. Just like her shooting skills, they were on par. Xia Jinyuan predicted that Yi Qian would definitely participate in the hunting operation, but he could not have predicted how Li Jinyan would arrange for Yi Qian. He also did not expect that Yi Qian would have his eyes on the scout. He sent out White Crane. The mountain was very quiet, but the atmosphere was somber. The sparrows that flew into the snow from time to play seemed to have sensed something and flew away from the forest. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes and stared at a white figure. She gave her position to Li Jinyan and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "I found the target. He's about 3 meters away from me. Cooperate with me." "Got it," Li Jinyan and the other water ghosts who were closer to him answered through his earpiece. The 3 of them would set up an ambush, while Li Jinyan would go deep to lure the enemy and fully cooperate with Yi Qian to complete the hunt. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon, and the painful cold wind that blew against his face was even stronger than before. His body temperature seemed to have dropped slightly. Yi Qian, who had become one with the snow, was silently waiting for the right moment. She was completely buried in the snow, in the gradually darkening sky. As long as she remained motionless, no one would know that the slightly arched snow bump in the distance was actually Yi Qian in disguise. At least, White Crane did not discover it. However, he was very cautious. After entering the Storm Commando's range, he would lurk and observe every meter he walked. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The target was getting closer. Yi Jianping held her breath and listened to the army boots stepping on the snow softly. She heard the squeaking sound of the snow being crushed. White Crane passed by her, less than 50 centimeters away. Yi Qian did not move. For the time being, she could not confirm whether there was someone behind White Crane. She had to wait for Li Jinyan and the others to send news. Chapter 1643. Her target was the Snowfield Brigade Scouts, while Li Jinyan's target was Xia Jinyuan. She thought that Xia Jinyuan's target would definitely be Li Jinyan as well. King against king, there would definitely be a decisive battle. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from behind. Yi Qian felt a chill run down his spine. The Storm Commandos had been outflanked from behind. Even though Yi Qian knew that he was being outflanked from behind, he still maintained his current posture, so that Bai He, who was less than a meter away from him, did not notice him at all. She even held her breath as she heard Bai He say, 5 meters away from me. Target spotted at 7 o'clock. K7, surround him. T6, you'll be the vanguard. Bai He quickly pinpointed his position and informed his comrades behind him to move quickly. When Yi Qian heard this, he knew that the Storm Commandos had all entered the Snowfield Brigade's ambush range. Just as Li Jinyan had said, the Snowfield Brigade would definitely not miss an opportunity to strangle their targets. This was a frontline unit that was good at ambushing and assassinating. They would only attack and would never stay in their original positions. The figures of 2 Snowfield Brigade members entered the line of sight of Li Jinyan and the other 2 water demons. Following the order to move came from the communicator, Yi Qian leaped out from the snow like a hidden snow leopard, flashing his sharp claws at the prey he had locked onto. Right at this moment, Bai He received a cold order from Xia Jinyuan. Bai He retreat. There was no time to explain, and Xia Jinyuan ordered Bai He to retreat immediately, but it was too late. Hearing his captain's order through his earpiece, Bai He felt a murderous aura coming from behind him, causing him to quickly leap forward and narrowly avoid the murderous aura coming from behind him. He turned around and saw clearly who the person who had ambushed him was. J5, where did you run off to? Qing Niao has her eyes on me. When Bai He saw that it was Yi Qian, he immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. He had never seen Qing Niao's strength before, but after working with her once, he felt that she was unfathomable. J5, who was about to stuff a ball of snow into his mouth to quench his thirst, choked violently. He contacted Xia Jinyuan, who was far away from him, and said, Qing Niao targeted Bai He. She's really ruthless. She directly gouged out our eyes. Let's take a gamble and see if Bai He kills Qing Niao, or if Qing Niao kills Bai He. Seeing that his comrade was still in the mood to take a gamble, Xia Jinyuan raised his thin lips and said with a faint smile, "As an instructor, if you get captured a second time, J5, you won't be able to escape a 20-page self-reflection." J5's body shook violently. Although he was an instructor, he was also afraid of writing reports. When he had applied for a transfer, one of the reasons was that he was not good at writing reports. If he was captured again, he would slap himself 50 times. Stall the devil for at least half an hour. Xia Jinyuan approached Bai He with his rifle. The devil had ordered Qing Niao to kill his scouts, which gave him the opportunity to capture Qing Niao. J5 did not stay any longer and immediately went to stall the devil. He knew that Q King wanted to kill or capture Qing Niao first. How could Yi Qian be so stupid as to wait for the Snowfield Brigade to come to Bai He's aid and kill her while they were at it? After her first failed sneak attack, she pounced on Bai He again. She came with the wind and snow, carrying a murderous aura, and directly blocked Bai He's path. At this moment, Bai He finally understood YK7, and the others said that Yi Qian was a natural-born soldier. It was because the murderous aura around her was enough to frighten her enemies. Chapter 1644. Bai He knew that his comrades would come to support him, because Q King's goal was to capture Qing Niao. Even though he didn't quite understand why he insisted on capturing Qing Niao as the captive, he would definitely fully support Q King's decision. Even if this was an elimination round, he would still support Q King's decision unconditionally. So Yi Qian wanted to end the battle quickly, while Bai He wanted to stall for time and wait for his comrades to arrive. "Qing Niao, are you sure you can beat me?" As a Special Forces soldier who had undergone professional and systematic training, Bai He knew very well how to communicate to buy time for himself, and how to stall for time without leaving a trace. After dodging Yi Qian's sneak attack, he revealed his location to all his comrades nearby. That way, whoever was closest to him would be able to rush over immediately. However, Yi Qian wasn't going to give him the chance. The two of them were already facing off against each other. Instead of ending the battle quickly, he was still in the mood to chat with her. Yi Qian immediately knew what Bai He wanted to do. "You want to capture me? I'm sorry, Bai He, but I really don't want to become a captive." Yi Qian smiled at him. The unsharpened combat dagger in his hand flashed through the snowy wind. The dark sky couldn't hide the cold gleam of the dagger as it flashed through the air. The lightly armed Yi Qian made his move once again. Combat was something every member of the Snowfield Brigade had to pass. Even though Yi Qian wasn't officially a member of the Snowfield Brigade, her combat skills weren't bad. Against Bai He or any other member of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian wouldn't be afraid. This was a competition, but it was also a war. As for her, how could she be afraid when she was on the battlefield? Soldiers were already on the battlefield, and horns were blown on the battlefield. The cruel flames of war didn't allow you to be afraid, and it didn't allow you to even think about retreating. Why was there a need for such harsh training? It was so that when you went to the battlefield to protect your country, you could return safely and become a member of the family reunion. During the hunting operation, as long as the two parties were facing each other head-on, guns and ammunition were not allowed within 3 meters of each other. Empty bullets would still hurt people if fired within 3 meters. In a short distance, the only tools you can use are your own hands and the unsharpened dagger in your hand. This is the best weapon you can use to defeat your opponent. Bai He was shocked by Yi Qian's ferocious and almost cruel attacks. She actually chose to fight him in close combat alone, without the support of the water ghosts. This was not a simple fight. This was a fight with their lives on the line. There were no elegant movements, only strength and ferocity. Yi Qian relied on his agility to close in on Bai He at the fastest speed possible. The dagger in his hand went straight for Bai He's chest. Bai He, who had been a scout, came from a scholarly family. All the girls he had come into contact with since he was young were gentle and delicate, even though he knew that as a soldier, Yi Qian was different from those girls. When he faced Yi Qian alone, he was still shocked by her fierce and cold eyes and extremely bloody movements. Yi Jian kicked the snow hard with her military boots. Large chunks of snow flew towards Yi Jian. When something flew towards a person, no matter how light or heavy it was, the body's most realistic reaction would always be to dodge it out of reflex. Chapter 1645. Bai He wanted to make use of Yi Qian's few seconds of dodging to make himself the attacker. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yi Jian was not a female soldier who acted according to common sense. She did not dodge at all. Instead, she chose a more direct way to fight head-on. The snowflakes hit her shoulder. Even though she was wearing thick winter clothing, her shoulder still hurt. However, this did not force Yi Qian to stop. She was still fearless in her attacks. She knew that if she did not finish off Bai He quickly, the Snowfield Brigade would come to her aid. By then, she would be surrounded and would have nowhere to run. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, knew how to give up and take. At this moment, she had to give it her all and bear the pain. Only then would she be able to take the ending she wanted. Only the winner would have the right to continue fighting. Yi Qian's abdomen, shoulders, calves, and arms were all hit by his fists and military boots. Men were always stronger than women. When the kicks landed on her body, Yi Qian felt like her bones were about to crack. She grabbed Bai He's wrist with one hand and punched his armpit directly. Her right leg kicked Bai He's knee. She did not show any mercy. Similarly, Bai He did not show any mercy. Both of them used all their strength to beat the other to the ground. The 2 of them fought in close combat. Yi Qian was not as strong as the male soldier, but she was very good at making use of her strengths and agility to make up for her weaknesses. She disrupted Bai He's defense. There were no fancy moves in the Special Forces combat. All of their moves were based on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. They strived to finish off their opponent as quickly as possible. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Xia Jingyuan's low and steady voice came through Bai He's earpiece. He needed to avoid the water ghosts from the storm commandos and avoid fighting with Li Jinyan. Therefore, he could not arrive immediately. Bai He did not answer. He was frightened by Yi Qian's actions. "Qing Niao!" he shouted, trying to stop Yi Qian from harming himself. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, his expression darkened. Bai He's shout was filled with worry. He was trying to stop Yi Qian. Why was he trying to stop Yi Qian? What's going on? Xia Jinyuan, who was supposed to take 5 minutes to get there, arrived a minute earlier. He saw a figure lying in the white snow and walked over with a gloomy expression. Bai He, who was lying in the snow, looked at his comrade, who had appeared above him. The corner of his mouth was bleeding from Yi Qian's punch. He let out a long sigh and said, "You're a heroine. You're so cruel to yourself." "Ha!" Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked at his comrade coldly. "You've lost to Qing Niao twice. Bai He, you need to be sent back to the village to train." Bai He, who was originally lying down, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He stood up like a carp. Q King was definitely not joking with him. Although he was a person who loved to joke, he would never make such a joke. That's right. Qing Niao is a heroine. She's so cruel to herself. That's because she knows when to be cruel to herself and her enemies. Xia Jinyuan's voice turned cold. "And you, not only can you not be cruel to yourself, you can't even be cruel to our enemies. Bai He, Since when did the Snowfield Brigade need a group of Special Forces soldiers who show off their benevolence on the battlefield? Chapter 1646. He was happy that Yi Qian had managed to escape, but he was also disappointed that his comrade had died in battle. If his comrade had tried his best and failed, he would have laughed and said, "Don't think that female soldiers are easy to deal with." However, it was obvious that his comrade was not good enough, but had committed a grave mistake. It was true that they were familiar with Qing Niao, but at this moment, Qing Niao belonged to the Storm Commandos. In this competition, she was standing opposite of them, faced with the young captain's criticism, but he did not refute and accepted it humbly. After Xia Jinyuan finished criticizing him coldly, he reflected on himself seriously. "I will accept any punishment. I will always remember today's mistake. I will never make a similar mistake again." A mistake was a mistake, and there was no excuse for it. After the scolding, Xia Jinyuan looked at the row of footprints that disappeared into the depths of the forest. He couldn't help but smile and turned to ask his comrade calmly, "What did Qing Niao do just now?" I grabbed her shoulder, and when the dagger was about to touch her neck, she actually sent her own neck towards the dagger. Although the dagger wasn't sharpened, the force of her collision was quite strong. I was shocked and I shouted. Naturally, my hand movements slowed down. He still had a lingering fear when he mentioned what had just happened. He sighed deeply and said, "She was too ruthless. She was so ruthless that it scared me." When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he laughed. If she hadn't been ruthless, she might have been the one to die. Xia Jinyuan admired his girlfriend's dangerous behavior. His little fox was indeed smart to fight back from the brink of death. But she was too smart. He seemed to want to say something, but Xia Jinyuan did not listen. It would be against the rules if he continued to talk about the same comrade who had died. After successfully escaping, Yi Qian hid well and sent his location to Li Jinyan. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for Li Jinyan to meet up with him. There would be no more hunting at the first crossfire because both sides knew that the other side was active in this area. In order to seize the last position, they would not waste any more time and would choose to move forward. For the time being, Li Jinyan didn't ask Yi Jian how she managed to get rid of the scouts from the Shuiyu Brigade. He entered the public channel and told all the members of the Storm Commandos the news. Instantly, the sound of fingers snapping could be heard from his earpiece as a sign of praise. Killing one of the enemy's scouts in one move was really good news. When the J5 of the Shuiyu Brigade couldn't contact White Crane, he knew that something was going to happen. When Xia Jinyuan told them that White Crane was dead and the one who killed him was none other than Greenbird, they all held their breaths. Was killed by a bullet. If he was killed by a bullet, it wouldn't be a shame. G3 said, "Everyone knew how fast Qing Niao could shoot. No one in the team could compare to her. It would be great if he was really killed by a bullet, but unfortunately, he was not. He was killed by close combat." The cold reality was said by Xia Jinyuan calmly. His comrades all sucked in a breath of cold air. He smiled lightly and said, "The target of the capture plan has not changed. Last time, she killed Pigeon and Baihe with a sniper rifle. This time, she continued to kill Baihe. Brothers, you have to bring Qing Niao to me." K7 and G3 were together. Hearing this, the two of them quickly looked at each other. Q King really did not want to show mercy. Since that was the case, they could not show mercy either. They had to capture Qing Niao whenever they saw her. It did not matter if they knew her or not. Chapter 1647. K7 was a forensic doctor and had always been calm. He turned off the communicator and said to G3, Qiu King wants to use this competition to train Qing Yao's individual combat experience. It seems like he is determined to send Qing Yao to the Snowfield Brigade. That was his plan from the very beginning. Do you think he was just casually talking about it in the past? G3 wasn't surprised. They already knew about Qiu King's plan from the Southern Province Cooperation. Not only does Qiu King have this plan, but the military and Major General also have this plan. Otherwise, why would they drag Qing Niao to train with us from time to time? It wasn't that he was joking, but it felt like, after a moment of silence, K7 said their requirements for Qing Niao are too strict. It feels like they have more long-term plans. Do they? G3 thought about it and didn't feel anything strange. He said, Qing Niao will be our comrade in the future. It's good that she is being trained by us now. Qiu King probably feels that her ability has reached a bottleneck and needs to break through. If he really had to feel something, the only thing he felt was that Qing Niao's overall ability had reached a bottleneck. Only by breaking through this bottleneck could she reach Qiu King's requirements and the Major General's requirements. But then again, Qing Niao's individual combat ability was already strong enough. She had already reached the requirements to join the Snowfield Brigade. Qiu King did seem to have some long-term plans. No matter what they have planned, we will cooperate fully. G3 didn't think too much about it. He said calmly, Qiu King will communicate with the military at any time. The military and Major General will also tell Qiu King about their plans. We will know when the time comes. Right now, I should think about how to capture Qing Niao. If I fail the first time, I won't be able to do it a second time. The Demon King is not easy to deal with, and the Qing Niao is not easy to deal with. Once the two of them come together, it will be even more difficult. G3 directly analyzed the situation. At the same time, he turned on his communicator and said to Xia Jinyuan, killing a white crane is the Demon King's warning to us. We should return the favor to the Demon King. Xia Jinyuan liked to hear that. He smiled elegantly and dangerously. That's right. It's 5:27 in the evening now. Let's try to give the devil a big gift before 8 o'clock. Agreed. Agreed. I have no objections. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade nearby expressed their opinions one after another. Xia Jinyuan, who was walking in the snow, put on a fake smile and said, Remember, Qing Niao is now our opponent, not someone we know. Whoever tries to be merciful to me will have to go back and clean the toilets. His white teeth reflected the cold light of the snow, making him look like a wolf out on a snowy night. He exuded a ferocious aura. T6 secretly clicked his tongue when he heard that. He said to Z7, You still want to be merciful to her? Qiu King won't be happy about that. Looks like when we see Qing Niao later, the two of us will have to come up with a plan to kill her. I like to see a captive. Brothers, don't be too barbaric. Go easy on her, especially that signal device of hers. T6, who was still thinking about how to eliminate Yi Qian in one go, froze when he heard that. He rubbed the tip of his frozen nose and felt that this mission was quite difficult. No one knew what kind of expression Xia Jinyuan had when he spoke. It could also be said that he was expressionless. The elegant man was as cold as ice, without a trace of human warmth. Even his dark eyes, which usually looked at Yi Qian gently like water, were frozen. Chapter 1648. Little Fox, you have to be prepared. If you want to join the Snowfield Brigade, I have to tell you that it's not an easy task. You won't be so lucky in a real war, and no one will show you mercy just because they know you. You won against Baihe this time purely because you used petty tricks, and it just so happens that on the battlefield, petty tricks can cost you your life at any time. If you want to complete the mission perfectly and come back alive, you have to rely on your accumulated combat experience. Xia Jinyuan was indeed happy that Yi Qian had escaped from the first hunt, but he wasn't just happy. He also calmly analyzed Yi Qian's combat style and accurately found Yi Qian's weaknesses so that she could correct them. He couldn't accept hearing the news of her death one day, so he would rather be harsh on her now and train her in every possible way than let her join the Snowfield Brigade in the future and make himself afraid. Fighting alone on the battlefield was many times more dangerous than the previous missions they had carried out together. How could petty tricks save her life? The White Crane's ability was not bad, and it could definitely stall Yi Jian for 5 minutes. Yi Jian must have heard his order and decided to do this in order to leave as soon as possible. She was betting that the White Crane might panic because of her actions. She gambled correctly. Bai He did panic, so Bai He died, and she escaped. She won because Bai He knew her, but what would happen on the battlefield? Maybe she wouldn't do it, but now that she did, he had to teach her a lesson. On the battlefield, she didn't recognize anyone, and this lesson would be unforgettable. Xia Jinyuan could treat Yi Qian very, very well, but when it came to training and future combat, even the most gentle man would be incorruptible and ruthless. At this time, Yi Qian was already reflecting on his actions. Li Jinyan's cold expression made Yi Qian realize why he was given the nickname Devil King. It was very cold, and the air pressure was very, very low. Every cell and every pore was emitting an aura that made one's hair stand on end. The gaze that swept over was like a small knife. As long as one was swept by such a gaze, it would hurt as if one's flesh was being cut. This was physical pain. The most terrifying thing was the spiritual pressure. One couldn't even raise one's head and could only stand in front of him in fear. It was as if one was being sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. Are you joking about the war? After an unknown amount of time, Li Jinyan finally spoke. It made Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, shudder violently. Actually, when Li Jinyan asked her how to get rid of Bai He, she had already realized that she had made a big mistake. She thought that she was smart, but it was a mistake that was taboo on the battlefield. If you really were on the battlefield, would the enemy stop you from harming yourself? Of course not. It would only make it easier for him to send his knife to your neck. He definitely wouldn't stop you, or even avoid you, because he knew you. Yi Qian didn't raise her head. She was wrong, but there was no need to lower her head to admit her mistake. This would break the character of a soldier. No, she replied bluntly. She didn't try to explain herself. There was nothing she could say to defend herself. When she made a big mistake, she could only correct it. Li Jinyan didn't fly into a rage, nor did he mock and ridicule her. He only said calmly, in a cold tone, "Qin Niao, you really aren't afraid of death by sending your neck to the enemy's knife." Chapter 1649. The more it was like this, the more Yi Qian felt that this was the calm before the storm. A soldier is not afraid of death and has the spirit of sacrifice. This is right. Unfortunately, you only thought about how to die, but not how to solve the problem. Qin Niao, is this your combat ability? Li Jinyan was not angry, but his expression was much colder than usual. Qin Niao was his soldier now. Her mistake was because he did not teach her well. She made a mistake, and as her captain, he was also at fault. Yi Qian pursed her lips and answered seriously, "I made a big mistake. I did not protect myself well, and instead put my life in the hands of others. I thought that they knew me and would not really hurt me. On a real battlefield, what I did just now was suicide. Not only was I rushing to my death, but I also implicated my comrades behind me." Snow drifted into Yi Qian's eyes, and the cold sensation stimulated her tense heartstrings. She could feel the evil aura coming from the Demon King, and she could not help but shiver. This was the Demon King that all the storm commandos feared and respected. It was as if a king had descended. His tone was calm, but all you could feel was a bone-chilling evil aura. Very good. Li Jinyan only said these two words after listening to her, and then he walked away. Yi Qian, who was standing in the snow, was slightly stunned. Very good. What was very good? She said very good? Impossible. Then why was it very good? Yi Qian, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly stopped. She understood why he said very good. Very good. Committing a crime knowingly was an additional crime. That was what he meant when he said very good. Yi Qian, who had never made a big mistake in this life, knew that she had finally made a big mistake today. This time, she fell so hard that her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Not only would she be taught a lesson by Demon King Li, but also Xia Jinyuan and the Navy commander, Major General of the Army, and maybe even the military. She would pay the price for her mistake. For a moment, even the usually calm Yi Qian felt gloomy. His expression was as cold as ice. She was terribly wrong, ridiculously wrong. However, there was no medicine for regret. The only thing he could do was to never make the same mistake again. At the same time, he had to use his true strength to defeat his opponent. By this time, the wind and snow in the mountains had stopped. Yi Qian, who had been following closely behind him, let out a low sigh that reached Li Jinyan's ears. The corners of his mouth involuntarily tightened. This kind of mistake actually represented a mistake that occurred when things went too smoothly. Thinking of her personal resume, it had to be said that she had indeed gone too smoothly, so much so that she had made a big mistake. He had to make her realize her mistake. She believed that Xia Jinyuan would not sit back and do nothing. He would definitely make a big move to teach her a lesson. Whether it was the drill, the competition, or the field training, she would always remember that there were no acquaintances on the battlefield, only enemies who would fight to the death. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky in the mountains had already dimmed. Only the light from the snow illuminated the contours of the mountains. At this time, the wind and snow had stopped. Walking in the mountains, the visibility was even better than during the day. At this time, the night vision goggles were still not working. Stepping on the soft snow, Yi Qian slowly squatted down. He made a hand gesture to Li Jinyan beside him, telling him to stay down. There was a situation. This place was very close to the final position.